Good morning, L.A. It is a beautiful start to this Thursday, and yes, you are listening to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. That's right. It is time for a little bit of D-Fish and Decker right here for the next 4 hours of your L.A. morning drive and commute. And, of course, I am Cody Decker, former professional baseball player turned professional smartass on the radio, and with me, sitting in for D-Fish, who will be back, of course, live here Monday morning at 6 a.m., my one and only guy, Joe Sorrell. How you doing, Joe?
Man, I am ecstatic to be in the chair with you. I'm on about 3.5 hours of sleep. I'm ready to go. Pot of espresso down.
Let's
have a good time.
We got lots to discuss today, but more importantly, anything. Listen, Joe, you have been on this show now with me a couple of times, and we've hung out outside of here as well. So I'm looking forward to cutting it up with you for the next 4 hours. But like, how is life? How is navigating the LA life lately for you? Last night I went and saw a comedy show with my mom. By the way, happy birthday, Terry Decker. Very, very happy. 71 years old. You don't look a day older than 85. Love you to death, Mom. Anyways.
She's the best. I just want to say, as someone who's had the pleasure of meeting her, I mean, this might get me in trouble on the internet and social media. Favorite woman on the west side of Los Angeles, bar none.
Dude, and as Joe, as you guys know, is a very, very handsome man. So when he says that, like 90 hearts on the west side just fractured in many, many, many directions.
Yeah, I just lost Instagram followers after saying
Tough stuff. By the way, and if you want to see how handsome Joe is, check us out right now on YouTube at The Fan LA and get in the chat. Be part of the conversation. We got lots to discuss today. Last night I went and saw over at Venice West. I don't know if any of you have ever been to the venue of Venice West. It's like a cool, small, like dinner theater type of place.
Right. Intimate.
And Tiffany Haddish had a comedy show there yesterday, and she was hilarious, as expected, but it was funny. She even opened up the show looking around the room going, I haven't worked in a room this small in a long time. I'm like, that's a great way to start the day.
That's funny. I was on a TV show with Tiffany Haddish back in 2023. We filmed it. It aired in, I want to say, like January of 24 during the Reiter strike.
Ooh.
One of those unscripted shows that had one season. Wasn't great. Wasn't a great show. But
yeah.
I was on an episode with Tiffany Haddish.
Well, look at you. But it was a fun night, good time. My mom had fun, most importantly. It's going to be a great, great day. And, of course, tonight I'm really excited for my mom's actual birthday. And as much as those of you are going to think I planned this because, I'm like a card-carrying nerd, a big comic book fan, my mom comes up to me the other day. She's like, have you heard of the show Marvelous? And I laugh. I'm like, I actually have. So what Marvelous is apparently, and it's playing, I believe, at the El Royal Theater, I believe. It is basically a risque burlesque Marvel-themed show. So we're going to see a Marvel burlesque show tonight.
With your mom.
And I've seen plenty of burlesque shows
incredible.
with my mom. My mom's a badass.
Yeah,
so
she's the coolest.
Yeah, we're going to have a great time. Raj has been out with my mom. Terry's a party animal.
Terry's all over LA.
Put him back with me.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. And she will outdrink any of you folks.
She outdrank me on my birthday.
Fact.
At O'Brien's.
Fact. And she's going to outdrink you again on her birthday.
Yeah,
so
as she should.
Very excited tonight, going to see a Marvel burlesque show here in Los Angeles. Can't wait to see that.
I haven't been to a burlesque show in about a year and a half.
You can't go to a burlesque
There's
show.
one called Secret Santa.
I've been to Secret Santa.
I went there with my ex right after we had broken up. We actually went together. And so it made for
Why'd you go after you broke up?
Well, it was like that ambiguous, are we going to work it out? Are we not going to work it out?
Yes,
like,
isn't that everybody's favorite time?
That 2-month prolonged stretch. And there's a part in the show where it's interactive and you send a naughty postcard to the North Pole and you write something down. And we actually ended up writing very similar, essentially the same thing down, just from each of our perspectives. And everyone in the room, knew it was us the second we did that.
Well, if you continue listening throughout the show, you too can hear one of these sexy letters written by Joe that he gave to Santa.
If you subscribe to my certain links.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe to the correct links.
Yeah.
All right, D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And what do you say, dude? Let's just cut it up and get into it because the Los Angeles Dodgers lost again, dude.
6 in a row.
6 in a row. That is the longest losing streak the Dodgers have had this year. 2 straight sweeps. Here's the problem. And, listen, I'm willing to pass the buck on the last sweep. This one, I will say, is a bit concerning. Now, I'm not going to sit here and throw on the panic button. Anyone that throws on the panic button for the Los Angeles Dodgers is a complete moron. I can't stress that enough. Now, if it gets to 10, 15 games, okay, yeah, we
Right.
we really need to stop the bleeding really bad. If it gets to double digits, we got an issue here, like a real outrageous issue. But today, we got a day off for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a little travel day, heading over to Phoenix. They're probably going to land in like 3 hours. They'll have a whole day. The guys can go out and golf. Actually, I take that back. It's 120 degrees over there.
Goodness.
They should go to the movies, and only the movies.
So what I'm going to do later.
Yes, we're finally seeing Odyssey.
We'll get into that.
Oh,
yeah.
we will.
Odyssey, IMAX, Century City.
That
Can't
a
wait.
baby.
Catch me at Italy at about noon before the show.
Ladies.
Cappuccino and a cannoli in hand. And then most people go to movies for the popcorn. I go get a cannoli and then watch the Odyssey.
Yeah, it's a very Godfather-esque situation.
We'll get into that later.
Save the cannoli. At the end of the day, like, the Dodgers are still, in my opinion, the best team in baseball.
Yes.
They're still a game and a half behind right now, the Milwaukee Brewers with the best record. But last night, they did drop Game 3 of this series to the Cubs. Why is it concerning? Because the Cubs are pretty damn good. The Cubs made good moves during the trade deadline that I would say comparable to what the Dodgers did. I think they bolstered their bullpen. I think they bolstered their starting rotation, two things they desperately needed to do. And they did it. And we saw it against the Dodgers as the Dodgers offense got neutralized, except for a couple of people. Let's go ahead and hear the wonderful sounds of the first at bat of the game from our guy, Shohei Ohtani.
On this 2-1, Shohei pokes it to left field. Happ's going back on the track. He turns. It's gone! And it's a one-run game. Wow!
That right there from Sportsnet LA. And of course, that was a home run from Shohei Ohtani. Another lead-off home run. The guy's got like 37 in his career. He's just going to keep mounting up those charts as the time goes forward. He does go on later in the game to hit another home run, finishing the night with 3 RBIs. Here's the issue, of course, because Pete Crow Armstrong, the guy that he's going head-to-head against right now with the MVP, had something to say about it as well, because here's what Pete Crow Armstrong did in his first at-bat of the Dodger game.
The 1-1. High fly ball, right field. That's back on its way out of here. Off the big board in right. Second of the day, PCA.
Ohtani answers. He answers right back. And, of course, Ohtani with a second home run in the game. Both guys had 2 homers. Pete Crow Armstrong with 4 RBIs. Shohei with 3. The Dodgers do not get this done because, unfortunately, they dropped the game 7-6. A hell of a back-and-forth game. But I was also very encouraged by the Dodgers offense late. And I'll tell you why. Because the Dodgers were down 7-1. They did mount back a hell of a comeback. Not enough to get the victory. But the Dodgers do drop their 6th in a row. Now, the question of the day is it time to panic? Joe, what say you?
Absolutely not. I mean, if you're panicking, you're nuts. It's a 162-game season. They've lost 6 in a row. Now, they've lost 6 in a row to 2 really good teams. You could say, well, maybe the Dodgers are going to get exposed in the playoffs because they've gotten swept by the Red Sox and Cubs. Sure, they might. I don't know. Last year, this was a 93-win 3 seed, and they went through the postseason like a hot knife through butter. I mean, so, my big thing with the Dodgers is I've been saying for a long time, the 1 seed doesn't matter. All that matters is the bye. I don't care if you're the 1 or the 2. Get the bye, rest up. When you have those arms, that gauntlet of a rotation coming at you, I mean, you're going to have all-star caliber starters in the bullpen for the Dodgers this postseason. They're going to be fine. Now, yesterday, I'm looking at this and I'm going, the Braves are getting frisky. My big fixation has been get the bye, get the bye. I forgot for a brief moment that last year the Dodgers didn't get the bye, that they were the 3 seed a year ago, and it didn't matter at all. So
no, it didn't.
I'm really not worried at all, even if they fall out of the top 2 seeds, which I think that they'll maintain. I don't think Atlanta's going to catch them, but I think that they're going to be absolutely fine. I wouldn't worry one bit. And also, regular season success does not translate to the postseason. I'm going to use a personal example. 2015 Mets. These Cubs went 7-0 against the 2015 Mets in the regular season. What happened in October? The Mets swept them in 4 games.
Yeah.
So the Dodgers getting swept by Chicago now. Yes, the Cubs, I will say, probably are the best matchup in the National League.
Right now, if you ask me right now, gun to my head, no question, I would say the Chicago Cubs. Phillies, by the way, still scary.
Short series, they're scary. 7-game series, they're less scary.
Dodgers.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, this Cubs team, they pose a good matchup. But just because they're sweeping them in August does not mean that they're going to sweep them or even beat them in October.
Let's be real clear. We're approaching now the dog days of August right now. in Major League Baseball. And it's a long season. And listen, the Dodgers right now have been in the national narrative for the entire week in a very negative way. So I think there's been some distractions. I think there was also the aspect of the trade deadline itself. Of course, the moves they had to make. This was an awesome yet exhausting trade deadline. These are not fair excuses, and I might be letting the Dodgers off the hook a little bit more than I should. But at the end of the day, they have 69 wins right now, and it is August 6th. So yeah, my panic button for the Dodgers is not through the roof. However, I do see that the Milwaukee Brewers keep winning. I do see that the Atlanta Braves keep winning because they've won now 7 in a row.
Crazy. And they had a terrible deadline.
Completely. And they did almost nothing.
Lane Thomas?
But they've gone and won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
And now, as you said, the Dodgers now have the 3rd best record in baseball. Milwaukee Brewers at 71 wins. Both the Braves and the Dodgers at 69, but with a slightly better winning percentage. And yeah, by the way, the wild card, there's no other way to say this. It's going to be wild. The Diamondbacks are holding on to that 2nd spot. You know the Padres are going for it because of the moves they just made. Yeah. They're on the outside looking in from 2 games, and they want in. And there are a lot of people out there who think the Padres might be the team that can take down the Dodgers. But if the Dodgers are playing like this, anyone can take down the Dodgers.
Yes and no. I mean, if they're playing like this, sure, anyone can do it. But at the end of the day, the way that they're playing in August, again, is not indicative of how they're going to show up in October.
Yeah, it's August 6th.
It's so early still. We got
really
2 full months before the playoffs.
And that's a month itself.
I'm not worried about Philly in the playoffs. You know, like, again,
really?
The pitching is great, but look at Christopher Sanchez. Tale of 2 seasons.
Always.
You show me Christopher Sanchez's ERA, post that incredible scoreless streak. He is very human. Zach Wheeler scares me, but they had Wheeler and Sanchez last postseason. And they had Ranger Suarez, who, by the way, they don't have anymore. Like, Aaron Nola is not going to strike fear in anyone's heart. Luzardo will go out there and dominate you for 5 innings and then give up a 6th spot in the 6th, like he did in Miami a couple of weeks ago. So, Philly, they really don't scare me. I feel like on paper, it's, the Phillies in a short series. And then they go up against the Dodgers, and Kerkering's throwing the ball to the backstop, and they can't get it done.
Well, keep in mind, you also mentioned this is the 2nd sweep that the Dodgers just got swept by, and you're absolutely right. And by the way, the 2 teams that got swept by, one of which the Cubs, who have now won 3 in a row, obviously it's a sweep. They got the 3 in a row.
The other team.
But the other team has now won 7 in a row after they just won 15 in a row with one mild. Just so we're all clear, the Boston Red Sox, since June 20th, have lost 5 games. This is currently the greatest run, and this is not hyperbolic. This is actually factual. This is the greatest run the Boston Red Sox have ever had in this amount of games.
And if you look at the lineup, it's pretty remarkable because there are good pro hitters in there, right? Wilson Contreras, Wilyer Abreu. But it's not like this is a murderer's row.
No.
Like, they're just...
In Boston history, this is actually an underwhelming lineup.
Like, it's just clutch timely hitting. It's next man up. The pitching has shown up. I mean, even like Patrick Sandoval, you figure it's a throwaway game, and they go out and they win when he's on the bump. I mean, that rotation, I was shocked Boston didn't do more to get a starter. For all that they gave up for Adley Rutschman, which was like a ransom that the Orioles took from him, I really thought the Red Sox were going to call the Mets on a guy who the Cubs called the Mets on, Clay Holmes, because I thought they could have used another right-hand arm near the top of that rotation after Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez, but they didn't do it. I mean, the bullpen. It's so important to have a bullpen that you can trust.
Can't stress enough.
It's such a great bullpen, and they got a little better.
And good news, though. The Dodgers got an amazing bullpen, and it's about to get bolstered up quite a bit because everybody's coming back. Because the rotation now turns into the bullpen.
Because Roki Sasaki in October is going to be leading into Edwin Diaz. Or maybe taking the 9th inning if Diaz, he got touched up. Yes,
I'm glad you said that. No, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. No, you're right. 2 days ago, I'm still thinking that. Yeah. He gave up a late home run. There was a bomb, by the way. Here's the thing, though.
Was that Horner?
It was Nico Horner. Here's my issue, though, when it comes to Edwin Diaz. I know Edwin Diaz is being paid a lot of money by the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I know you're paying him that money to be the closer. I feel like people do not really understand the career that Edwin Diaz has had. That year with the Tommy Trumpet thing where he's out there and all the trumpets were going nuts in New York City.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was a lot of fun. I was there.
That was my first year living in L.A., That Mets-Dodgers series, late August, early September.
Oh, I know. I was in New York.
They had Timmy Trumpets there.
Watching Mets fans melt down and then watching Yankee fans melt down in consecutive weeks was just,
Well, the Mets got the better of the Dodgers in that series, right? We're talking 2022.
Oh, I thought we were talking about
No, not 2024, not the NLCS.
Sorry.
No,
That's
2022 was the Timmy Trumpet season. Buck Showalter running the team, as he should have never been fired. That was Nimmo robbed the home run, Mets-Dodgers, center field. That was peak that was peak Edwin Diaz, peak fun baseball right there.
But my issue with Edwin Diaz is, if you look at his career, you talk about Tale of Two Cities. Edwin Diaz is either the best closer in baseball or he's the very worst closer in baseball.
Or the ERA is 5.
Like, it's outrageous.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers the Timmy Trumpet years over there with the Mets. Guess what?
His first year?
There was like 2 other years where they wanted him dead.
Was it 2019,
He
his
was
first year with the
awful.
Mets, where he had like
Awful.
double-digit blown saves? It
Yes.
was disastrous.
And I always worry that guy's going to come back. And we haven't seen the Timmy Trumpet Edwin Diaz yet. We just haven't. So right now, I'm a little worried about just throwing him out in the closer role. We're seeing right now Dave Roberts just trying to get him out there to get more active as we currently stand. But like, if I have the choice right now, say we're in October, and you give me the option of who I want to be closing out the game, Edwin Diaz or Roki Sasaki, I'm going to say Roki Sasaki right now. I might change my mind in a
This is also
month.
spring training for Edwin Diaz.
It
you
is.
know?
It is.
I mean, he's made 10 appearances on the year. How
Very
many
few.
of those have come after he's been back off the aisle?
Like
5?
most
half
of them.
Yeah. So, I mean, but if you look at Edwin Diaz, it really is, he's kind of an every other year phenomenon, right? First year with the Mets, coming off that, incredible season with 57 saves and a sub-2 ERA with Seattle. Mets acquire him, 5.5 ERA. COVID season, sub-2. Next year, 3.5. Following year, sub-2. Next year, 3.5 again. Last season, sub-2. So this is his off year. It's really an every other year
So
thing.
I'm glad he's been injured for the majority
So
of
next
it.
year for the lockout season, sub-2.
He's going to be amazing next year for
There's no
71
baseball.
games. I can't wait.
Oh, if we're lucky.
And by the way, somebody just makes a very good point here. Wheeler wasn't actually there last playoffs, and that would be a big
right.
difference for the Phillies. That being said, they don't have Ranger Suarez anymore, and I was really disappointed they didn't get into the pitching market as well.
Yeah, I thought the Phillies were going to be in on Casey Mize. By the way, did you notice, I don't know if you caught, because I was locked in MLB Network on deadline day.
Yeah.
They had this weird segment where they ran through all these hypothetical
I
trades.
saw it.
I'm
And
tweeting live reactions.
you're an
to these-
idiot.
I'm like, Torkelson's going to Philly?
Yeah, dude, I saw your tweets, and I was like,
I deleted them
Uh-oh.
quickly after.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Very funny, though.
I got.
Hey, listen, when MLB Network is doing it to you, what
That's how you know
also,
it was like the deadline was kind of slow at times, even on deadline day,
But
because they're
also,
doing all these hypotheticals.
if you're going to post have a big screen that says hypothetical trade.
Yeah, because they had like a nine guy trade. It was Yankees, Rockies, and Jason Dominguez and Anthony Volpe to Colorado. And I'm like, oh, Yankee fans finally got rid of Volpe. And then they're like, no, this is hypothetical, guys.
Yeah, well, listen.
One of the guys on the panel was fooled, by the way. He was like, wait, these didn't happen? At the end of the segment, he's like, these didn't happen?
Of course he was. Yeah, that's a very, very odd thing to do on trade deadline day. What can I say?
Bizarre.
But since the trade deadline, the Dodgers have done absolutely nothing. They get swept again, this time by the Chicago Cubs, who is holding on right now to that top wild card spot. Here's Dave Roberts post-game talking about the series.
I like the fight. It sucks to lose. It absolutely does. But, we're going to win again. And I did like the fight. I thought, certainly the way Mookie swung the bat today was very encouraging. I thought that, the at-bat quality, not quitting, Muntz 0 for 3 at that point, then hitting a homer. Shohei still hanging in there and homering twice. We had to get Freddie out of the game. He got hit on the hand. But fortunately, x-rays were negative. So that was another positive. But, it's baseball.
Listen, there were a lot of positives yesterday, even though they lost their 6th in a row. He just mentioned the fight. Coming back down 7-1, not an easy task. They did come back, make it 7-6. They didn't get enough done. I agree with him on the Mookie Betts of it all. Even though he made the final out of the game, he had himself 4 hits yesterday. So that is a very good day for a Mookie Betts. Kyle Tucker, he had another hit yesterday. He is starting to kind of wake up, but Raj brings up a very good point. They are on a road trip, so we got to really enjoy this version of Kyle Tucker. Yeah. The difference between Kyle Tucker at Dodger Stadium to Kyle Tucker on the road is staggering. And I didn't even realize how staggering the differences were. At home, 50 games, on the road, 51 games. At bats, fairly comparable, about 180 apiece. Runs, he's scoring more runs on the road, 31 runs compared to 25. Hits, 49 compared to 37 at home. Doubles, more doubles at home. Nice, love that. 2 triples on the road. Home runs is very glaring. 7 on the road. and 3. I'm sorry, 8 on the road,
yeah.
and 2 at home. RBIs 34 on the road to 17 at home. And walks, even. He's walking more on the road. Strikeouts about the same. The average is 65 points different. The on-base percentage is nearly 70 points different. And the slugging percentage is 130 points different. He's a different guy on the road.
Yeah, I mean, the OPS is 225 points higher.
Yeah.
His OPS on the road is 827.
Which
That's
is
good.
which
I
is
mean,
not bad.
60 million.
No, but it's
really,
a solid.
If you're above 800,
it could be better.
Yeah.
But that's not the worst thing in the world. By the way, that's sound from Dave Roberts from Sportsnet LA.
But at home, the OPS is a flat 600.
It's bad.
That's problematic.
It's not good. It's very problematic, especially when we get into October. But I'm hoping he could start putting some numbers on home. But listen, the Dodgers are getting ready to go to Arizona, so this is where the guy can shine a little bit.
Hitter's Park too.
It is
That's
absolutely
a great place to
Hitter's
hit.
Park. So listen, the Dodgers are definitely struggling at the moment, but the reinforcements are coming, and I firmly believe the Dodgers are going to be more than fine. It sucks to see that, especially with all of the narratives around. I'm actually almost happy they've lost this many games in a row because everybody's trying to say the Dodgers are ruining baseball. Oh, they ruined baseball and got outscored 42-22 runs in like a 3-game span.
I mean, I think every you say you're happy, right? People would be like, "Why are you happy that they're losing?" Every team in baseball, it's different than other sports. You need to get it out of your system at some point in baseball. I'm a firm believer in that. You got to hit a losing streak at some point to know what it's like to battle through that adversity. This way you don't just get punched in the mouth for the first time in October. They're getting punched in the mouth really for the first time this season.
And the knives are out, dude. Everybody knows.
Everyone's giving them their best shot, too, which is
everyone
great
knows.
for them to see.
I completely agree.
No one's
Everyone
giving Cincinnati
knows.
their best shot this time
Nobody
of year.
cares about
They're
Cincinnati.
dogging it in August.
And right
you know?
now, I'll even say it seemed there have been times where it looked like Dodgers are going a little Casey at the back, a little lackadaisical. But you're absolutely right, dude. Everybody's got them circled, highlighted, penciled in. They want to beat the Dodgers. Period. Stop. And that's what we're going to be dealing with.
You're getting Craig Counsell's A+ managing. I mean, he's running out high leverage guys, Zeverjon back-to-back days and stuff. Like, you're getting everyone's best shot now.
Well, guys, lots to discuss as the show goes forward. Make sure you're joining us in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. We are with you here on D Fish and Deck for the next 4 hours. But coming up, the greatest workout ever. That's right. It happened. The single greatest workout ever took place yesterday at Rams camp, and we will discuss right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cody Decker and, of course, Joe Serralo sitting in for D-Fish today. D-Fish will be back live Monday morning. And, of course, we got so much to discuss. We opened up talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers. And, of course, talking about the sweep that was 6 in a row for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But you and I kind of an agreement here when it comes to the Dodgers, especially right now. Panic button is not exactly on the table, if you ask me. If it gets to 10 games, yes, I will start to be like, all right, we got an issue here. 3 sweeps in a row, we got an issue here. But as of right now, on August 6th, and it's even in the chat, George from Cali even says very simply, baseball in August is way different than baseball in October. Completely agree with that. Donnie Boy 05 says Phillies bullpen was horrendous last year as well and didn't have Alvarado and Hoffman last year, 2 of the most consistent relievers of the last few years. I agree with that as well. Like, the Phillies are going to be a very unique team if they do eventually survive in October, which I do expect them to be in October. But there are other teams right now that are going to have something to say about that. Because right now, if you look at the wild card, it's very interesting. Cubs at the top. Firmly believe the Cubs will be in the playoffs. Arizona Diamondbacks. They're a playoff team, man.
I like them. I've liked them all season. They were my preseason second-place pick in this division because I was really low on San Diego. I had San Diego as a 500 team. They've been hot lately. We'll see what happens. I mean, I like the starting pitching moves. Casey Mize also got shelled yesterday.
Not what was supposed to happen.
First start.
Yes.
I mean, Skubal wasn't, dominant in his first
but
start.
He was damn good.
He was dominant in the first inning. And then he was
damn good
the rest of the way. Like, he was fine.
6 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, one of which was on an infield hit, which was a chopper.
He didn't look like a Cy Young winner.
He didn't look
good.
dominant. I yesterday we threw the grade down. I gave it a B+, and I thought that was a very solid grade.
I'd
for
have
his
gone
first
B.
game.
So I think that's absolutely fine. But, my point is I'm not going to trash Mize first start after the deadline, new uniform, travel, logistics, the whole shebang. But San Diego, I do think that there will be a correction. I still firmly believe, same thing I said on these airwaves in May, same thing I said, in February, that they're a 500 team.
Yeah, well, there are lots of teams here that are pushing the Dodgers and pushing a few other teams right now. Only 3 wild card spots with 4 very serious contenders for those 3 spots. So that's going to be interesting as time goes forward. But guys, training camp has arrived. And ladies and gentlemen, yesterday it happened. Oh, baby, it's happening. It's happening. We can finally stop pretending it's not happening. We had Les Snead on this show. He talked about it. We've been talking about it ever since. Myles Garrett has talked about it. Aaron Donald, even himself, has moderately talked about it. But yesterday, Aaron Donald not only just came out and showed up at Rams camp, no. It actually even got reported because the NFL had to report it. Why did the NFL have to report it? Because Aaron Donald wanted to do a workout in a football helmet, which means the team has to report that to the league. So everyone saw Aaron Donald not wearing full pads, but wearing a helmet, which means he was on the roster yesterday, and it is now being referred to as a workout / warm-up / tryout. And what can I say? Sean McVay thinks there's a real good chance and even referred to it as the best workout ever.
Of course Sean McVay called it that. Look, this has been inevitable since they got Myles Garrett.
Yes, it has been.
It has been. I think, I was doing the evening show that day. You were obviously, when did the news break? Was it the final segment? Was it Crosstalk?
Yeah, no.
Of your show?
Oh, when Myles Garrett happened?
Yeah, when Myles Garrett happened.
I was right before that. It was like out of nowhere. Because here was the thing. Before Myles Garrett happened, we were talking about and pontificating about, because there was all of a sudden a couple of reports about it.
Speculation out of the blue.
But it was literally out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's a great pie in the sky thing. And I remember even Brock and Alex during a break, we go out to get some water and coffee, and Alex even walks by me going Myles Garrett, yeah, right. Well, how crazy would that be? 20 minutes later, I see her. What's going on? She's like, can't believe it. Oh my God. And yeah, it was wild when that took place. And of course, that led to the speculation about Aaron Donald.
Right. And it was imminent, that speculation. Normally something that size, Myles Garrett coming to the Rams, you're going to let that ruminate. You're going to sit with it. You're going to enjoy it. But that same day, it was immediately, does this mean Aaron Donald's back and the Avengers are forming on the Rams defense? And
guess what? It
yes.
means Aaron Donald's back and the Avengers are forming on the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, this was never in question. I spoke that day with Mark Schlereth, 3-time Super Bowl champ offensive lineman, and he was like, it's a done deal, sure thing. It's absolutely going to happen.
Yeah.
No question about it. And now, we get Donald warming up and people are like, oh, he might just be out there, just seeing what it's like, whatever, throwing the helmet on, seeing what he's... No. You don't just do this as a hobby. Like, guys who have retired aren't just, let me go to workouts and throw the helmet on. Aaron Donald's coming back. It was always a matter of when, not if.
I do appreciate how he's doing it, though, because he doesn't need to be there right now. We've seen players kind of we're watching Myles Garrett do it. Like Myles Garrett,
we've seen Gronk do it where he comes back week 8.
Exactly.
You know, that's kind of what I thought Aaron Donald would do.
That's
I thought
what
he'd come back
so
in
too.
November.
But I got to give him credit. He's the type of guy, and I think he's even said, "I'm not coming back unless I'm Aaron Donald."
Yeah.
Well, looking at him, that looks like Aaron Donald. So I think he's back, and I don't see this guy with his type of temperament being that type of guy to be like, yeah, I'll play the last half of the season. I think if Aaron Donald's coming back, he's coming back for the entire ferocious year.
Yeah, go all in or go home, right? That type of thing.
And I don't know if you saw the Aaron Donald news that actually happened the day before. The new management and agencies he's now working with. All talent agencies, mind you.
Yeah.
But that, to me, screamed Aaron Donald's back. Before this announcement happened, before Adam Schefter put it out there and expressed the rules of how they actually had to put him down on paper on training camp, like, before all of that, I said Aaron Donald is back because of the new representation, because I know what he's going to do. He's going to play this season, and however it goes, say it's a monster season, they go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl as everybody in LA, kind of expects and definitely wants. Say he does that. He's going to be able to rewrite into the sunset into probably a $100 to $300 million media deal.
Oh, 100%.
It could be anything. It could be at the CBS's, it could be at the Fox's, it could be at the ESPN's, but it's going to happen. That's why he's getting that team in place right now. They are currently probably in a champagne room right now, just tinkering away to figure out what the Aaron Donald podcast will look like and how it's going to be in conjunction with CBS Sports or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, here's my question. If the Rams do get the storybook finish to this season, right? Super Bowl back in Los Angeles. They become, the third team ever, second time the Rams win it in their home stadium. Donald then retires for good. Does Sean McVay do the same thing? Are we looking at like the Donald and McVay show?
No. I don't think so.
You really?
I
think if McVay gets one more because Stafford's aging out, Donald would be retired. Like, I feel like the team's getting up there in age. Some of your key players, Devontae's getting up there.
If he was
going to do it, Garrett on the young side.
If he was going to do it, I thought he would have done it 2 years ago, like we all thought he was going to do. Like after the Super Bowl win, and then after Donald retired, and it seemed like they were going to take a dip because we were all talking about it in 2019. Oh man, the Rams really leveraged their entire future in this F them picks type of mentality.
Yeah.
But that F them picks mentality has continued, and they're still here. And I love it. I don't kind of love it. I'm like, this should be the business model for everybody.
And this year they have their first round draft pick for the first time in God knows how long. And all we're doing is bashing them for what they did with it and taking Ty Simpson, right? Like, how is that a win now move? The window's closing. They have the first round pick and they wasted on a quarterback who's 2 years away. And then the Myles Garrett thing happens shortly after the draft and we all forget about that.
Absolutely. Well, listen, here's the deal. Raj was actually at the Rams camp yesterday. Let's get Raj in here because Hype Man Raj, what did you see with your expert eyes over there at Rams camp?
Oh, yeah. My scouting eyes were scouting all kinds of stuff over there. But anyway, in terms of on the field, what I saw was the backup quarterback situation. I think it's definitely Ty Simpson that's going to win it. It wasn't Sharp, of course. You got, your backup. Bennett gosh, he looks so small. I thought it was Joe out there throwing the ball or something, man. He's just like a tiny little human being. Joe, you're not that tiny, but you know what I mean.
6'4", I was going to
say. You got some thread off your shirt there. Oh, that's your arm. Sorry.
Didn't realize I was with the buffest broadcaster.
Well, one day you pull up Puka, and we'll get into this more later because Lindsay Pilatus is going to join us, and she was at camp and get some stuff. But Puka, 2 amazing one-handed catches. I mean, you're not allowed to film it. I tried to I didn't want to do that to artists and the guys.
I get that.
Clayton Kershaw made an appearance. He was out there chilling. People were cheering him on. Looked good. I did not see Myles Garrett again, so this would be the 5th straight practice. He was walking around a little, looked in good spirits, but 5th straight practice that he missed. But the main thing you noticed was the backup quarterback, and I know it's just one. They were doing 20, between the 20s drills. So they were really running stuff. Personnel, referees, everything. And, I think it's got to be Ty at this point, the Rook.
Was anybody at Rams camp? Because, listen, Rams camp is serious business. Was any of the players, quarterbacks, backup quarterbacks, feeding each other grapes with their loved ones?
No, there was none of that was going on. If you missed it at Chargers camp, Justin Herbert and Joe was kind enough to bring some grapes. You want to show it there? Did
yes,
you?
yes, yes.
You
I
kind of
got 'em
That's
right
for
here.
later when we feed each other.
I was going to feed Cody in the final segment.
go get-
I'm doing intermittent fasting, so I can't eat just yet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to finally have grapes fed to me because
Okay.
I want to live the life of Justin Herbert as
Yeah.
much as anybody else. But
Well, no, that didn't happen. But anyway, so camp was good. But I think the backup quarterback story was, our backup quarterback situation was the story, and Puka looking good. But Lindsay saw a lot more. She stayed longer than I did.
awesome.
So
Did you see Ty throw it all as well with Stetson? Or how did Ty look though?
That's what I'm saying. Ty
Yeah.
looked better of the two.
He was scrambling a lot, right? I saw a video where he looked like he was running for his life back there.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I say, it wasn't the sharpest without Stafford. A lot of few pre-snap penalties. Like I say, they had referees there. Balls on the ground a bit. McVay was pretty fired up, because they won it clean. But
Yeah.
Puka, exceptional one-handed catches, 2 of them, and 1 versus McDuffie in coverage. So that was cool.
Oh, baby.
And then Yarquez Hunter ran very hard. Had a beautiful stiff arm. Couple hits, too. You saw some pops.
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
good
it.
time. I always got to go out to camp every now and again.
Dude, I'm looking forward to football. And here's what's funny is we do have football technically tonight. It is the Canton, Ohio game, of course, the Hall of Fame game. And there is at least one
Beck
storyline
starting.
we can get in. Yeah, Carson Beck is starting. That
Is that a storyline?
It's something.
He's Stetson Bennett-esque
We
to
at
me.
least know his name.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, I miss football as much
'Cause
as
no
you
Bryce
and the
Young
next
today.
guy, but I don't miss football enough to watch the Hall of Fame game. I'm
I
sorry.
get it, but
I
man-
am out on the Hall ofAme game.
It's been too many days since we've seen football. I'm missing football, something fierce, so I'm excited at least kind of for tonight.
What do you think about Beck? I firmly believe he is like Stetson Bennett-esque. He will be a non-factor in this league.
Well, we will discuss that throughout the show because we will preview at least a little bit of tonight's Hall of Fame game, along with many other things. Dodgers, of course, we're going to stay on the Dodgers all show long. But, of course, coming up, the sweepstakes for Kuminga might have just gotten a little trickier for the Los Angeles Lakers. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Now, this team has all the
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1. The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and Joe Serralo in for D-Fish today. And, of course, D-Fish will be back live here on Monday morning, bright and early at 6 a.m. And, of course, we will be with you for the next 3 hours of your morning drive time commute. Join us on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. The chat has been very live and awake. We see some of our friends in there. Joanna in Arizona, Donnie Boy, No Tan Lines, Rob, all of our friends joining us for a bright and early start to today's morning show. And, of course, we teased it. We're going to get right to it. Jonathan Kuminga. He's been the name that's been kind of circled by the Lakers, their fans, and everyone in the game for now what seems to be like a century. Since the LeBron James of it all, we all thought that was going to kind of lead to more dominoes falling, and it has a little. But Jonathan Kuminga is still kind of up there in limbo. He's been linked to multiple teams with a potential sign and trade. Of course, the Atlanta Hawks, who did not bring him back on his last contract deal, but still own his rights. So the Lakers are in a position right now where they can possibly do a sign and trade, but at a very, very, very specific price due to the fact that the Lakers have kind of spent all that money in that salary cap system that they're currently in. And now there seems to be a new suitor out there for Jonathan Kuminga, and that would be the Sacramento Kings. Now, do I think Jonathan Kuminga would rather be a Sacramento King than Los Angeles Laker? No. Do I think he would like to make $10 more million a year? Yes, and you can convince me that Sacramento is more beautiful in LA if you give me $10 million.
You know, here's my thing with Kuminga. He's only 24 years old. Do you want to bet on yourself? Take a short-term, smaller deal? Retest the market, retest the waters next year?
You can.
Like 24? I mean, where would you rather be? LA or Sacramento as a 24-year-old
This is not
kid?
a question, especially if we break it down this way. Taxes are the same.
Right.
I will say cost of living, not the same.
Not the same at all.
And at the end of the day, this is Los Angeles. Like, this isn't even a question. Sacramento or Los Angeles. And by the way, I'm actually a defender of Sac. I actually like Sacktown a little bit.
I've not been.
It's a sneaky town.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Do you ever hear the story of when Chris Webber got traded to Sacramento? And he'll tell you this.
No.
He was coming from D.C., right, big city. Played in Michigan in college, so he's been He was flying in, and he says as the airport landed, he saw the landscape and layout of Sacramento, and he said a tear came down his eye. He's like, this is going to be rough. Now, he wound up loving it there and had a great career there in Sacramento. In fact, he's in the Hall of Fame now, I believe, and part of that's because of the Sacramento years. But he was not trying to go there originally.
No, I
can
get
see
it.
you at the French Laundry.
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Now, at the time, I'll admit, Sacramento was a little worse back then.
Yeah.
But Sacramento's got a really nice skyline. They've rebuilt the city. The stadium, actually, the Sacramento Stadium, that light the beam year that we were getting, 2022, 2023? Like, they light that purple beam at the top of the building whenever they win, and they have to get a whole thing. That was pretty electric stuff. So Sacramento is definitely not as awful as it once was. That being said, I don't care how much work they've done in Sacramento. If you have the choice between going to Sacramento or LA, it's LA 10 out of 10 times. However, $10 million extra dollars is $10 million extra dollars.
I get it. 10 mil is 10 mil, but you're 24 years old. You have a chance here to kind of define what the rest of your career is going to look like. And that might sound drastic, might sound dramatic, but are you going to take a short-term pay cut and contribute to a winning team, or are you going to be viewed as the guy who goes to a last-place basement-dwelling team just to get the bag?
I totally get it.
And I think, Kuminga has a little something to prove here. I don't think he's quite lived up to his 7th overall pick draft
he has
status.
not.
He also, in the last 2 seasons, has played less than 82 games. He's played less than 1 full season's worth of games in his last 2 years combined.
Also a problem.
Go out, I would say, take the veteran minimum with the Lakers, contribute to a winning team, show that you're a team-first guy. You're still going to get $4 million, nothing to scoff at.
I think the Lakers can afford, because I believe the thing that was on the table was like 2 years, $20 million from the Lakers. And I think that's really all the Lakers can afford at the moment.
Okay.
Now, is it perfect? No. But I hear what you're saying. But like telling me to say like, dude, 24 years old, take the veteran minimum is like a very unique thing to hear out loud. If he was 34 years old, yes, take the veteran minimum. But I also hear what you're saying about
I think
the last
on a
couple years.
1-year deal, I mean, look, you said they can offer him 2 years for 20.
Supposedly.
If that's the case, amazing. Whether it's $4 million a year, $10 million a year, or anywhere in between, I think a shorter-term deal at less money to play for a winner at 24 years old and contribute to a winning first-place team is better for when you retest the market than to just take the bag for a last-place team.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, because I don't disagree with you. I legitimately do not disagree with you. And I'm also seeing this like, dude, it's the Lakers and the Kings. This is like a no-brainer.
Right.
Like, what are we even talking about here? But how about his actual skill set? Is he actually a missing piece for the Lakers? How are we actually looking at Jonathan Kuminga? Because I think we know the name Jonathan Kuminga because he was part of the Golden State Warriors. But if Jonathan Kuminga was never a part of the Golden State Warriors, would we even be talking about this?
100% not. I don't think at all that he would be considered as big of a deal if he was not part of Golden State and didn't have that surrounding supporting cast there. So from Kuminga's perspective, I think it's a no-brainer. If the Lakers will have you, you go to the Lakers for less money. From the Lakers' perspective, to me, he's just kind of more of the same. I feel like it would be a bit repetitive to sign Kuminga. You have these, defensive-minded wing guys, right? I mean, once you get past Luka and Reeves, it's Quentin Grimes, who's a 3-and-D guy, right? Cameron Carr is going to be a 3-and-D guy. Kuminga's a defensive-first guy. He doesn't really bring the 3-ball with him. I mean, Jake LaRavia, grinder, workhorse, tough guy. To me, you need a little more finesse. And, I think they've covered their bases when it comes to defenders. I think that they need a little more finesse. So I don't think Kuminga is a great fit from the Lakers' perspective. I just think from his perspective, if they'll have you, you jump on it.
I actually agree with that because you're right about everything you've said so far. I don't think he's lived up to anything. It's even in the chat right now. Good Karma Sucks just says, everybody in the chat room said he sucked when he played in Golden State, and now you think he's it. Now, that is fair. Like, he's almost like billed as this outside shooting threat.
No, he's not.
But he's not.
He's
just not that.
Career 33%.
He's just not that at all.
So the Lakers' big thing coming into the offseason, what do they need? An aggressive center who could play above the rim and 3 and D. Kuminga's got the D. He doesn't have the 3. Quentin Grimes is, all right, yeah, I saw the look on your
you
face
said
instantly.
it. You said it, not me.
Quentin Grimes is the 3 and D guy, right? I think Cameron Carr is going to be a brilliant 3 and D option.
Yeah.
And I think Carr, by the way, might play a bigger role his rookie season than some people expect.
So
I think Kuminga would just be redundant.
Paint that for me. Like,
Carr?
What kind of role do you see Carr actually having in his rookie season?
Oh, man. I mean, by the end of the year, 6th man. I think potentially, now Colin Sexton might, fill that role.
Yeah.
Certainly will early in the year. I think by the end of the year, Cameron Carr can be their most impactful piece off the bench. I love this kid's athleticism. We spoke about it when I was on the show with you about 2 weeks ago. I mean, his wingspan is like 6 inches longer
than his height. I know.
Yeah, and that when you're looking for a 3 and D guy, so much of that is just his ability to size up guys out on the perimeter. He's got great length, great athleticism. I like his 3-point shot a lot. I think that he could be their true 6th man by the season's end, while Sexton will be the 6th man to start.
Now, I hear what you're saying because I agree with you. The talent level there, the skill level, and obviously the body is all there. My only issue, and I think this is a fair issue just based on what I've seen from him, for the most part, was in Summer League. And I have a little bit of trouble, like, taking anything you've done successfully in Summer League and equating it to the actual NBA.
Yeah, I look at college more than Summer League. And I know people might disagree with that and say, well, at least Summer League he's going up against pros.
Yeah.
Is he? Is he?
That's a fair...
A lot of these Summer League guys ain't going pro.
It's a fair assessment.
So, yeah, I mean, I buy very little stock into what happens at Summer League. I mean, if we're buying into Summer League, then go bet Rookie of the Year Caleb Wilson for the Bulls. If Summer League's the end-all be-all.
What did you see from the guy what did you see from Carr in college that makes you go like, he's 6th man by the end of the year?
Oh, I mean, I loved his athleticism at Baylor. His 3-point, like I said, it's all 3 and D. At Baylor, he could take that team, and Baylor's known under what's his name, Scott Drew. They're known for being a really high-scoring team that's going to try to win like a shootout. Big 12 basketball, unless you're Houston lately, has been, win a shootout, right? They don't do a whole lot of defense in the Big 12 outside of Kelvin Sampson's squad. But so for Carr, I feel like his defense stood out more because Baylor is such an offensive-minded team. They're going to try to beat you 95-90. So when he's creating turnovers and then throwing it down in transition off a turnover, you're like, wow, this guy really pops off the screen to you. So I loved his style at Baylor. And, you're playing great competition. The Kansases, the Houstons of it all. The Big 12 basketball was great last couple of years. So I think that Carr, what he did at Baylor, is going to translate nicely.
Well, looking very forward to seeing what Carr can do. And yes, we'll keep you updated on the Kuminga of it all. Is he even the guy? Let us know. Get in the chat at the Fan LA right now and join the conversation. And of course, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers. They've lost 6 games in a row. What is wrong with this team? But good news, we do have reinforcements on the way. We will discuss this and more right here in the next 3 hours of D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
You don't necessarily.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great
so,
spot over there,
pick-up
Paulie.
games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried out here. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
So I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do it.
We're back, baby.
Right?
Welcome back to
Then you
D-Fish and
saw them
Decker
play
on the
the
new
Cavs.
97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker with you, of course, as always. And sitting in for D-Fish, Joe Serralo, one of the handsomest men in all of sports media.
You are too kind.
And if you don't believe me, you can go ahead right now on YouTube and see him at The Fan LA. How's that Hinge life been doing, man? How's single life in Los Angeles? Is it great? Is it tricky? Because you see, like, the social media posts on IG. It's like, these streets are awful. I don't know what to do, man. It's awful.
Dating in LA is so hard.
Everyone is so terrible.
It's too dating in LA is too easy. Getting into a serious, meaningful relationship in LA can be very difficult. But I mean, this weekend I've got dates ranging from 24 years old to 41 years old coming up in the next few days.
You're so popular.
I'm going out with a woman in the next few days, Cody, that's older than you.
Oh, because I'm so ancient. I'm 39 years old.
You got a decade on me.
Yeah, I got a decade on you. But by the way, 40s is perfect now. Like,
no, it's
I can't stress that enough. Like 40, when we were kids, when I was a kid, I looked at a 40-year-old and I'm like, that person is an old person.
No, 40-year-olds are hot now.
Now 40-year-olds are smoke shows.
I mean,
now.
hey, look at Shakira. How healthy did Shakira look?
Healthy.
Very healthy.
Very healthy.
She's what, 45?
She's very healthy. Raj, do you think Shakira looked healthy? All right, guys. Well, we got lots to talk about today when it comes to Major League Baseball and specifically the Dodgers. Lots of sports to get into. Of course, we've already talked about the Rams. We just talked a little about the Lakers. But listen, the Dodgers losing 6 games in a row. Yesterday, the final matchup against the Chicago Cubs, which, by the way, the Chicago Cubs currently holding the very top wild card spot. Well, Shohei Ohtani did go up for his first at-bat of the game. And what's funny is we didn't actually have the sound of this. Before Shohei actually hit this home run, he got a pitch thrown all the way to the backstop by Shota Imanaga. First pitch was like over his head, like hit the bowl type of situation pitch. Ohtani steps out, looks around, and gives a little smirk as if he knew what was coming next. Here's what happened next.
On this 2-1, Shohei pokes it to left field. Haps going back on the track. He turns. It's gone! And it's a 1-run game. Wow!
That right there from MLB Network. By the way, I want to point out the announcer just said he pokes it to right field. Shohei Ohtani is the only man who could poke a home run to right field.
He is, he's one of one. And it actually, if you look at yesterday's contest, and you mentioned this an hour ago, the nearly identical slash lines in the box score from Shohei and PCA.
Crazy.
Shohei is one of one. PCA might be the MVP right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, if it ended right now, I will say, if it ended right now, it's still Shohei's. It is.
I vote PCA.
I vote
and that's not a knock on
It's
Shohei.
not. It's not at all.
I want to be so clear about that. Like, he's the best player in the world. But being the best player in the world does not always equate to being the MVP
that happens.
Season.
Hell, that actually, funny enough, happened to Shohei Ohtani. His last year with the Angels, he should have won the MVP. The reason he didn't win the MVP is because Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs in that season.
Shohei Ohtani had a better year. I thought Ohtani was the MVP.
He had a better year.
I absolutely
but
did that year.
There is precedent when you give somebody an award for doing something that hasn't happened in a long time. You know, we saw Miguel Cabrera do it when he won the Triple Crown. Mm-hmm. Mike Trout should have won that MVP. Mike Trout had the best season in baseball.
Yeah, that's a fair argument, valid argument to me.
So you're not wrong about the idea that the best player doesn't necessarily always get it. That being said, talking about specifically this, and of course we'll do the full breakdown between the MVP argument between PCA and Shohei Ohtani later on in the show.
He has set the bar so high for himself.
He has.
Because
this is technically a down year for Shohei.
I was going to say his OPS this year, which is an incredible, 955?
That's insane, by the way.
Just below his career average.
That's insane, by the way. All of what you said right there is insane, by the way.
OPS this season is 954. Career OPS 956. Because it's been over 1,000 3 straight years. So, by the way, you mentioned he won it his last year with the Angels. It was his second to last year.
Oh, second to last year.
Where
Thank
he
you.
was second in MVP voting, 4th in Cy Young voting. I know Judge hit 62 home runs. I'm sorry. Shohei Ohtani that year was 4th in Cy Young voting, still hit 34 homers, drove in 95, and it was by far the best year pitching of his career. He was, 15-9 with a 2.33.
Yeah.
Only time in his career, too, he exceeded 25 starts.
I'm just saying he should have won the MVP that year. Shohei should have 6 in a row right now.
That was the summer. I told this story on different airwaves the other day. That was the summer 2022. I was bartending at Del Frisco's Steakhouse in Santa Monica, which has since closed down.
Yes,
and
it has.
Ohtani was always, for some reason that summer with the 6-man rotation, pitching on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And I knew his time in LA was numbered. His days there were limited. And so those were our slow days in the restaurant business. Whenever I saw he was pitching, I would call out with a bogus illness or whatever, drive down to Anaheim, get a $20 ticket field level, and watch Ohtani
That's
pitch.
elite. That's elite sports viewing. That's smart work on your part because
I was hawking that schedule.
You knew that next year that price tag was going to be a little different. You're going to Dodger Stadium.
I must have seen him just pitch that year 5 times.
Man, that's awesome.
It was a great summer. And I was single, so I was just going by myself. Ohtani, that's so fun.
As you should have.
A ball game by yourself, I think, is a great time.
I agree wholeheartedly. But here's the thing. We're talking about a lot about Shohei Ohtani and PCA, both of which hit 2 home runs yesterday. Here is PCA's second home run of the game right here.
The 1-1. High fly ball, right field. That's back on its way. Out of here. Off the big board in right. Second of the day, PCA.
That right there is the sound from the Marquee Network, and PCA with his second home run of the game. Basically, as we said, Shohei Ohtani and PCA going blow for blow in yesterday's game. Listen, there were some bright spots in the game yesterday. However, the Dodgers do drop their 6th in a row. They get swept by the Chicago Cubs, a team that they very likely will see this October. So this is going to be a very interesting time. And the question of the day is, should there be panic? Should we be worried? Ladies and gentlemen, I still think on an August 6th with a team with 69 wins right now and still very much primed to win 100, no, my worry on August 6th is not through the roof.
I would love, for argument's sake, to be sounding the alarm. I'll let D-Mac do that later on in the day. I can't get there either. I'm with you. I mean, it's August 6th.
Well,
we're 2 months away from October. Every team, I firmly believe, needs to hit the skids at some point in the season. And this is the Dodgers getting punched in the mouth. I also made this point an hour ago. I'll reiterate it here. They're getting every team's best shot. They are getting the best from Boston.
No question.
The best from Craig Counsell and the Chicago Cubs, right? Like, the Dodgers can't give everyone else their best shot 162 times a year, but everyone else can give the Dodgers their best shot 3 to 6 times a year.
No question.
So that's what they're getting right now. And it's a little adversity, and you know what? Good. You need a little adversity if you're going for a three-peat. It's the first time this year they face such.
Well, you mentioned D-Mac. And D-Mac, of course, who's the co-host of D-Mac and Reiter, is the afternoon show here on The Fan LA. He kind of got into it, and I actually haven't heard this yet. I don't know where D-Mac's panic is, whether he even exists or not. I would assume, based on things I've seen D-Mac say in the past, that it might be palpable. But let's find out right now what D-Mac had to say about the Dodgers.
I know this sucks. This is bad. It's not fun. They have not been a good team lately. But losing streaks, they're not the end of the world in Major League Baseball. Losing streak is like baseball's version of the flu. Doesn't mean the patient is dying. It means the body's fighting something. And the Dodgers are fighting something too. They're fighting age. They're trying to get healthy. As you mentioned, they're down their 2 catchers with Will Smith and Dalton Rushing. Dalton Rushing could be out for the remainder of the season. Dalton Rushing was one of their better hitters this season. I'm all for the panic button if there's a reason to panic. Them going through this stretch right now, it's not fun. It really isn't. It sucks. Like I said, it's like getting the flu. You're not going to feel good, but it's not fatal. This is not terminal. You should be able to get out of this.
I have to say, I didn't think I was going to say this. I completely agree with him.
Yeah.
Completely agree with D-Mac. He's not wrong.
I was going to say this either. It's a reasonable take.
It's an extremely reasonable take because here's the thing. The Dodgers, like you said, and what D-Mac said, everybody kind of goes through these stretches. When do you want the stretch to happen?
Right.
If you give me the option, I will take this stretch on August 6th. No question about it. And he also makes a good point about the catching situation. Now, we currently are rocking here in LA 2 backup catchers, both very good defensive catchers, but neither of them are Will Smith. And, of course, Dalton Rushing likely out for the year.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now the Dodgers, when it comes to injuries, they've faced adversity all year. Obviously, the pitching is what we talk about, but even in the lineup, Teoscar's missed extended stretches of times, right? Kike has only played a handful of games the whole year. I know Kike's not going to be a cleanup hitter on a three-peat team, but he's a super integral part of this team. So it's not just the pitching. They've had adversity and injuries in the lineup as well, and they continuously overcome it. So I feel like we become numb to it. But at the end of the day, it's going to catch up to you at some point. Now, you mentioned, when do we want to hit the skids, right? If it's going to happen, when do you want it to happen? The Chicago Cubs, who right now look like world beaters, who just swept the Dodgers, who are only 3 games, I believe, behind the Dodgers in the National League standings.
Yeah.
The Cubs lost 10 in a row in late May and had a stretch where in 16 games in an old school NFL season, they were 2-14. Mm-hmm. The Cubs were 34-34 at one point this season. And look where they are now.
Yeah.
So what happened in May is irrelevant to where we are on August 6th. And what's happening for the Dodgers right now in the first week of August will be irrelevant, I believe, in October.
I completely agree with you. And by the way, we did mention the idea of Dalton Rushing. Now, we do have word that he has partially torn his UCL. Ugh. We don't have an official update unless something has changed. Raj, do we have a new update on Dalton Rushing?
Sort of. They're saying, okay, a partially torn UCL, as you say, you've played through since you were 14 or so, something like that.
I have, yes.
Now, because of his bat, they say if he does return this season, he won't be a catcher. He'll be a pinch hitter, which I know you're not a big fan of, but at least for you personally. But there is a chance he comes back this year and pinch hits. You spoke yesterday about surgery being another option, but that means you're out for the year.
That means he's out. And listen, if that's the plan, if they want to utilize his bat, I get that. The torn UCL will not affect his bat in any way, shape, or form. It won't. It doesn't.
Yeah, but
it
is
just
that
doesn't.
worth, like, when we get to October, is that worth the roster spot?
It depends. It just depends on what you're valuing. Are you valuing that power left-handed bat off the bench that much? If you
so
are,
much in that lineup already.
yeah, but if you really break it down, let's see who they have. Like, let's look at the
Muncy.
roster. You got Muncy, but he's a starter. He's not going to be a left-handed bat off the
Right.
bench. Let's go through the players that they have. They have Alex Call, right-handed bat off the bench.
But
they have
pinch runner valuable in the playoffs.
very. You have Kike Hernandez, kind of a pinch right-handed bat off the bench and a utility guy. Fiducia, if that's going to be where he's at,
The fiduciary fund?
Depending, it also depends on whether or not Will Smith comes back. Like, looking at this team, it might be a really good idea to have a left-handed bat off the bench if they can. And if he's not getting surgery, I have to kind of agree with the idea. Keeping Dalton rushing around just to hit is not a bad idea.
What do you get in the postseason? You get 4 position players on the bench?
I believe so.
Right? Because the DH...
Unless
now,
it's changed
I
recently.
think it's 13 and 13. So I think it's your 9 guys in the lineup, including the DH, including Ohtani, and then 4. So, rushing could be that 4th and final guy. You got, are you going to leave Rojas off? Who was a hero last year?
I don't know how you can do that. Like,
It is right-hand heavy on
By
the
the way,
bench.
this is the problem with the Dodgers.
problem
It's a
to
very
have.
good problem to
Yeah.
have. We have the same problem over here on the pitching side, too.
Just the thought of carrying, when you have 4 bench players, 2 catchers is interesting to me. I feel like Rortvet's got to make it
He has to.
from a defensive standpoint.
Well, especially if you have Will Smith back.
Yeah.
You're going to need your best defensive catcher humanly possible, and if you believe reports, that man is Ben Rortvet.
By the way, I gave you credit for this off air. I want to do so on air. When we hosted together July 20th, you were all over the Rortvet reunion.
Yes.
So I do have to give you your props.
Thank
give
you.
Credit there.
Someone knows ball.
Go figure.
Who knew?
Go figure. Cody Decker's a ball knower. Hall of Famer Cody Decker, I should say.
By the way, we also do have a Blake Snell update, which, by the way,
that's
very
good.
much leaks into this conversation about Dalton rushing, because Snell coming back brings up so many roster issues. And by the way, Tyler Glass now has had a little bit of an Oklahoma City sighting as well. So all of a sudden, all the guys are starting to come back, which is making me feel really good about the Dodgers on August 6th right now. So Blake Snell looking to come back next week. Dalton rushing, we're still waiting to hear all the news. But, of course, this injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the Injure Worker Hotline. What do you think? Who's going down? Like, here's the thing. Emmett Sheehan's already gone down. Blake Snell comes back. Tyler Glass now comes back. Somebody else has to go down.
Isn't that a great problem to have? I mean, I look at this roster and it's like, Glasnow, we were kind of saying that they should operate, and I think they did so in the trade deadline, as if Glasnow's not coming back.
That's what I was doing.
Right, 100%. Snell, I had a feeling was coming back. With Glasnow, it was, operate as if he's not. I look at this active roster, and it's like, I know Wrobleski just got touched up his last outing. Everyone's gotten touched up. They're on a 6-game losing streak. You can't move Wrobleski. He was an all-star. You got to keep him there. I guess, Jack Dreyer?
By the way,
is there room for Dreyer?
Most likely, Jack Dreyer might get
Jonathan
sent down.
Hernandez?
I mean, just really.
Hernandez had?
So let's really look at it this way, because here's the thing: it's
relievers that are going to get moved.
But here are the pitchers that are also coming back. You also have Bobby Miller on a rehab assignment. You have Gavin Stone on a rehab assignment. You have Tyler Glass now on a rehab assignment. You have Blake Snell on a rehab assignment. He's going to be the first one active. That's 4 arms. You have to decide. They can't keep everyone.
I don't think Stone and Miller are going to be with the big league club
I don't
this
think
year.
so either. I think they're going to be in AAA. But I
Yeah.
do have one guy that I actually do have marked likely going to be sent down or released.
Not Jonathan Hernandez or Jack Dreyer?
It might be Eric Lauer.
Really? The guy who didn't want to get traded.
But here's the problem. It's not Eric Lauer's fault. It's just this is a numbers game. Where can you put him?
You don't think that Lauer's postseason experience and the great year he had last year with the Blue Jays would buy him a bullpen spot on this postseason roster?
But then who do you move out of the bullpen? Is Alex Vesia no longer going to be on your team?
I mean, he's struggled lately, but
Yes, he has.
I like Vesia a lot.
Tanner Scott's not going anywhere. Edwin Diaz isn't going anywhere. Roki Sasaki's already going to have to go to the pen.
If Diaz is healthy, he's not going anywhere. But let's see if there's not something wrong with Diaz first before I say that.
Fair, but I'm just looking at this thing.
Sasaki, I think, in the playoffs going to the pen.
Yes, he will go to the pen. Hell, he might have to go to the pen before that.
Are they? I mean, honestly, if that's the plan, in October, like you might say, oh, well, that'll mess him up. He's 24. If you're going to put him there in October and everyone's healthy in September, why not put him there in September and get him ready if that's going to be his role?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at this right now, looking at this entire roster. Dalton Rushing apparently has been moved over to the 60-day IL, so he can be activated later in the season.
Yeah.
But if they're going to lean to Tommy John surgery, I do see this being a problem that they're losing out on a left-handed bat off the bench. Because looking at this entire lineup, it is very right-handed heavy, and all of their backup guys are right-handed.
What about Kim? Would Kim have a...
He's playing awful in
AAA?
AAA. He's playing awful
Really?
in AAA. Like,
because the way I see it, he's a
noticeably.
left-handed bat. Now, he doesn't have pop like Rushing, but the way I see it, left-handed bat who also provides great speed. So if Kim had a spot, but yeah, if he's not hitting in AAA, then that's not going to fly.
No, he is. I'm looking up his stats right now. I looked up. He's hitting like under 200. He's having a real rough go over there
For a
in
guy
Oklahoma
who's a
City.
career 270 hitter in the bigs.
Yeah, like right now he's had 232 plate appearances in AAA. He's hitting not amazing. Let's see. He's got 1 home run. He's got 6 stolen bases.
He's not a power guy.
He's struck out 57 times. He's not playing great in AAA. That being said, like we've seen what he can do in the big leagues. Maybe
270 average.
Maybe he is the left-handed option off the bat.
I mean, 270 is the modern day 300.
But but here's the other thing. Kim also is very versatile.
Yeah.
Like his defensive versatility, pairing him with like a Kike Hernandez off the bench is really good to
You've
have.
got everything
You have
covered.
everything
Whereas with
imaginable.
Rushing, you have no versatility.
None.
Guy he can't throw the ball.
Can't throw it all, can't play defense, would only be able to hit. But a power bat off the bench is really, really handy. Because at the end of the day, pinch hitting's a roll of the dice. Take it from somebody that has pinch hit in the big leagues, it's impossible. It is an impossible task. It's a learned task.
Isn't
That's
it
why
amazing
so
when
great.
you get like a Rusty Staub? I mean, that's going way back, but a guy who made a career.
A Matt Stairs.
Right. I mean, Staub didn't make a career out of pinch hitting. He started a lot, but he was also one of the best pinch hitters the game's ever seen. Matt Stairs, to your credit, Kike Hernandez, like it just. I find when a guy's like a 300 pinch hitter, I'm like, wow. When he's a 300, average coming in as a pinch hitter. That astounds me. It is, like you said, it's a near impossible task.
It's incredible. In fact, Dodgers had a guy named Dave Hansen my entire life. This guy barely played. Like he would start at first base every once in a while when Eric Karros needed a day off. And then Dave Hansen would be like the greatest pinch hit. The Dodgers have actually had a lot of great pinch. Almedo Signs, if you remember him, the killer tomato.
Okay.
You had Dave Hansen. Like the Dodgers just... I don't know how they keep getting these guys.
Well, it used to be every team had, a good pinch hitter. Back when pitchers hit, pinch hitting was important. Nowadays, it's not as important.
It's still
of the DH.
pretty important. But now the importance of it is now also the defensive versatility.
Right. Absolutely. Because of the DH of it all in the National League and whatnot. Man, I'm looking at Eric Lauer's numbers right now. And obviously they got Bubic as well. And I don't know when he's set to return. But that's another left-hand arm that'll be going to the bullpen.
Exactly. And again, that makes me go, is Vessia's days kind of weirdly numbered? I like Alex
Vessia's
Vesia
been
a
here
lot.
for a long time.
He's been here for a long time.
I can't imagine him being left off a playoff roster. But you can't
the
lead
numbers
with sentiment.
are the numbers.
I know, you can't lead with sentiment in these situations.
You really can't.
You gotta... Champagne problems. It's
Big time.
I mean, we could spend 3 hours going through this roster and trying to come up with a 26-man playoff roster, and they'd probably look quite different.
Well, what do you guys think, LA? 855-975-2326. Who are the Dodgers going to have to send down a release when all of these guys get healthy? Who do you think is going to be left off the eventual playoff roster? But we're talking about Dalton Rushing. Dave Roberts had some thoughts on Dalton Rushing. Here is Dave.
Dalton, I think it's just kind of shut down the throwing for 4 to 6 weeks. There's a rest period for just the activity and then kind of try to resume hitting and try to keep the bat alive all the while, seeing how the arm feels, the elbow feels.
I will tell you that from Sportsnet LA, that does tell me something. They are fully intending to use Dalton Rushing as a pinch hitter in playoffs, period.
Yeah.
That is the plan right now. You know why? Because if it wasn't, he would have already had surgery.
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
the Dodgers are valuing that power off the bench.
That tells you that they're planning to do it, or
They're
that they're
hoping.
just keeping the door open?
They're keeping the door open, but they're going to probably reassess in 4 weeks. And if they don't like what they see in 4 weeks, I would be shocked if Dalton Rushing doesn't get surgery.
What's the recovery? Well, I guess you know what? It doesn't even matter because of the lockout. I was
Faster
going to say,
than
would
he
he
used
be
to be.
ready opening day? Because he's not a
Probably
pitcher.
No, he wouldn't be ready opening day.
But quicker
he-
recovery than a pitcher.
It should be quicker recovery than a pitcher. He should be back, I would say, in 7 months. So
maybe for opening day.
So maybe for opening day. Yeah.
Given the lockout of it all.
Opening day next August 5th. He will be ready.
I've been saying 4th of July opening day. Get ready.
It actually might.
2027.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's a very good call. I think that's going to be exactly that because we had a guy on yesterday, John Baker, and he said the one thing that both sides do want is to have baseball on the field, but I don't think we're going to get all the baseball on the field next year, but we will discuss that as the offseason goes forward and so much more around the Dodgers because the Dodgers are definitely the topic of discussion in not just Major League Baseball, not just in LA, but all of sports.
They ruined baseball.
They ruined baseball. That's the narrative. You know what? There's a lot of nonsense narratives around the Dodgers, and we're going to debunk each one of them point by point, coming up right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
And it was like, man.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole
Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
That comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
You keep. Should we do say? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro. I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses.
There
2.
we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense, to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA
qualities
Sports.
and
Joe Serralo in for D. Fish today. He will be back Monday morning, and we're talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers and all of the narratives around the Dodgers. Now, the Dodgers have lost 6 in a row, yet we're sitting here in a world where they've ruined baseball, and they're unbeatable. They can't be beaten, even though they have not the best record in Major League Baseball and currently are very much in jeopardy of falling to 3rd on that list in Major League Baseball as the Braves keep winning their 5th in a row. Joe, how annoyed of the Dodger narratives are you? Because I'll freely admit, I'm past annoyed, because now I'm seeing how the discourse has gone, especially in the sports media sphere. People who should know better, people who claim to be smart and understand how the industry works, seemingly showing their ass that they have no idea how not only baseball, but this industry as a whole works.
The narratives are tired. I feel like in sports media, it's very common to say, oh, is it Wired or Tired? They're tired as hell. I'm so over them. And I feel like one thing you're not going to get on a show that features myself and Cody Decker is sympathy for billionaires.
None.
So when other owners want sympathy or want to cry small market, something that you so astutely corrected me on a few weeks ago when I used the term small market, talking about, I believe, Miami and the Marlins on this program. I have since used the correction that you threw upon me that day about the fact that there's no small market teams. There's just teams that, operate like they're out of poverty.
Yeah, there are markets that are quote unquote smaller.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking hockey, Columbus, sure, we could call Columbus a small market.
That's a bit small.
In Major League Baseball, there's not really a true small market.
Yeah, I would say Milwaukee. Sure. Milwaukee's a major metropolitan city.
Right.
Enough with the small market nonsense.
And the owner of the Brewers is a billionaire.
Yes.
And the owner of the Sacramento Athletics is a billionaire. And these guys can spend money and can put a product out there. So the narrative I kind of want to look at, and I'm the guy from New York here, so let's compare another big city team, another big rich billionaire owner. How about this one? Sure, the Mets have the same payroll as the Dodgers, have virtually no deferrals on their payroll, compared to the Dodgers with over $1 billion. The Dodgers' payroll is not accurately reflected until you account for their absolutely enormous deferrals.
Okay.
What is your thought on that and the deferrals of it all? Because that is the one thing I do actually take issue with.
Okay, now here's the thing. The deferrals is not a team issue. That's a player issue. Most players don't want deferrals.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So the Dodgers, the deferral aspect, I think is, and I don't even know if it works this way, I think a lot of players want getting the deferrals with the Dodgers is partially also to help the tax issue of the Dodgers, because keep in mind, this is California, but I'm not sure that even works that way either. At the end of the day, the Dodgers did deferrals. The Mets can get deferrals if they just work it into the deal. But the Mets, I also think, are a little gun-shy on doing deferrals, considering the fact
Bobby Bonilla
every
Day.
July 1st, the Mets are a punchline of the deferral joke world.
And that's $1 million. It's like 1.1 mil.
Yes.
That's pennies in
But
today's
you also have
world.
to understand, like, the embarrassment of that deal is because that deal got done with like 8.9% interest, which is why the Dodgers have no interest in any of their deferrals.
Mm-hmm.
Every team could lay out deferrals in the contract. There is nothing wrong with it. And also, the Dodgers are getting taxed on those deferrals.
Who had more deferrals than the Washington Nationals a few
An
years back?
outrageous
at the time,
amount of
right?
deferrals.
Steven Strasburg is still getting paid top dollar.
Completely.
I think Max Scherzer's still getting paid from the Nats
I
as
cannot
well.
stress enough, these deferrals do happen in baseball. Now, the Dodgers are glaring because they're baked in right out the gate, but you have to convince the players of that too.
Yeah.
And having been a guy in Major League Baseball, getting guys to get deferred money is not a common thing. And it's not what they look for, and it's not what they want. Now, I would have done it 100%.
Right.
You telling me right now after baseball I could have set myself up on a payment plan for the next 20 years? I would 100% do that. But I'm not like every other player in the game. Every other player in the game wants their lump sum of money.
I mean, and it works. Like, if you're someone like Ohtani, and obviously this is the exception,
He makes
not the
$100
rule,
million off the field.
His endorsements, exactly. But that comes with being the best player in the world. Not everyone else can say that they're the best player in the world, so not everyone else is going to have that kind of endorsement money at their disposal. I mean, Ohtani's making, what, $2 million a year?
$2 million a year, but he's
deferred?
making $64 million just on his New Balance deal.
Yeah.
And that's just New Balance. So that's...
He's got other endorsements.
This guy has
too.
other endorsements.
He's on
and
every
making them out.
billboard in Japan that you could imagine. I
Yep.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, he's
The amount
doing
of
like
money-
lipstick commercials, and he does it all, man. He's Shohei Ohtani, and I'm glad you bring up the Mets, because this is the thing about the Mets. The Mets are not being used a lot in the conversation for the Dodgers, and the reason why is because it just kills the narrative altogether.
It doesn't behoove the people arguing against the Dodgers.
Because the Mets, and this is true, have 3 times the money that the Dodgers do. The Dodgers ownership is worth $7.4 billion. I do think that's a little low compared to what they just bought the Lakers for.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to bet it's higher. But right now, $7.4 billion. Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets alone, has $24 billion. Just him.
I thought he was 18.
Maybe he's lost some money.
Yeah. I don't know. Not. I'm sure with what he's invested in, he's doing just fine right now.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's all right.
He's building a new city in
But he's-
Queens as we
well,
speak.
That's the thing. Steve Cohen's worried about his casino, and David Stearns, the very little man, who I don't think either of us are a big fan of, is operating as if he's in a small market.
Yes.
And doesn't want to give anyone a deal worth more than, or rather duration longer than 3 years.
With the exception, of course, Juan Soto, who's got that, 12-year deal or whatever that
Monstrous
is.
contract,
That-
yeah.
But, listen, the Mets are, they kill the narrative immediately. They have more money, they're spending the same amount of money, and they suck.
Yeah. The Mets and Dodgers both have a bust of a $50+ million contract this year from this past offseason. Bo Bichette for the Mets, Kyle
Ooh, that
Tucker
was
for
a
the
tough one.
Dodgers. Thing is, the Dodgers put enough around where Kyle Tucker, having his down year where his OPS at home is just a measly 600, he's got Max Muncy behind him in the lineup. He's got Freddie Freeman in front of him in the lineup. It can cover those warts.
Which is why he's got 55 RBIs.
Right. Bo Bichette, who also has 55 RBI, though, doesn't have the surrounding pieces in that lineup.
He doesn't. Raj, what do you got, my man?
Speaking of Bo and like Kyle Tucker's and things like that, the biggest offseason contracts in the major league this season, like $60 million for Kyle Tucker a year, 0.5 WAR. Bo Bichette, who we just talked about, what was his total? What's he getting per year, Joe?
He's getting, I think, on average, about $54
Getting
million
too
per
much.
year.
Getting
He's
too
got
much.
the opt-out.
I can't believe they gave him that deal.
0.3 WAR.
Desperation.
Couple other guys. The one guy that's doing well, a contract that I know you wanted for about $30 million a year.
Cody Bellinger.
3.7 WAR, the highest WAR. So that's been the best offseason signing by far.
Him or
I wanted him.
Oh, because I wanted him.
I wanted him here in LA.
That's funny.
Because when they
he was my most coveted free agent.
Yeah, when I heard Kyle Tucker, I'm like, remember saying, okay, good. When I heard the number, I said, less good, because I didn't. There was
not
no
your money.
It's not my money. I don't care. But I'm like, that's a lot of money for Kyle Tucker when you're going to get the same, if not better, production from Cody Bellinger for half the price.
Yep.
And I said that multiple times. And now, of course, it's put a target on Kyle Tucker's back here in LA a little bit.
Look, it's funny, and not to make this too much, but we're comparing the Mets and Dodgers because of the payroll situations and everything. My ideal offseason for the Mets was all about retaining 2 big guys, Pete and Diaz.
Yep.
and then getting Bellinger. And I
so
think,
so David Stearns gave you everything you wanted.
Yes, Devin Williams in the 9th inning was everything I wanted.
Dude, Devin Williams, that city has destroyed that man. He went from the best closer in baseball to just being a guy.
The Mets destroyed him in the 2024 wild card round.
Dude.
Then he goes to the Yankees and stinks. Then he goes to the Mets and stinks. I mean, Devin Williams does not belong anywhere near New York, but that's a story for another day. Bellinger's production, far better than Tucker. Far better than Bichette.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the Dodgers can swing and miss on Tucker, and
it'd still be fine.
Because they still made the right moves and surrounded him with the right pieces, whereas other teams don't. And so at the end of the day, it's like, you can cry about money. The Mets have the money. They're not putting the same product on the field the Dodgers
It just goes to show you.
Look at their rotate. Can we just compare their rotations?
By all means.
I mean, the Dodgers, we're talking about the guys coming back from injury. Blake Snell, right? Tuesday, he's slated to start against the Royals.
He back, baby.
Tyler Glasnow going to AAA on his rehab, right? The Dodgers are going to have Skubal and Snell and Glasnow and Yamamoto and Sasaki and
maybe Ohtani.
Right, yeah. Oh, by the way, I mean, what's the Mets rotation look like? Guys that you've never heard of unless you're a big Mets fan. Christian Scott, Zach Thornton. You've probably heard of Nolan McLean because he's a certified bona fide stud.
And he's good.
Yeah, he's
Nolan McLean's really good. I did hear of Freddie Peralta.
Sean Manaea. Yeah, Freddie Peralta.
Sean Manaea.
I love Manaea.
So do I, but they were coveting Manaea. When they signed Manaea, they made it sound like we just signed Sandy Koufax. No, you signed Sean Manaea. Who's okay.
I was actually thrilled about that signing. I was at the playoff game in the NLCS, one of the two that the Mets won.
He was nasty in that.
It was game 2 at Dodger
When
Stadium.
He was sidearm?
Columbus Day. Yeah, it was an afternoon Monday game. I went to that game and then I did a show that night at like 8 p.m. It was
and you were feeling yourself that day.
Feeling great. But compare the rotation for teams that have the same amount of money at their disposal. Look at the Mets starting rotation. Look at the Dodgers starting rotation. There's something to be said for how the Dodgers operate, and it goes beyond money because the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Phillies. I mean, come on, Dombrowski spends like a drunken sailor in Philadelphia. He's got the most top-heavy lineup, but there's no depth.
But none of them develop like the Dodgers do. The Dodgers had 3 All-Stars on Major League minimum this year, people.
And speaking of development, we can get into this on the other side. Their farm system. You don't buy those guys. I mean, that's purely just having an organization that is the best at what it does and developing that young talent. What did they have before the Skubal deal? 5 guys in the top 25?
They still do. They still do. Guys, we so much to discuss with this team and so much to discuss with Major League Baseball, and we will be discussing this all show long, and we want to hear from you. Get in the chat at the Fan LA, and coming up, whoo, baby, Wemby takes a page out of Luka's book. What are we talking about? We'll find out when Joe and I decide whether or not we're in or we're out. Right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Running that fine line, these guys are very, they want to get better. They want to learn from me, but also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
when you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to joining you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but about it.
Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip, and it felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field, and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me.
Now we ask D. Fish and Decker, are you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
That's right. Let's bring in our hype man, Raj, because this segment right here is brought to you by Yamava. I know he did. I wanted to reiterate it because I'm excited about Yamava.
All right, let's turn the music down a little bit. There we go. Hey, guys, Disney CEO, he admits that they don't care that The Mandalorian and Moana bombed because guess what? They sold a lot of toys. Mm-hmm. So are you in or out on having the toys save you? What do you say, Joe?
I'm out on that. It sounds like someone who got dumped being like, I don't care anyway. I've got other options out there. Mm-hmm. No, I mean, come on. Like that, it just sounds like a little kid who didn't get his way being like, that's fine. I don't care.
I'm going to dip my toes into being in on this.
Okay.
Because here's the thing.
What's up?
I do agree with you, Joe. He is not happy that both these movies bombed. But I do know he's happy about the money that they made on the back end because it at least makes it a wash. They also admitted that Disney Plus is going to be more of an aggregate system rather than doing more digital and more original content. So Disney actually might be hurting just a little. Thank God Spider-Man just came out because that'll lead into the next Avengers movie. But I'm going to be moderately in because, yes, these did sell a lot of toys, but those toys weren't made for free.
Are kids playing with toys anymore?
Apparently.
I feel like they just all have iPads.
Actually, it's funny you say that. There's a big toy market for adults. There's like a huge
people collect.
toy.
What kind of toys we talking
Like
about? Rob?
all of them.
Any damn
Action
thing.
figures, all of them.
But you keep them in a box, so no, they're not playing with them. Once you take it out the box, it loses its value.
Some of them are playing with them.
Hey guys, getting the USC football involved. You know, the team features an unusual 9-year gap between the youngest and oldest player on the roster. That's right, 9-year gap. So guys, are you in or out, Cody, on guys being able to just find ways to redshirt and play in college till they damn near a full-grown man? They almost ready for retirement, but you in or out on this gap?
Listen, if you asked me this 3 years ago, I would have been way out. But now we're finally calling college football what it is.
Well, this dude that I'm playing, the older dude, which I'm not getting all the details. Yeah. He was like around there in the COVID season and all.
Man.
Like he used that as one of
That's
his.
when I was in college.
Listen.
Like, imagine me in college right now.
I know. You'd be cleaning up, buddy.
At frat parties.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to say I'm in, and here's why. College football is a professional league now. We're finally calling it what it is.
Yeah.
This is a hell of a gap, to say the least. It actually reminds me of Necessary Roughness when Sinbad came out of coaching, teaching to be a player again in college.
Yeah.
But, dude, I'm in. I mean, it's a part of the rules. Take advantage.
What you got, Joe?
9-year gap is crazy. Similar gap between myself and someone with the USC football program. We'll get into that off air.
Interesting.
I'm out on it. I think it's terrible. Imagine me in college, Raj. That's my thing with this. Like, I'm 28 years old. Me in college? No, at that point, look, you're either good enough to go to the NFL or you're going to go to Allstate and sell insurance. It's one or the other at that point. But 26, 27, 28 years old, get the hell out of college.
Get the hell
reminds
out
me
of
of McConaughey in Dazed and Confused. Like, you know, the one thing I love about college girls? I get older and they stay the same age. Like, move on with your life. Make some money.
There you go. Well, he's making money, I think, maybe.
At USC.
Yeah.
I don't know if the 28-year-olds are good enough to get NIL money.
Well, dude, there's so many things he can be. Life Alert can give him a deal. Like, there's a lot of options.
There's a lot of things. Hey, guys, let's hit the police blotter. A Minnesota man was arrested for using homemade spike strips to keep kids from riding across his lawn.
Bro!
This is taking Get Off My Lawn to the next level. But you in or out, Joe, on making homemade spike strips to keep kids from riding the bikes across your lawn?
Before finding out it was an arrestable offense, I would have said I'm in on it. It's his lawn. It's his property. It's his property. He can do what he wants on his property. It's like, you know, if you can put,
you
a
committed.
big inflatable Santa on your front lawn, you can put a spike strip on your front lawn. It's his place. I'm in.
I'm out. Stop trying to kill the kids. Like, that's insane. Like, if you hate it that much, dig a moat. Put a moat in.
A moat.
Yeah, make a moat around your house if you want to do this. Spike strips? Dude, that
would
ain't
be
it.
dope. Then you can make a ramp to jump over the moat.
Yeah.
You're taking me to the next level then. I'm that kid.
Trying to kill the kids. I don't know if he's trying. I mean, it's Darwinism. Survival of the fittest.
All right. Hey, guys, you
sucks.
teased it, but Wembanyama, he's hosting Spurs teammates for a Paris mini camp. Deck, are you in on this? I don't know if it's a new trend, but haven't heard about it much of these overseas mini camps for NBA.
I'm in because anything you can do, Wemby can do better. Oh, God, they had to go to Slovenia. Wemby's taking them to Paris?
Yeah.
Oh, that's another Western Conference title in the books.
I'm so in on this. I mean, come on. Team bonding in Paris. They probably went down to Saint-Tropez for a couple days. Like, you know that they're living it up out there. Are they sitting around sour about losing the finals? Nah, they're in France in the summertime.
Yeah, they're doing fine, of course.
They're doing Euro summer with all the Instagram girls. They're having a good time.
By the way, you in or you out, brought to you by Yamava. Rod.
That's right. Hey, guys, Mark Cuban, I heard about this earlier, but I didn't really put it on anything, but he could buy part of the Dallas Cowboys. Joe, are you in or out on Mark Cuban buying part of the Dallas Cowboys?
I'm in. I hate Jerry Jones. I love
Me
Cuban.
too.
I think Cuban's
How
got.
dare you hate me?
I think Cuban's got good sports instinct. I mean, you look at the moves that the Mavs have made after the Adelsons acquired them, from Cuban, and it's been a disaster for the most part. So I'm in on Cuban.
I am very, very in. You know why? Because I know Mark Cuban not only has money, but he has access to interior designers that are really good with curtains. And if there's one thing I know the Dallas Cowboys need to succeed this season, it is curtains. So let's get some curtains over there. Brought to you by Mark Cuban.
There you go. There you go. Hey, guys, there was, let's see, more on a police blotter. Man, this is a police day. There was a man arrested for dressing up as the Grim Reaper and staring at patients from a hospital roof. And it looked pretty dope to me. Cody, are you in or out on dressing? And he had the damn the staff and everything. Yeah. You in or out, Cody, on dressing up as the Grim Reaper above a hospital and staring at patients?
Listen, I'm in.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Is it effed up? Yeah, but it is funny, and the pictures are hilarious. Also, I'm out on this. How did he get arrested? How is this an arrestable offense?
I don't think you can just stand on hospital roofs no matter how you're dressed up.
It's got to be the trespassing element.
I don't know. Just staring into the hospital windows is the funniest thing ever.
I'm out on.
I feel awful for the people that had to deal with it, but
especially because he was. I heard he was like by the natal unit, just as they're giving birth. He's staring at the mother's delivering.
It's like the Tom Green show back in the day, if you remember that show. Like, dude,
Canadian.
Awful but hilarious. So I'm in.
I'm in. You got two grown men in here laughing like children. I'm in. For that reason, Sharks, I'm in.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Hey, guys. Michael Wilbon says Stephen A. Smith is not a journalist. He's a quote-unquote a show. Cody, I'll go to you. You love Stephen A. Smith. Are you in or out on Stephen A. Smith no longer being a journalist, but a show?
He is not a journalist. He is not a journalist.
He was.
Cool. He is not a journalist. Is not a journalist.
Had a writing background.
You know what? I was a paper boy too. Yeah. I am not a paper boy now. So no, he is not a journalist. He is a clown. It's a very different thing. Now he's successful. He has TV shows and radio shows. But make no mistake, in no universe is he a newsman, journalist, or anything of any semblance that's related to it. The fact that he's trying to say that he is one is actually, quite frankly, a massive insult to actual journalists.
I'm glad that you used that word because he's not a journalist. And to quote Michael Wilbon, he's not even a show. He's a clown show, is what Stephen A. Smith is. He is a pandering, groveling clown show. And the guy talks out of both sides of his mouth daily, and he walks around the court at the crypto arena like he's one of the players, even though no one pays him any mind or any attention. I am all the way out on Stephen A. Smith thinking that he is the best thing to grace this world when the world would be just fine without him.
Oh, boy.
All right. Well, there it is. Well, speaking of something that I guess the world was not fine without, MySpace is making a comeback.
Let's go, baby! Yes!
Cody, you seem excited. Are you in? Will you get a MySpace? Tell the truth.
Well, dude, I had a MySpace.
Me too. I have. I just got to dig up my password.
By the way, I don't know if we can even get to it. I think would be a great bit on this show is if we could find out a way we can get to our old MySpaces, and we'd have to defend what's on our MySpace because my MySpace was very 2005. I mean, emotional emo music. Like I had a background in it where it like showed like the Matrix things falling down. Like my MySpace looked incredible. And Top 8, we can bring back Top 8. Do you remember how many fights we had with our friends over Top 8?
Yeah. When I got married, I didn't even do a wedding party. So that's just not my. I don't want to like categorize my friends. I hate that crap. But Joe, are you in or out, or are you going to make a MySpace?
I'm in because I might be the only person on air at the Fan who has never had a MySpace.
Oh,
I'm too young for MySpace.
You don't even know.
So, I'm in.
These guys haven't either.
You guys don't even know.
Oh, you did have one, Mitch?
Definitely have.
All right,
that baby.
Hang on, what was on your MySpace, Mitch? Go ahead and tell
I gotta
the
hear
people.
this.
My MySpace was, I was super young. I was barely even old enough to have a MySpace, and I was obsessed with early 2000s alternative rock. So my thing was just Green Day pictures, My Chemical Romance.
Okay.
Dude, same. We had like the same MySpace. Just a couple of weird emo kids.
Yeah, and I didn't even really have friends that were on MySpace. I feel like I was kind of a minority, and I was adding all my sister's friends, people who were older than me, and trying to.
Freak. I see
No,
you. Okay.
That was actually kind of sad. You were a loner on MySpace?
No,
Dude, the kids my age needed to catch up. I was
Yeah,
ahead of the
that's right.
curve.
He was ahead of the curve.
See, me and Joe are the same age, but he never had a MySpace.
I never did. You know, and the thing is, like, our parents have infiltrated Facebook. Now Facebook's all old people, so we need to get it on MySpace.
Yeah,
let's bring back MySpace
Bring
for
back
like
MySpace.
40 and under.
Dude, I'm telling you, top 8 was... your profile had a top 8 of your friends, and I mean fights. Friendships lost over this often. Still haven't talked to him to this day. Guys, so much to discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker for the next 2 hours of your morning commute. And, of course, coming up, we got to talk about them Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, PCA has got one hell of a war and one hell of an argument over the MVP over one Shohei Ohtani. But is it enough? We'll discuss. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
In that room and their ability to take care of us physically.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, you know, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, you know, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, you know, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's what he
This is
remembers.
a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else you know can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody? Man, I'm not, I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. No, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker, and of course, with me today, sitting in for D. Fish, the one and only Joe Serralo. We're here for 4 hours of your LA drive and commute. And of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long. The chat has been phenomenal at The Fan LA. Welcome back to the show. And of course, get in the conversation. Let us know what you think. We see Daniel Ariola in there. We see David Horse, Joanna in Arizona, all our good friends joining us. And we did have ourselves a Dodger game yesterday. And you know what? It did not go well. But let's point out the highlights of the day, because this segment's going to be specifically about two specific people. Now, the Dodgers are in a bit of a tailspin, 6 losses in a row, but let's be real clear. Shohei Ohtani is doing everything right even still now during this skid. 2 home runs yesterday and led off the game like this.
On this 2-1, Shohei pokes it to left field. Happ's going back on the track. He turns. It's gone! And it's a 1-run game. Wow!
That right there from MLB Network. That was how the game started after, of course, Shota Imanaga threw a ball all the way to the backstop, Bull Durham style, hitting the bull. But Shohei Ohtani, not even remotely deterred, goes ahead and hits a solo home run to start the game. However, the game immediately got out of hand. PCA answers back in the first inning with a home run and later does this.
The 1-1. High fly ball, right field. That's back on its way. Out of here. Off the big board in right. Second of the day, PCA.
Second of the day right there. And of course, that from the Marquee Network. PCA with 2 home runs. Shohei Ohtani, 2 home runs. They basically went punch for punch yesterday in the final matchup of this series. And the question is, who's the MVP? How about this? Joe, these two have the shortest odds right now for MVP. It seems very clear that this is a 2-man race here in out for the rest of the season with 2 months left to go. The question is, if it ended today, who are you picking as your MVP and why?
I feel like if it ended today is an important caveat here, because as the season progresses, if Ohtani continues to not pitch, that helps PCA every day, every week that goes by without Ohtani pitching. So if he's truly done, then the next 2 months are going to be huge to PCA's case. I would say, don't hate me for this, Los Angeles, Ohtani is the best ball player in the world. I'm not even close to disputing that. I would say, though, most valuable player, August 6, 2026, National League. My vote goes to Pete Carr Armstrong.
But why?
The offensive numbers are as identical as their box scores were yesterday, right? I mean, yesterday was freaky, like 5 at-bats, 3 hits, 2 home runs. OPS right around the same, slugging right around the same. PCA, people say, well, Ohtani pitches too. Okay, well, PCA plays Gold Glove defense.
Yes, he does.
Too.
You can make the argument that he actually plays more of a Platinum Glove defense, of which is an award he may be up for this year.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I mean, look, a Gold Glove is enough for me. If he takes home the Platinum Glove with those offensive numbers, doing it for a full season, where in years past we've seen him have a first half come out like a bat out of hell and then kind of taper off a bit in the second half. If PCA does it for a full season, the Cubs are a 90-plus win team. Down year, they spent a ton of money on Bregman. Down year for Bregman. They made reinforcements in the rotation. Guys like Edward Cabrera, who were phenomenal last year, get hurt, haven't played a full season. Matt Boyd, Imanaga, haven't put it together for a full season. PCA is such a valuable integral part of their success.
He is.
That, to me, that encompasses what the MVP award is all about.
I would agree. And that's also another question. Like, what does value actually mean to you?
Most outstanding player, most valuable player.
We will get
Different
to
thing.
that in this conversation as well. But let's just go ahead and look at the stats themselves. If we're going to look at just straight up B-WAR, well, we're talking 7 for PCA, 6.2 for Shohei Ohtani. As you mentioned, an elite everyday center fielder in defense. It's hard to replace that. Where we got Ohtani, pure offensive firepower and the pitching capability, which is just something that doesn't exist. PCA even joked about it a little bit yesterday. He was saying, and I'll try and find you the actual quote because it was actually a phenomenal quote from PCA, getting into the details of it. Here it is. I would be crazy to say that I don't want to win the MVP. But if we're talking about having priorities straight, I think mine are pretty straight. It's not on my forefront of my mind. It's a fun to joke about and it's fun to acknowledge, and I think that's absolutely okay to pay attention to. But again, it's not like following me up to the plate. And yeah, I think if you guys want to talk about this all the way back and forth, I really should go get in the lab and start pitching. I really should. Because he makes a good point. At the end of the day, Shohei Ohtani, despite not pitching since middle of June, he's 8-2 with a 1.79 ERA in 14 starts. That's still insane. Just truly still to this exact moment, bafflingly insane. But if it were to end today, my vote is Ohtani, but not by much. It's very, very close. As these next 2 months keep going, I might also agree with you and shift over to PCA because we are likely not going to see a whole lot of Shohei Ohtani on the mound. And frankly, if I'm the Dodgers, I don't even test it until I get very close to October.
And I'm with you there, by the way. If I'm the Dodgers and I'm thinking Ohtani's going to be our Game 3 guy in the playoffs or wherever the hell you want to slot him in as a starter, I'm not really ramping him up until we get to, maybe September 10th, September 15th or so. Maybe, he's already got 14 starts under his belt. How many more realistically does he need? 2 to 3 to me is enough. I'm not going to toy around with this too much. But, the fact that he's gone on a hiatus for about 2 months from pitching, he's made 14 starts. It's tough because on one hand, it's like, well, the guy hasn't, so much of it is the two-way part of it, but he hasn't pitched in 2 months. And PCA is going out there every day playing platinum glove level defense while putting up the same offensive numbers. The other part of it for Ohtani is, well, while he hasn't pitched in nearly 2 months, you can look at his pitching numbers and say this is the second best pitching season of his career.
You can. That season you were talking about earlier when he was pitching for the Angels when he should have won the MVP?
Yep.
Yeah.
2.33 ERA. Also, that year, he made 28 starts.
Yes, he did. He's
He's made 23 starts twice. He's made 14 starts twice. Although last year, some of those 14 starts were like an inning.
Very much so. Openers. And this right here, he has had 14 starts this season
that
as
have been
well.
True starts.
Yes, true 100% starts. Here is one thing that definitely leads into PCA's favor in the MVP conversation. And this is just cherry picking one stat. No.
Oh.
This is me cherry picking a stat. And the reason why I'm highlighting it is also to kind of bring up a couple of issues with the pitcher Shohei Ohtani. So here's the issue that I have with the pitcher Shohei Ohtani. Not that he isn't phenomenal. He is. It's just the fatigue aspect of it for his knee and his body. Because Shohei Ohtani is the only 50-50 player in the history of Major League Baseball. 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. Yeah. What's been missing in Shohei Ohtani's game this year?
What does he have, 6 stolen bases?
He has 6 stolen bases.
I noticed that yesterday.
That is something that was very big in Shohei Ohtani's game, and this season is completely gone, where, stolen bases is not what should be winning you an MVP.
Right.
The PCA's got 28, and right now is poised to be a 30-30 guy. If he really kind of goes off a little bit, PCA could be a 40-40 guy.
It's really funny you bring this up because we didn't talk about this at all before the show. And yesterday I was looking at this because I knew it was going to come up, the PCA versus Ohtani MVP debate when they both go yard twice in the series finale. And I was looking at that, and that really stood out to me. I mean, this is a guy in Shohei Ohtani who, he's only ever eclipsed 26 stolen bases once, and it was the 59 that he had in 2024. Yes. So it's not expected that he's going to be 50-50, but he's done it. Right? And he's gotten at least 20 stolen bases in almost every year of his career, at least going back to 2021. And so that was really glaring. That 6 stolen bases jumped out at me yesterday. And it's funny because you called it cherry picking, and it totally is. I made the decision. I was like, I'm not going to harp on it. It's stolen bases. This is a guy with 50 home run power. But you bring it up, and it's definitely something I did notice yesterday.
It is noticeable. Raj, what do you got, my guy?
Well, I've noticed it, and I brought the date when he's last stolen the base, but it's not just the stolen bases, Joe. It's fact. He's not even attempting. He ain't even like, how they flinch a little bit. Yeah. He's not even doing that. And so leading off and being a station guy. And then, okay, if you're not going to steal, then I want to see some massive power. He's on pace to hit the lowest amount of home runs since 2022, I think it was, which I know isn't, but it's not terrible. But that's 3 years.
Yeah.
He's not getting up like in the 40s right now.
So
right now, pace.
It was his 25th home run last night, so that's a good mark right there. I think he's going to end up probably pushing 40 at the end of the day.
That's what I need.
He's at 26.
Yeah. But I need to, for the MVP, and I know the pitching stats you'll look overall, but there's recency bias in voting, right? And if you haven't seen Ohtani on the mound since the first half, they're going to hold that against him, not for him. And if you're not mashing the ball, I just don't see, how he'll get it. And I hope he does. I want to see him go on a tear, guys. I want to see him get 45 home runs. And I know he's not going to run, but that's what I think voters need to see to get him the MVP.
You make very good points. By the way, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you, LA. Who do you think is the MVP if the season ended today? And who do you think is going to win the MVP? Is it Ohtani? Is it PCA? Do you guys think that somebody else is waiting in the wings to have a massive, massive push these last 2 months of the season? We want to hear from you. 855-975-2326. Give us a call and let us know what you think. But yeah, dude, Raj makes a very good point. There is recency bias when it comes to MVP voters. We have to remember who's voting for this. That's the other thing. We talked about 2022 when Ohtani should have won another MVP, but they gave it to Judge. I understood that at the time because if you guys remember, ESPN was turning the channel away from college football games to just watch Aaron Judge at bats. Yep. It was kind of pandemonium throughout that entire process. So I kind of understood the precedent of something, baseball history-wise. But Ohtani should have won that MVP.
100% he should have. But, I always say, right, because I do a lot of stuff in, sports gambling media. When you're handicapping an award, trying to predict who's going to win an award, it's not about predicting who you think deserves the award. It's about predicting who you think the writers will vote for. And, fatigue might be a factor here. Ohtani's won 4 MVPs in the last 5 years. He's won 3 straight. He's won so far in each of the 2 seasons he's been a Los Angeles Dodger. There might be some fatigue, and you get fresh new blood like Pete Crow Armstrong and a toss-up race. And when there's a toss-up race and there's fatigue on one side, that usually helps the guy like PCA here. Yeah. So, Raj, to your point, and that was a great point, by the way, Ohtani's got 26 home runs this year. He could hit 40. 40 could be a key number. He's only eclipsed 40 home runs. I shouldn't say only, but he's eclipsed 40 home runs 4 times in his career. I say only because I feel like we would think it's happened more.
Yeah.
Every time he's hit 40 or more home runs, he's won the MVP. Every time he hasn't won the MVP. And also on the stolen base point, Raj, he hasn't attempted a steal since Memorial Day.
Well, that's the other thing. That's
crazy.
Also, you got to understand, that's my issue with him pitching. Pitching has caused a knee issue.
Yeah.
So the issue with him, he has no issue throwing, by the way. His issue is landing on the not flat surface with his left foot, which is affecting his left knee. Now you got a blown up knee a little bit. That doesn't affect you swinging the bat. Great. But it is affecting you on the base pass, and now we're being robbed of another good aspect of you, which is your legs.
He's going station a little bit, too.
Yes, he is.
I've noticed. Yeah.
And by the way, I don't fault him for this. On August 5th, I absolutely want to keep this man as I want to put him in bubble wrap anytime he's not on the field. But we have to, have a realistic conversation on what's happening to his body right now.
Yeah, there's definitely cause for concern there. Even you look at his pitching, his last 4 starts, he allowed 3 or more runs in each of them.
But I'm not putting that on his body. And I apologize on who I'm putting. This might be an excuse a little bit.
Dave Roberts.
And no, I'm putting it more on Dalton Rushing. I do feel like those two have not worked well together.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I was
saw
yelling.
Some frustration.
Lots of it. And I've never seen Shohei Ohtani frustrated ever.
And, and I think part of this, too, is the cultural difference, like being from Japan, right, where respect is massive. They don't show guys up. Ohtani, especially, does not show guys up. Ohtani, if anything, shows a lot of respect to his opponent, which, in 2026 isn't as common as it used to be, right?
Yeah.
So for Ohtani to show up a teammate the way he kind of showed up Rushing, there's no question. Rushing effed up big time. If Ohtani's going to show him
He
up.
did big time.
Yeah.
And again, like, he's learned from it and all of that, but now Dalton Rushing's out. Now we got a couple more defensive-minded catchers back there that
Benny biceps.
Both of them have worked with Shohei already, so that is good news. But yeah, dude, it also leads to this other question. This is kind of one of those old-fashioned type of radio conversations, but it is a fair conversation in this current context because we're talking about PCA versus Ohtani. Who is the MVP? How do you define value?
Right. You take that guy out of the lineup, and what's the team do?
Is that how you define it?
For me, that's usually my argument. Now, I mean, we've seen so many guys on last place teams at this point where it used to be unheard of, in baseball especially, to be on a last place team or to be out of the playoffs.
There have been times it's happened, though.
There have been exceptions. Like,
Alex Rodriguez did it with the Texas Rangers.
Ernie Banks, old school exception, right? But I would say up until recently it was rare. And then the Angels, really it changed with the Angels, with Mike Trout and Ohtani. And it became so commonplace, between those two guys, two of the best players in the world playing on a terrible organization. So that's kind of where things changed. I mean, for me, it still matters. The team's success matters. And I believe, look, the Cubs and the Dodgers, both of these rosters are great beyond their top players, PCA and Ohtani. I think the Cubs take more of a fall off without PCA than the Dodgers do without Ohtani.
I would agree because, listen, you can make the argument the Dodgers already went to a couple of World Series with this exact same practically lineup that didn't have Ohtani.
Right, exactly. I mean, they went to how many? 3? Pre-Ohtani in recent memory?
Let's see, 2017, 2019, 2020. Yeah, 3.
So 3 without Ohtani, and they had a lot of the core was very similar.
Yes.
This Cubs team, you take PCA off, they probably missed the playoffs.
Man. Whoa, dude, missed the playoffs. You
Yeah.
think that would go that far?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
dude, if you make that
Arizona,
argument,
Philly, Padres, Marlins nipping at the heels. Yeah, I would say no PCA, this Cubs team misses the playoffs.
well, what can I say? That's one hell of a statement. If that's the case, if that were the case, say PCA was out and they absolutely fell to pieces, I would make that argument. The issue is that is such an unknown hypothetical argument that I can never always get my mind there because I see it. It makes sense on paper, but then I'm just sitting here going like, but that's a universe that doesn't exist, so I kind of never been able to kind of jump on that.
Got to work with what we're given.
I know. I got to work with what I'm given, and I do think a lot of writers, and this is the thing, writers vote for this. People vote for this. Emotions vote for this. And that goes right into what Raj is saying about the recency bias.
Writers can be quite emotional, by the way.
You think? You think? So, like, there are writers out there that won't vote for certain people for the Hall of Fame in their first ballot just because, it can't be unanimous, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world.
We need to get baseball needs to redo the whole Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they do.
Get some of these old heads the hell out of there. Get some new blood in there. I mean, come on, look at the names that aren't unanimous. And Willie Mays wasn't freaking unanimous.
Ichiro and Jeter were not unanimous.
I can get there on Jeter not being unanimous.
He should have been unanimous.
I'm sorry. I can get there on Jeter.
If you guys
Jeter's the one I can get there on not being unanimous.
Yeah, by the way, I just found
from
a
a
Met
Mets
fan.
fan.
This is a Met fan over here. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that Derek Jeter was the best shortstop of his era.
Such an overrated fielder.
I would actually go in and say he was the third or fourth best shortstop of his era.
A-Rod was better.
A-Rod was better. Nomar was better. And defensively, Omar Vizquel was better than probably all of them, actually.
Yeah.
That being said, Derek Jeter is the captain. Derek Jeter spearheaded multiple World Series. Derek Jeter is Mr. November.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for Reggie Jackson, he would be Mr. October as well.
Unquestionably a Hall of Famer.
It should have been unanimous. I'm sorry.
Yes. I hate how people look at it first ballot as, no, it's just yes or no. Are they a Hall of Famer?
That's what it is.
And if it's their first year, so be it, But yeah, I have a gripe with Jeter's defense. I think he was incredibly overrated defensively.
He was an overrated defensive player. That is just factual. That being said, he should have been a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer.
When he was a rookie, he asked out my cousin, and she turned him down.
That was a miss on your cousin's part.
It was.
I mean,
It really was.
I don't know if you've seen Jeter's lineup. I don't know if she would have cracked the 40-man.
Her scouting was off. She needs to fire her scouting department.
She wasn't interested and said, but, my grandpa's a huge Yankee fan. Here, sign this napkin for me.
Your
So he signed the
cousin
napkin.
should have been ousted from the family. Because here's the thing. Even if they obviously wouldn't end up together because obviously we've seen Derek Jeter's starting 9 lineup. That being said,
I mean,
she
I
would have
can't
got
comment on if my cousin would have made the starting 9 or not.
I mean, you can.
You're
You're just choosing not to.
Well, the YouTube chat, that'd be a weird thing
Listen,
to
I don't know
comment
what she
on.
looks like, but I'm sure she is stunning. I'm sure she's stunning. I bet she's a brilliant. She might be an architect. She might be amazing. She ain't making the starting 9.
She didn't write obsessed, you know? I mean,
But you know what she would have gotten? Allegedly a really sweet care package.
Yeah, apparently. She would have gotten her phone taken away
Raj,
and a nice goodie bag out the
do you
door.
know about the Derek Jeter alleged care package?
Oh, yeah.
Some side
Do we know
balls.
what's in said?
I've been told, allegedly, it comes with like signed baseballs, pictures, and memorabilia, and you get driven home by a driver.
Do we get to label him a narcissist for that? Hey, you were great in bed. Here's some of my
How about this?
memorabilia.
If I go out,
could you imagine?
I'm just saying, if I get drunk and like at Derek Jeter's house and I have to crash on his couch and I get the package going home, I'm not going to be upset.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be either.
I'm like, Derek Jeter just gave me a bunch of signed balls and stuff.
But like, if I'm a model or a singer or whatever, and I don't really care about baseball, I'm going to be like, really?
Well, you know what? That's on you. That's on you. That's a Hall of Famer that gave you a lot of signed memorabilia, and you can turn that around on eBay at any given moment. And you could say it came from the care package basket, and you just quadrupled its price.
Right.
So, because that's rarefied air. Guys, so much to discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker for the next 2 hours. And, of course, we want you to be here with us all the way through it. Coming up, it's about time that we do things the hard way. 3 the hard way right over here, and it's all about NFL QBs. I have a feeling that some arguments will be had right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Boys, which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? Yes, there was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he
give me
tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah, can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white there's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that,
can tell
bro?
you the answer to that. No, not really. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take
It's
me
always
away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please, like, for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all
in.
celebrate there, though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's a totally fair
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one
about
there?
the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
You're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and Joe Serralo in for D-Fish today. He'll be back live Monday morning. And, of course, thank you for joining the chat today on the YouTube channel at The Fan LA. Join the conversation and be a part of the show. We see our friends in there, Joanna in Arizona, Daniel Ariola, all of our regulars, and some new faces as well. We want to hear from you guys all show long. And remember, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app. Anywhere you go, right here, and thank you for joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Guys, we got to talk some football. We got a football game tonight. Technically, it's the Hall of Fame game over there at Canton, and of course, Carson Beck will be playing. That is basically the most sexy thing we could say about the game tonight, but we want to talk about quarterbacks right now because The Athletic listed out their tiers of their quarterbacks voted on by executives in the NFL, and we on this show have had some spirited debate on exactly what these tiers look like. Let's bring in our guy, Raj, because we're going to play a little game. What up, Raj?
That's right. And this list, of course, was how 50 executives and coaches rank 35 veteran quarterbacks. Now, we talked about Tier 1, which, of course, had Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, our very own Matt Stafford here, and Joe Burrow. So we already debated that. But what I want to move on is Tier 2, where some other quarterbacks are, and we're going to do it 3 the hard way. So, gentlemen, you have a list of quarterbacks in front of you.
Yes, we do.
And I need you to pick 3 of them. So the list that these gentlemen have in front of them, these are on Tier 2 of this quarterback tier list, is Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Dak Prescott.
Indeed.
Drake May.
Always.
Jared Goff.
He's good.
And I have to go wait. I made like an asterisk here. I went all the way down to quarterback number 17, who is Jalen Hurts.
The disrespect.
They had him at 17.
The disrespect.
That's atrocious.
So out of all those quarterbacks that I just named in that Tier 2, and we'll get to that.
We will.
Give me your number 1 in that list.
Go for it.
Okay, I feel like there's going to be room for disagreement here.
Yes.
Because we're picking 3 out of 6. I think number 1 we might be on the same.
We better be.
Lamar Jackson.
No question.
Belongs on Tier 1.
Couldn't agree more. Can't believe it's not on there. What do you mean?
You want to talk?
Killing me.
If you want to talk injuries as your excuse for having him in Tier 2, then why the hell is Joe Burrow in Tier 1?
Well, I'll tell you why Joe Burrow is in Tier 1, because he's done something Lamar has never been able to do, and that is
Win 2 MVPs?
beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, beat Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever, when they talk about greatness, says he got to a Super Bowl. Did he win a Super Bowl or not? Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson have not won Super Bowls.
I'm just saying that is why. You asking me why, and I did not vote on this.
That was 2021. This is a list for 2026.
All right.
Thank you. I was at that Super Bowl.
And Lamar isn't the same runner.
And
Lamar,
cool at that
Lamar's
Super
not
Bowl.
the same runner, but that's fine. This is your list, my friend. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm with you.
So your number one is same thing?
Lamar Jackson.
Okay, so Lamar's one of the three. Okay, fine. All right, now we move to your
decade ago.
Well, at least we both agree on Lamar.
Let's move on. We can't spend 20 minutes on this.
Yeah,
all right,
let's go with number 2. You know what I'm going to go with?
I'll go. Yeah, you go.
Because we are encompassing everything.
Yep.
I'm not throwing Herbert on this list. I'm throwing Drake May on this list.
Drake May on the list already. Okay.
And you know what? I'm going to use that ridiculous argument that the guys are using. Went to a Super Bowl. And listen, he's young. He can move. His legs are a massive part of his game.
He's got a weapon now.
He's got a massive new weapon in A.J. Brown.
Okay.
So you know what? I'm going Drake May.
Short sample size, but you like Drake.
Very short sample size.
Who was your number 2, Joe? Did you ever get to it, or were you whining about Joe Burrow still?
No, I was hoping Cody would go Herbert so I could counter and say Drake May is a better version of Justin Herbert. I'm with you on May.
So Drake, okay.
I have a really bad feeling that we're going to end up agreeing too much
Let's
here.
see. It's fine. That's fine. It's the exercise of it all.
Yeah. I'm all in on Drake May. I think that his ceiling is higher than Herbert. He's accomplished more at a younger age than Justin Herbert.
Okay.
I just have not seen Justin Herbert in this league, put together a full season where I look and go, that's my franchise quarterback. He always comes up short in one way or another. And, Drake May, smaller sample size, but he led a team from 3 wins the year before to a Super Bowl appearance in year 2.
And you still have grapes left?
I still have grapes.
Would you like to feed me one?
Yes. Could you feed me some grapes?
Get in here,
because we're about to do our third one. Yes.
Yeah.
Delicious. I love
so
grapes.
Romantic. You're a fan.
I love being fed grapes at my place of work.
Come on, catch it.
You gotta feed them. You gotta feed them gently.
I gotta get up close and personal.
That was so beautiful. What a thing. Oh man, nothing
I need Madison
better.
Beer to feed me one of these.
Matt, I'm just saying, there's nothing better than being fed grapes at your place of work. Don't you agree?
How about you win a game at your place of work?
Maybe in January, that'd be cool. Anyways, all right, we're going with the third name.
All right, so number 3. So we got the second tier, 3 the hard way of the quarterbacks. So Lamar is first for these guys. Herbert is second. And this is the way they had him ranked, I believe. So who is your third quarterback, Joe?
This is tough for me.
This is the last one in.
Yeah.
Last one in,
This
which
is
means
tough.
you're going to be leaving out some names here.
I'm out on Herbert.
Okay.
I'm out on Dak because he's a regular season box scorer.
Someone has been saying that on the show the whole time, but I have. I'm with you there.
I'm with you, by the way, on your final 2, and I'm struggling on picking
It's
as well.
Jalen or it's Goff, and at the end of the day, if you're asking me, you need to win one game, who do you want?
Yeah.
The answer is probably Jalen Hurts. If you're asking me for a full season who you trust more, I might say Jared Goff.
Damn it, I need one of them. You can't go both ways now. Come on.
I'm going to go Jared Goff.
Oh, and Hurts is off
former
the list.
Ram.
3 the hard way. That's why it's called 3 the hard way,
I love
man.
Jared Goff's game. This is a guy who 2 years ago I had an MVP ticket on in August, and I really thought he was going to get home. He utilizes the play action so well. Problem is, when he's trailing, I don't trust him, but I have the same trepidation about Jalen Hurts when he's behind in a game. These are 2 guys who I don't like when they're trailing. If they have a
They're
lead,
game script quarterbacks in a way, you're saying.
if they have a lead, they're phenomenal. Goff obviously doesn't have the mobility. He doesn't have the Super Bowl ring, but I do love what Goff brings to the table. Shoulders up in terms. Wow, that just sounded like the whitest way to describe a quarterback.
It really was.
Had a nice family background.
I just sounded like Orlovsky.
I'm going to use an argument that was done just moments ago by our hype man, Raj.
Let's do it.
Well, Lamar, all these guys, they've never beaten Patrick Mahomes. They've never gone to the Super Bowl, and they've never won the Super Bowl. Guess who's done all 3
Checks
in
those
one
boxes.
day?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts.
And in the game where he lost the Super Bowl for Mahomes, he had a hell of a
monster game.
Dude, he kept him in the game.
Yeah, and I can't stress this enough. When I think Jalen Hurts, and that's why I've hated all these narratives around him this offseason, all the anonymous sources that are trying to tamp him down because a contract year's coming up. When I think of Jalen Hurts, I think of that Super Bowl, and it's not the game. It was him walking into the stadium. Because there is a very famous video of him walking in, hands in his pockets, kind of mind his business, looks up at the TV, and it was like one of the pregame shows, whether it was ESPN or Fox or CBS, I have no idea. But they had the thing where they had the logos on in front of them, in front of each panelist.
All picking the Chiefs.
Everyone, unanimous Chiefs. As he's walking by and he sees it, and he just turns his head, nods, and keeps walking as cold as you can be. And he beat the living crap out of the Chiefs that night. And man, I don't care. For that alone, he is on this list.
How about the fact that, he's 1-1 in his 2 Super Bowls against the Chiefs, but twice against a Steve Spagnuolo-led defense in the Super Bowl, he put up 35 or more points.
Amazing.
Do you know how hard that is to do in the playoffs
Impossible.
against Spags? He's one of the best defensive coordinators, if not the best we've ever seen in the National Football League, especially in the playoffs.
So I hear all that, guys, and I got it. So, and I'm seeing this on various shows throughout the week. They finally taken off "Can the Cowboys win the Super Bowl" theme.
Oh, thank God.
And since this list has come out, they're on the disrespect for Jalen Hurts. It was an ugly season last year. We cannot forget that. You can't just mulligan that away. It was a horrific
offensive
season.
coordinator.
All right, well, let's go through the list. His completion percentage was 64.8%, 3,200 yards. Even his running was not even really up to it. He had 421 rushing yards. So you are not wrong. However, this team did win 11 games last year, and I think they're primed to win even more this season. And hell, Aaron's back there. Aaron, how you feeling about Hurts and the Eagles this year?
So one thing I've noticed is that there's a pattern, right? They'll go 11-6, lose the first round of the playoffs, and then they'll go, I believe it was like 13 and whatever, how many losses, and they went to the Super Bowl. They lost. Same, next year after that. Yeah, it's just a back and forth. So I think I don't think the chain's going to continue, but I think there's going to be more wins and a little further into the playoffs. Maybe not NFC Championship though. I'm very fair Eagles fan.
You're the one. Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Because like the Rams, dude, everyone else in the NFC
Rams are
is
nasty.
Big powerhouse.
But here's the thing. I also think Jalen Hurts is going to be really motivated this year, more than even normal.
Absolutely.
If these last couple of weeks didn't show you how the NFL media circus works, I mean, we knew nothing about the Shanahan story. That all got tamped down, and then all of a sudden they all released it in one weird go 2 weeks after the fact. That was kept under wraps, yet all of these anonymous sources just easily leaked out of Eagles camp saying all these terrible things about Jalen Hurts.
Hadn't thrown a touchdown 2 days of camp. I don't care about camp. That's why, this stuff doesn't matter. Look at this list, man. Who would you... by the way, if we want to say, he had a down year, so did Jaden Daniels.
It's true.
And he's ahead of Jalen Hurts. Brock Purdy is ahead of Jalen Hurts. Jordan Love, who I wouldn't give you 2 cents for, is ahead of Jalen Hurts.
Third tier or fourth.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts is a top 12 quarterback.
I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And guys, that is going to be a topic of discussion throughout the NFL offseason as we get closer and closer and closer. And yes, actual football will actually be played today. Looking very forward to all of that. And remember, football conversations and football talk is coverage is brought to you by Xfinity. Presented by Xfinity, the score, the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Guys, coming up, we got so much more to talk about, especially when it comes to the world of football, because Aaron Donald wore a helmet yesterday. And by the way, Aaron Donald wearing a helmet yesterday has a lot more to do with a lot bigger things coming up than you might think. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey, wait,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just didn't know if you caught it.
that was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a. Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday, where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when you
said
don't?
something on the D Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean misspoke? You just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so you know what I think it was because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in. Okay,
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making though
to
was
you
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for
like, I forgive
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe
ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is,
what's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I would say hanging out.
He's gonna get it.
Oh no,
he's a good producer.
Oh
he knows.
no,
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like, the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
Now,
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but
What is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now, going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hold, don't turn that down yet. Give me a little more. Thank you. When we play Prince, we got to let Prince breathe, man. That's his royal badness, Aaron. My man. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and Joe Sarala in today for the one and only Derek Fisher, who will be rejoining the show on Monday morning. What can I say? The excitement in Los Angeles is through the roof. I don't know what to say, dude. I've lived a very unique sports fan life. Born and raised here in LA, specifically in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
I went to UCLA after that and played baseball there for 4 years. So that's 22 of my years of my life pretty much in the Southland, right here in Los Angeles. And, growing up in the bubble, growing up a Dodger fan, growing up a Laker fan, and of course a Raider fan. And I got to live a moderately charmed life. The Dodgers had moments, but never really won a title during my time. 88, I was 1 year old. I don't know it, but I grew up watching all the pageantry of it. Lakers, I've gotten the opportunity to live through 2 Laker dynasties, and it's great when I get to talk to D. Fish about that. It's awesome. Raiders. No, nothing. True nightmarish life, with the exception of one Super Bowl we got in there. It was just a bad Super Bowl where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers backhanded us for the entire 4 quarters. And then, of course, you got the other teams, the Rams, who left at the time, the Chargers. And, I think the sports landscape out here got very unique during that time. You see the influx of sports bars in LA. Here's the Phillies bar. Here's the Chicago bars.
New York bars.
New York bars.
The Knicks
all
had
over the
33
place.
taps on lock for the playoff
Absolutely.
run. It was crazy.
So you have all of this. So we live a very unique life out here in Los Angeles as sports fans. And then, of course, the Rams come back and the Chargers come back. And the Rams, I think the launch, it was a good launch because the Rams were going for it. But at the time, they were playing at the Coliseum. But then when SoFi opens, all of a sudden, the ball starts rolling a little differently. And when they won their title, I thought the excitement in the city was very palpable. But I didn't think it was a Rams city yet. Times have kind of gone forward, and I really do think this is becoming a Rams city, man.
As opposed to Raiders, Niners.
As opposed to specifically Raiders and Niners.
Yeah.
Because there's a huge I'm a Raider fan. Big Raider fan. There's a huge Raider contingent here. There's a huge Niners contingent here.
My best friend out here is a Raiders fan. Him and his whole family, all Raider fans. I'm with you, though. I think it is definitely a Rams town. And I think winning that Super Bowl here of all the streets, because, have you been to a Super Bowl? You've been to a Super Bowl.
I've never been to a Super Bowl.
Okay. No. Getting an Uber, leaving a Super Bowl, impossible. You have to walk miles. I've been to 2. I had to walk miles from the stadium, 3 to 5 miles away from the stadium just to get an Uber.
Brutal.
Back to where I was staying.
Brutal.
That walk through Inglewood after the Rams beat the Bengals in that game.
Yeah.
This city was electric.
Well,
it was incredible.
Well, now
it's a Rams town.
It is a Rams town, and it's about to get more electric with the news that we're about to talk about. But before we do that, we got a giveaway, people. 855-975-2326. And we're giving it away to caller number 6 today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give some tickets to Wild Rivers. Go to wildrivers.com and beat the heat for less. Affordable summer fun at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. Summer's best savings. Lowest ticket prices are available right now at wildrivers.com. 25 plus attractions for all ages, including multiple kiddie zones for the younger guests. Thrill rides and relaxing escapes. Experience Aquaconda and Boomerango and the Lazy River, the Wave Pool, cabanas, and more. Make it a day. Expanded food and beverage options. Keep the whole family fueled for hours. Give us a call to get your tickets to Wild Rivers, 855-975-2326, and you can get your hands on that. Ladies and gentlemen, get over to wildrivers.com and get yourself some tickets, but give us a call right now and get your free tickets now. D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Excitement in LA. palpable. Palpable through the roof. You know why? Aaron Donald wore a helmet yesterday.
Oh, baby.
It's real, baby. It's real, baby. It's happening. We've been saying it all along. We put up a billboard down on the 405 freeway, come back Aaron Donald, and guess what? He must have seen it. Aaron Donald's coming back, and you said it already. Mark Schlereth has said as much on this very station already. It's a done deal. He back, baby.
It was inevitable the second the Myles Garrett trade happened. I mean, there's just no other way to look at it. You think Aaron Donald, watching on his couch as the Rams lost to Seattle in the NFC Championship game a few months ago,
should have won that game,
sees them go out and get Myles Garrett and doesn't think, oh, could we have the greatest defense of all time in NFL history if I unretire? I mean, the guy is, sure, he's 2 years removed from the NFL. Do we think he's not in shape? I mean, how about Cam Hayward playing the same position, D tackle? He's 2 years older than Aaron Donald, and he's still doing it at a high level. Like, come on, the guy's a freak. There are very few guys. You know, there are a lot of great athletes. There are very few that are generational freaks. Aaron Donald is one of them.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett happens to be another. The Rams have a chance to, on their defensive line, have two generational freaks at the same time. This doesn't happen. Think of some of the great D lines you can think of. One freak surrounded by some really good to great players. Two freaks?
But it's just every
Can we think of when there were two freaks on the same D-line?
Think about it this way also. It's every part of the field has been upgraded. Now you got
the
Myles.
secondary was kind of a weakish spot.
Yeah, and now you got McDuffie back there. Like, it's every part of the field. You got a dude in there now.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are getting Aaron Donald back, which it seems like it is, because apparently this would not have been put on the report if he didn't put a helmet on. But he put a helmet on, and it's in the report. Adam Schefter posted it. We all saw it. Hell, as of right now, Aaron Donald's done more in camp than Myles Garrett.
Yeah. By the way, I love how it's like, oh, it wouldn't have been on the report. Yeah, but it's 2026, and everyone and their mother would have leaked a video from training camp, and everyone would know that Aaron Donald was out there practicing. So the report of it all is kind of funny, because it's like, helmet or not, we would have known.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm just glad that he wasn't swinging the helmet at anyone this time around.
I was sad he wasn't swinging the helmet at anyone.
When do those start? When are joint practices?
Not soon enough.
Do you know who the Rams are?
I thought I saw Pittsburgh they were paired up with, but I might be wrong about that.
I wouldn't mind if he swung his helmet at Rodgers.
Not at all. Not at all.
and
we know Mason Rudolph has a history of it.
Yeah.
And Myles Garrett did it.
Wow.
Oh, baby.
Donald and Garrett
We got
versus Rodgers
so
and
much
Rudolph.
helmet throwing and helmet hits. Oh, I cannot wait.
Who are you betting on in that cage match? If we're going tag team, Garrett and Donald versus Rodgers and Rudolph.
I thought you were going to ask me this weird Sophie's choice, who wins between Donald and Myles Garrett, which I have no idea. That is the immovable object hitting the unstoppable force.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is going to be phenomenal if you're a Rams fan. And again, the excitement is through the roof. How can it not be? And the excitement was already there for me because I agree. I agree with Mark Schlereth. I think this is a done deal and has been. But it wasn't even him and Pads that made me say this. It was his new representation on the entertainment side that said it to me. This man is currently setting up his next 10 years. This 1 year of football is going to make Aaron Donald, and hear what I'm saying by this, not by the Rams. The Rams he's probably going to make like barely any money this year playing for the Rams. He's going to make more money off of this one season playing for the Rams than he ever has in his entire career. He's going to walk out of this season into some media deal, some podcast, some television show, some conglomerate of all of the above, getting hundreds of $1 million. And I firmly believe it's going to be off the back of this season.
You know, so Aaron Donald's net worth, and this is just an estimation off Google. This is there's no fact to this. I just Googled what his net worth is, and it says it's between $60 to $75 million. So I was going to say that Aaron Donald is set for life. He's more than set for life. He's got generational wealth.
Yes,
already.
he does.
This season, though, to your point, is going to take an estimated net worth of $60 to $75 million and push him well into nine figures.
No question.
This one season, because of your point, it's all about the media deal after. And a guy who, you might shoot this down, if the Rams do win a Super Bowl again at SoFi again, who might want to ride with Donald off into the sunset on the media train.
You're not wrong.
Sean McVay.
You know who else might want to join if they win?
Stafford.
Matthew Stafford.
And that's the thing. If Stafford and Donald both go out on top, I think it makes sense for McVay to join them.
I would agree. I could see them having a show called Rams House, and it's just a whole thing. It's just this whole set. It's not even a Rams show. It's just three Rams guys
would not be a Rams
who went out into the sunset, and I can totally see that happening for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
By the way, they are not paired up with them. They are paired up with the Saints and the Cowboys is who the Rams are paired up with.
Interesting.
So that'll be fun.
I'm intrigued by the Cowboys.
Are
I can't say I'm high on them, but I'm intrigued by what they did defensively. I like their draft.
I turned on ESPN last week. They're the greatest team ever. They're the greatest team.
goodness.
They're about to win their 5th Super Bowl in a row based on what ESPN said last week.
Yeah, and according to Kenny Atkinson, the Cavaliers are winning the series against the Knicks still.
Single grade. Well, on paper,
analytically,
on paper, they won those games.
Analytically, the Cowboys are the best team. No, look, I'm intrigued. They could be frisky. Their ceiling is like a 6 seed in the NFC.
Yes,
but I'm intrigued to see what that defense looks like because it's been so lacking in recent years.
Yeah, well, guys, still so much to cover in our final hour here on D Fish and Decker. Joe Sorella in, of course, for D Fish. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles Dodgers. It is a skid. It is not a good skid, but is it worth your panic right now? Is it worth you to be worried about the Dodgers 2 months from now? We will discuss that and so much more right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby,
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker, and of course, with me right now, Joe Serralo sitting in for D. Fish, and of course, all of you. Get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA, join the feed, and you can just see how handsome Joe really is in real life. And the answer is quite handsome. We got Aaron in the back, we got Crash in the back, and Raj keeping us looking as sounding as good as we possibly can right here on 97.1 The Fan, and we appreciate you all joining us today. We've been talking a lot about the Dodgers, as we should, Joe, because the Dodgers have lost 6 games in a row, 2 straight sweeps. This is a team that has been almost from Jump Street. Now, there have been moments where they've jockeyed for position with the Milwaukee Brewers, but for the most part have been far and away the best team in Major League Baseball. Now, you come to this last week, 6 losses in a row, and I do think it also comes in coinciding with some other teams that are playing really out of their asses. The Braves have won 7 in a row. Yeah. Obviously, the Milwaukee Brewers winning at a crazy clip. The Chicago Cubs are winning at a very good clip right now. And on the American League side, which did contribute to the Dodgers getting swept, the Boston Red Sox have lost 5 games in nearly 2 months.
Out of their mind.
Incredible.
I love this Red Sox team and what they're doing. But, it's funny, you mentioned the Dodgers kind of like winning right out of Jump Street, right? When this station launched, May 18th, the Dodgers lost that night. I believe it was 1-0, might have been 2-1.
I believe it.
To the San Diego Padres. Michael King opposite Yamamoto, pitcher's duel. The Padres were in first place after beating the Dodgers in that game.
Yes.
Since then, since May 18th, the Dodgers won the final 2 games of that series, reclaimed first place, have not looked back.
Not even once.
They have not spent a day outside of first place since May 19th.
Yes, and they're still in that position, at least in their division. Let's be real clear. The Dodgers are far and away the best team in this division. The Diamondbacks are currently 8 games behind them.
Exactly. So they've got cushion as now they take on Arizona. Now look, you want to press the panic button right now? I'll tell you, you're nuts. You want to press the panic button should Arizona sweep the Dodgers over the weekend, and all of a sudden, Dodgers are 5 games up.
We could start to have a conversation.
Yes, then I'll hear your case. But as of now, let's not forget. This team, first 6 weeks of the year, the Padres were in it with their negative run differential some way, somehow.
So we kind of knew that was going to come to fruition, that was going to fall off a little bit. However, the Padres are also 2 games out of a wild card spot, and even though they've been playing not their best, they are heating up. A lot of that was also coincided that, Manny Machado wasn't playing very well. Fernando Tatis Jr. took him what felt like he hadn't hit a home run since Nam.
2 months.
And he got there.
Yeah.
He eventually got there. And listen, the Padres are a formidable force. There are people in the industry that think the Padres are going to be the team that topples down the Dodgers. Interesting thing to say about a team that's currently on the outside looking in.
And their best bat, if you actually look at the numbers and you look at the Padres offense, their best bat's a platoon player. Ty France has had the best season.
Which is crazy. What a resurgence year for him.
And I love it for him, but they don't even play him every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't take the Padres as a legitimate threat to the Dodgers. I mean, I don't even think that they're going to make the playoffs when it's all said and done, if we're being completely honest. So I'm out on the San Diego Padres. I think 3rd place is where they belong. I think 500 is where they will sit. And I mean, the fact that people, the Padres, they got Casey Mize. Congrats. I
don't know. That Robbie Ray move I thought was pretty good.
I do love the Robbie Ray move. I'm a little surprised the Giants dealt with them.
Me too, but it seems like we're in a different world because it's not the only team that dealt within their own division. The Padres got Robbie Ray from the Giants, kind of having him fly right over the Dodgers, by the way.
Mets sent Brooks Raley, who's, different. He's a reliever, but, late game lefty, 2 ERA to the Philadelphia Phillies.
The Orioles traded away Adley Rutschman to the Boston Red Sox. This was not your average wild. This was a nuts trade deadline. But to get back to the Dodgers, I mean, they have reinforced reinforcements coming back, thank God. They got Blake Snell on his way back. They have Tyler Glass now on his way back. We already got back Edwin Diaz. It's only a matter of time. By the way, another name we haven't even mentioned, Blake Trinan will be back at some point. Like, the Dodgers have so much depth that I actually kind of understand why Dave Roberts a couple of weeks ago was saying we're sellers right now. A couple of those players they were going to sell, if you believe reports, were Eric Lauer and Alex Call. Both requested the Dodgers not trade them because they just want to be a part of this, even in a diminished role.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Lauer, it's interesting, right? Would you rather be a starter for a non-contender, or would you rather run the risk of being left off the postseason roster for a World Series contender? And if you are on the postseason roster, and you've come to terms with and accepted the fact you won't be a starter, you'll be a reliever. You might be there for mop-up duties and blowout games, maybe a situational lefty appearance here and there. But would you take that diminished role as opposed to, doing what you want to do ultimately and being a starter elsewhere? I agree. Take the diminished role to be in LA and potentially win a ring. It's kind of like what we spoke about with Kuminga with the Lakers earlier. It's like, would you take a little less to be on a contender in Los Angeles? And to me, the answer is always yes.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is also more than the contender conversation. Like, I agree with you. Like, the Dodgers are a perennial contender. Everyone wants to be a part of it. But these are two guys that have played in multiple places now. Alex Call in Washington. I believe he played somewhere else before that.
Right.
Eric Lauer has bounced all over the place.
Milwaukee, Toronto.
And now, all of a sudden, he's in LA, and he doesn't want to leave, even if his role is, like, gone. You know why? Because this team does it all right.
Yeah.
It's not just the developmental. It's not just the money. It's not just the contracts. It's not just the location of Los Angeles and the great weather. The Dodgers have a way of making everyone the best versions of themselves, one of which is Dave Roberts himself. Everyone wants to play for Dave Roberts because Dave Roberts, in a social situation, is probably the very best manager I have ever met. When the Dave Roberts you see on camera, that's Dave.
Yeah.
There is no falseness to him. There is no fraudulent to him. He is a legitimate, earnest guy in a world where no one is earnest.
And I was just going to say, like, how could you watch this guy speak? Even, the in-game interviews, which I could frankly do without because I think usually...
But that's not his fault. I just hate in-game interviews.
Right, 100%. I think usually you're getting a watered-down, version of the player or the coach being interviewed that's like, this wasn't even worth the network's time airing this. But with Roberts, when I see him on an in-game interview, I'm like, oh, I get why guys want to run through a wall for him. And he's not the rah-rah motivational type.
No.
But he's just the stoic, calm leader of men that you want in your dugout. And I mean, it's funny because a lot of Los Angeles fans wanted to run Roberts out of town when they weren't getting results.
That's because they're
sooner.
insane.
Yeah.
Like Dave I got to play for Dave a few times.
He's a Hall of Fame manager.
No question. First manager to 1,000 wins, the speed that he did. 9 seasons to 1,000 wins. And yes, I know the Dodgers lineup and the thing also has something to do with it, but you have to understand there is a certain temperament you need for a team chock full of superstars. I've been on a team filled with superstars. That San Diego Padre 2015 team had multiple All-Stars on it. Like, it had Matt Kemp, Justin and BJ Upton.
Yeah.
Both Uptons. You had Josh Johnson. You had Ian Kennedy. You had, the team was actually stacked. Craig Kimbrell was there. Like, this team was outrageously stacked, but because of it didn't work. This group of guys, everyone can play, but they couldn't play together. And by the way, you know who managed that team? Pat Murphy. Pat Murphy couldn't get those guys together even a little.
He managed the 15 Padres?
Yes. After Bud Black got fired, they called up Pat Murphy, the now 2-time manager of the year, and it was a disaster.
They're the reason the Mets got Cespedes.
I do know that.
Were you there for the rain delay? Were you up with the big league team for that rain delay game at Citi Field?
I was not.
I was
called up shortly after.
Yeah, the Mets blew a huge lead to the Padres. That series is the reason the Mets got Cespedes.
Well,
that's wild.
You're welcome for that.
Yeah.
But anyways, the Dodgers just do it different. And by the way, here's some Dave Roberts right now on the bad streak that they're currently on.
I like the fight. It sucks to lose. It absolutely does. But, we're going to win again. And I did like the fight. I thought, certainly the way Mookie swung the bat today was very encouraging. I thought that, that bat quality, not quitting, Muntz 0 for 3 at that point, then hitting a homer. Shohei still hanging in there and homering twice. We had to get Freddie out of the game. He got hit on the hand. But fortunately, x-rays were negative. So that was another positive. But, it's baseball.
Yeah, no, and I do agree with him. Now they need to stop the bleeding, clearly. Thank God they have an off day today. They're going to be in Arizona for this next series, but that is an in-division series. And again, I've been saying this from Jump Street. Sleep on the Diamondbacks at your own peril.
Yeah.
This is a playoff team. I remember when they got to the World Series, the year they got to the World Series, I was saying every single day, the Diamondbacks scare me.
They didn't do
should
anything
scare
till
you.
August that year.
I know.
You know, but they were a team I like you. I liked preseason that year. They didn't do anything till August, and then they turned it on. Good news for the Dodgers, they miss Erod, who just pitched the other night against San Diego. So, I mean, who are they going to face here? This rookie, this kid Drake.
I don't know much about him.
I don't either. Merrill Kelly.
Which it could be up or down. You could get the version of Merrill Kelly that's been phenomenal, or you give the guy that gives up 10.
Thing with Kelly is that, like, when he's mixing and matching, he's got great stuff. You know? Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Kelly's pitching game 1. Drake's going today. The D-backs play San Diego today.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So it's Kelly game 1 opposite Sasaki, Fott, and then they actually do get Erod.
Oh, so they're going to be facing some dudes. And by the way, Fott is starting to put it back together as well.
He is.
Let's go over to Crash, our guy Crash, because we do have a poll that we've been doing about the Dodgers. Crash, tell us the results of our poll and tell us what was on that poll.
Yep, we talked about the Dodgers. We've been talking about them all day, and if we should be concerned that they got swept, but mostly what needs to change so we don't keep getting swept. And the options that we went through, there was an even representation of voters that thought maybe it's Mookie who needs to bounce back.
He does.
Maybe it's Kyle Tucker who needs to wake up when he's at bat.
He does.
People also think Ohtani needs to get back on the mound, but most people voted that they think we need to get Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow back healthy, and that will be the biggest difference maker for the Dodgers.
You know, I do agree with that because, you know, Dave Roberts was talking about in that clip that we just played, you know, it sucks, but I like the fight. They were down 7-1, and they came back all the way. Now, they didn't get it all the way to 7 runs. They got it to 6 runs, lost the game 7-6. But I did think that was very, very encouraging. The Dodgers all of a sudden are giving up runs.
Yeah.
That's what's all of a sudden happening, and that's a problem. And by the way, the bullpen for the last week has been a little shaky as well. The influx of guys that are coming back is going to be a huge help. The question I have now simply is this: how soon do we see Roki Sasaki in the bullpen?
I mean, if you have Snell and Glasnow both back, if you're going to insert Ohtani, reinsert him into the rotation, Skubal, Yamamoto, Snell, Glasnow, Wroblewski.
That's 5.
Ohtani would be 6.
But here's the thing. It's even on the poll, like, do we need to get Ohtani? I don't care if the Ohtani pitches another inning. I really don't.
You don't care in the playoffs? If he's one of your
don't
guys?
even care. No, I would love to have him.
Yeah.
But there is just so many
He'd
damn
probably
arms.
He'd probably be best suited out of the bullpen in the playoffs.
I would actually agree with that,
but
too.
But has he ever come out of the bullpen in Major League Baseball? I know he has in the World
Baseball Classic.
But I don't know if he has in Major League Baseball.
I don't know. I got to look at that World Series from 2024. Did he end up pitching in any of that in 2024? I thought he started getting a couple of innings, but I might just be remembering it
Yeah,
correctly.
I don't know. I didn't think he did.
Well, listen, the guy's shown that he can come out of the pen. He doesn't need to throw an exorbitant amount of innings. We know what Yamamoto, he's just going to eat up as many innings as possible.
Him, Snell, Skubal, Wroblewski.
Like, right there alone. How many starters do you need?
You don't need Ohtani to pitch.
So, at the end of the
day... But I
day...
do think that Sasaki, like how I said earlier in the show, that if Ohtani is going to start in the playoffs, you need to maybe around September 15th, get him back in there, get him 2 to 3 tune-up starts. I think Sasaki should get some bullpen tune-up action.
I agree, but here's my counter to it, though. Like, I do agree that Sasaki's going to end up in the bullpen.
Yeah.
However, that is a very left-handed pitching staff. That is a very left-handed pitching staff.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, you see that doesn't bother me because it's like starters nowadays in the playoffs, you're going to only be asked to maybe go 4 innings and then piggyback a righty in there. And
you're right. And by the way,
you could go
there's some
Wroblewski
matchups
to
I like.
Glasnow. You could go Glasnow to Wroblewski. Snell to Glasnow is an option.
I don't. But here's the thing: if we get to the
piggyback
playoff situation, I don't know how Glasnow will be used. I feel like Glasnow would be odd man out in the playoff situation.
I feel like having him as a
because you're going to have what four starters most likely in the playoffs.
So the 3 definites are Skubal, Snell, and Yamamoto.
No question,
right? Those are, and then
to me those are in ink. Those are there
absolutely.
So who's the 4th?
I would say Wroblewski.
See, that would be a 3rd lefty, and I'm not sure I want that.
Well, if you're going up against the Phillies, don't you want that?
If I'm going up against the Phillies, I definitely want that.
Yeah, I mean,
but if I'm going up against the Cubs, I don't know if I like that.
You're going up against the Braves with Matt Olson and Michael Harris. I want that.
That's not bad.
I'm
But
going
now
up against
I'm
the-
getting more worried about the Cubs than I am anybody else now.
With good reason.
Yes.
The Cubs probably should scare you maybe more than Milwaukee right now.
I'm not going to lie to you. Right now, they do.
The lineup scares me more. The pitching, I mean, you got
the Miz.
the Miz and the Harrison of it
Yeah,
all.
those dudes are monsters. But then again, it's only 2 guys. And if in a 4-game series, that doesn't scare me as much. Now, it still scares me, but in a 7-gamer, not as much.
The thing is, though, like you can, you're also, if you're asking a starter to go 3 or 4 innings, you're getting more out of him. You're not getting a guy who's looking to stretch it out and throw 100 pitches. You're getting a guy who's going, all right, if I'm only going to throw 60 pitches, you're going to get 2 more ticks on my fastball. You're going to get, a sharper, harder breaking ball out
But
of
what
me.
about Eric Lauer, who is another name we haven't mentioned yet in this?
I mean, he's probably in a mop-up role.
Mop-up role, or maybe, I hate to say this, because
Off the team.
How is he going to make the roster?
Well, you always want a long reliever.
I agree, but that's going to be Roki.
Ooh. You don't think Roki would be like an 8th inning guy?
If you have Blake Trinan and Edwin Diaz back healthy, I don't know.
I mean, well, right now,
because Roki was put in that position because the bullpen
was
all
forced to be.
Yeah, they were all beat up.
Okay, but right now Edwin Diaz is not trustworthy yet. He's still in spring training.
Not, and I agree with that.
Yeah, Diaz is still in spring training. I trust Roki based on what he did last postseason more than Trinan. 8th inning. Say Diaz is trustworthy.
Okay.
And say he is your closer.
Yeah.
And you got righties coming up in the 8th inning, because if you got lefties, it's Scott.
Don't forget Tanner Scott. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, but say you got righties due up in the 8th. Diaz is going to be your closer. And your choice is Roki or Trinan, based on last October?
And based on these last few weeks,
Sasaki.
Sasaki's been monstrous these last few weeks.
I mean, how many times did he touch 100 at Yankee Stadium?
I think
40?
it was 20. No, wasn't it like, God, was it 40? Was that many? I thought it was like 27 times, but I might be wrong.
Whether it was 27 or 47.
It's still a lot. How about that?
Yeah, and that's in a start. Coming in for 1 inning, you're planning on throwing 10 to 15 pitches,
You're not wrong.
airing it out. I'd much rather Sasaki than Trinan.
It's so wild that we're having this conversation,
Champagne
because this is
problems,
an
right?
outrageous champagne problem. This is such good. And by the way, these are a lot of these names we're mentioning, like Eric Lauer. We're having a conversation about Eric Lauer.
He's a mop-up guy.
He's a mop-up guy, but he's a guy that could have helped any team win. But he's on the Dodgers, and they've won 9 of the 10 games he started.
Well, you know how he can help the Dodgers win? If they're up 2-0 in the NLCS, and Game 3 they find themselves down 7-0 in the 3rd inning, he can help them by pitching the final 5 to 6 innings. And that's a genuine, legitimate way that he can help the Dodgers, and why I think he should be considered for a postseason roster spot. Because if there is a blowout, he can eat innings and save your bullpen for the next game.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's a tight game and a lefty's up and you have a situational spot, you can put Lauer in there to get 1 out, 2 outs, whatever you might need.
That is very fair.
So
very fair.
That versatility he brings, I think, is worth keeping him.
Listen, the one thing I think we can all agree on, the Dodgers pitching is not going to be a problem when October rolls around.
It's going to be a problem for everyone else.
Offensively, however, of the names that need to get it going, who do you think's more important? And I'm going to give you 2 names. Is it Tucker or is it Betts?
I'm going to say Mookie.
I'm going to say Mookie too.
I think Mookie is more just important to the heart of this team.
Couldn't agree more. We need
They've
Mookie
done
to
it
get
without
going.
Tucker.
Yes, they have.
You
Twice.
know? And Tucker, to his credit, it's a down year, 55 RBI. He's probably going to have 75, 80 RBI in a down year. That's fine. It's all good and well. Mookie is a more integral part of the Dodgers and their success. And, Mookie, I believe Tucker has 1 ring.
Yes, he does.
Mookie's got a few.
Yes, he does.
Mookie's got a bunch.
In multiple cities.
Mookie's a winner.
He's an absolute winner, and they need him. And here's Dave Roberts on Mookie Betts.
Right now, and he was downtrodden, losing some confidence. His teammates, the coaches, have really picked him up, his spirits up, and letting him know how good he is and how valuable he is to our ball club. And I think that helps. But hopefully that, it's something he can keep building on. And, because obviously with him going, it makes us that much better offensively.
Couldn't agree more. And it's so fascinating. You just mentioned Mookie's a winner. He's an MVP. He's a multi-time All-Star. He's Mookie,
selfless guy, too.
Like, he's just...
will play wherever you ask him.
He is like the perfect baseball. He's like the perfect athlete. He's like everything you want. How he handles himself on and off the field, how he plays. But even hearing that, like, he's losing confidence in himself. Mookie Betts. If all of you driving around L.A. get mad at yourself for losing confidence in yourself, It has to be at least a little refreshing to hear that somebody of the caliber of Mookie Betts can even lose confidence in himself. And good on the Dodgers for keeping him up.
And it almost feels like it kind of goes back to me still, almost 2 years ago now, a year and a half ago, that illness that he had going into last season.
Where he lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's been a bit of a different Mookie ever since
I would agree with that, too.
And even the way he carries himself has looked a little more timid and meek,
He is also starting to get older.
He's getting a little older, but... and the thing with Tucker, the Dodgers have left-handed power bats galore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Mookie coming in from the right side, Pages is tapering off a bit here. Mookie Betts, legitimately, if he gets right and gets hot for the postseason, is their best right-handed hitter.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why his success coming in from the right side, especially as opposed to Tucker, where they have Ohtani and Freddie and Muncy. I think it's important to have that reliable right-handed bat. Mookie, like I said, when he's on, he's their best right-handed bat.
What do you got, Raj?
Yeah, I like that. No, you're right with the right, but imagine if Tucker was what they envisioned, batting second. I know it's two lefties starting, but
they'd
with
have
the power,
wins.
speed, you know what I mean? And then Freddie behind, cleaning that up a bit. Like, imagine the Tucker that we thought we were getting. If you could get that, that's what entices me.
Can I tell you, I still don't think this dream is dead. I don't. I think he's had a rough year. He's got multiple years on this deal. I'm going to use somebody that you'll appreciate. Francisco Lindor.
2021 was a disaster.
It was unwatchably bad. And what happened the next year? He was the Mets superhero.
Oh, ever since then, all he's done is turn in 100 RBI, 30-30. He had like 3 straight 30-30 seasons. I mean, Lindor's been nothing but superb since then. That's why I laugh when they're talking about trading him now this year. Because it's like, hold on, don't forget this guy's like 3 straight 30-30 seasons coming in this year.
And Kyle Tucker has the talent to get right back to where he was doing this type of thing.
How about a guy who just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, Carlos Beltran's first year as a New York Met? A lot of people at the time, I think it was the biggest contract Mets had ever handed out.
It was.
And people at the time were like, oh, what are they doing? What's this all about? And then in 2006, I know it ends with him looking at a curveball from Adam Wainwright in the NLCS, but he set the Mets record, 41 home runs in 2006. Like, year ones are notoriously difficult in New York, in LA, in Boston. So, yeah, I'm not saying that dream is dead for future years, but I don't see Tucker putting it together this year.
I don't know. I could see Kyle Tucker having a massive impact in October at some point.
Just having a series.
Just having a series where he just goes
MVP,
off.
Kyle Tucker.
Just watch it happen.
Yeah.
Watch it happen, and it'll erase. And here's the thing. I've seen people be like, watch him do this, and it's going to erase all the bad that he did. All the bad that he did is dead and gone if he does one massive thing in October. I'm sorry. That's just the fact. But so much to discuss and only a little more time to do it today here on D. Fish and Decker. But coming up, latest from Rams camp. Our one and only Lindsay Polaris joins us right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Have like an issue with you coming in. It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is like, that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that like I know you coming for my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, you know, I find this thing interesting because to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play.
Course, all the excitement, all the adulation, all of the joy that is coming out of Rams camp, especially with the rumors and innuendo that is surrounding all of the things Aaron Donald. Well, we have our girl, Lindsay Polaris, joining the show yet again, joining not only me and, of course, Joe, to talk all things Rams camp and everything that she's been seeing. Lindsay, what is going on? I gotta ask, just before we get started, how electric was the room around Aaron Donald?
Yeah, I mean, there's a buzz. I would say let's take it up a notch. Buzz to, energize. I hate using like electric sayings because that's associated with the Chargers. But yes, electric, buzzing. People were flying around. I think imagining what the Aaron Donald, Myles Garrett combo would look like, yes, that is at the top of everybody's minds. How could it not be at this point?
Lindsay, I'm curious because everyone's through the roof ecstatic about Aaron Donald's appearance and the report because he had to, put the helmet on and whatnot. But Myles Garrett sitting out for a 5th straight day. Any concern there about Garrett sitting out with this soreness? Are there, murmurs, rumors? Are people talking about it, or is it just a big nothing burger?
No, he was at practice yesterday. We actually got to talk to him. I think he said he feels good, nothing to worry about. But yeah, we saw him out on the field yesterday. I think it's just making sure that he's taking care of his body. He talked a little bit about it post-practice. So I would say so far so good right now. Obviously, there's different types of rehab and post-workout therapy that the stars and people of Myles Garrett's caliber need to take. I think it sounds like it's precautionary at this point. I feel like if we see him sitting out of practice any further, then maybe a cause for concern. But as of right now, I think it was just precautionary. So let's not sound the alarms right now.
Lindsay Polaris joining us live right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, out there at Rams camp. And Lindsay, looking at this team, we know that in this camp, we've already been told how Matthew Stafford was going to be used. Kind of tampered back a little bit, 2 days on, 2 days off type of scenario, day on, day off type of thing. So we're getting a lot of looks at the backup quarterback situation. What is your assessment thus far of what you're seeing on the backup quarterback situation here for the Rams?
What I will say before I really answer this, the sample size on Ty Simpson is very small because on the days that Matthew Stafford is not practicing, it's Stetson Bennett that is taking the first team reps. So we're seeing a lot more of him. And I will say the general consensus from what we're hearing from players, I think particularly Puka Nacua has been really vocal about it, is that Stetson Bennett has a lot of swagger, playing with a lot of confidence. We've heard that from Sean McVay as well. That's not to say that Ty Simpson is not doing a great job. He's asking a lot of the right questions. He's really getting acclimated with a very complicated Rams offense. The sample size is smaller. On the days that Matthew Stafford isn't playing, he's obviously getting those second team reps, so there is more opportunity. And what we've heard from Sean McVay is that he's taking advantage of every rep that he does get. But from what I'm seeing from Stetson Bennett, the chemistry with the wide receivers when Matthew Stafford isn't playing, it's absolutely there. Particularly, I would say with Puka Nacua, we saw another beautiful one-handed catch from Puka Nacua yesterday, and it was fired from Stetson Bennett, just over the middle, one-handed grab. The timing is there. Obviously, it looks like Puka Nacua is in a little better shape this season, looking a little leaner. He seems faster. He confirmed that he's I'm pretty sure I feel that. He's everybody keeps telling me that. But yeah, Stetson Bennett looks good. And I think that just comes with being in the Rams offense for now going on his 3rd year. So he has reps, the price, and he's obviously getting more of that as his time there keeps going. So I think right now it sort of feels like he's the number 2. Certainly anytime that there is an order to all 4 quarterbacks, he is coming in at number 2. So that's what I can deduce from what I've seen, but he does look very, very good.
Well, you started to get into it there. Let's focus a little more on Puka here. Obviously, the offseason, so much talk about him and his trip to rehab and recovery and whatnot. You said he looks better, he feels lighter, he looks leaner. I mean, what are we expecting out of Puka? I know the 2 one-hand grabs are the big news out of yesterday at training camp. How did he look outside of those 2 plays, and what do you think the expectations are for him?
I think he's really hyped up about this season. I think a lot of the storyline around him has been obviously an interesting offseason. But he has told us he's come in and reprioritized everything as it relates to football and just getting his mind, his body right. And like I said, getting his priorities straight. He said he's cut out McDonald's. He's feeling a little bit leaner. And everybody keeps telling him he looks better and faster. And he's like, yeah, I think that is how I feel out there. And he's pretty much catching everything thrown his way. There were a couple past breakups by Trent McDuffie yesterday. I think those are unavoidable when you've got an all-pro corner that's been added to your locker room, but the competition is there. Puka Nacua and Trent McDuffie go back to UW, so they're certainly having a lot of fun competing against each other once again. And he says he's obviously just gotten that much better, now winning 2 Super Bowls and logging a significant amount of seasons in the NFL. But yeah, I mean, I would say that he's playing like he wants that big contract. I think that will come in due time, because obviously it's the off the field stuff that there's question marks about, but on the field he has come back and ready to play his 4th season.
Lindsay Pilares joining us, of course, here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Lindsay, before we let you go, how about the other wide receiver? We've been talking a lot about these polls that have been put out by The Athletic and all these polls that have been put out by staffs, and we've seen that Puka Nacua currently listed as the 4th best receiver in the game. Davante Adams as the 10th best receiver in the game. What are we looking like with Davante Adams going into this season for the Rams?
I mean, I think with him, obviously, he's going into his 13th season, I believe. So we're not going to see him every day. But the days that he's out there, I mean, he's not playing like this is year 13. He is very quick. You see that chemistry with Matt Stafford. Jalen Watson, a newly acquired corner, also from the Chiefs. He put out a tweet complimenting Matt Stafford and, just his ball placement and just what an elite quarterback he is. On that same play he was referencing, it was just late hands by Davante Adams, and he totally beat Jalen Watson on the goal line route. So he is fast, he's in shape, he's ready to go. Yes, he's going to take some breaks, as comes with being a 13-year veteran of the league, but I don't think that I don't think he's skipped a beat, and I only think that his timing, his chemistry, everything as it relates to him and Matt Stafford working together, that's only going to get better as we head into season 2 of that dynamic duo.
She is Lindsay Pilares. You can check her out right here at The Fan LA. And, of course, all of the incredible work she has been doing so far from Rams and Chargers camp. And we can't wait to get our next update from you, Lindsay. Thank you so much yet again.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Phenomenal stuff from Lindsay, as always. Boots on the ground down there, over there at Rams camp, and she's been doing a phenomenal job all around. What are your thoughts on the Puka Nacua situation? Because we haven't really had a chance to talk about it. We don't have a lot of time right now, but really quick, your assessment on the rehab that you mentioned in that question.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked about it a couple of weeks ago when I was filling in for D-Fish, and the kind of cynical, maybe pessimistic question came up of, did he go to rehab? Someone I know actually saw him there over the summer. So we've got confirmation he was there.
He went.
Yeah.
He went.
So we've got confirmation that it actually happened. And he told me back then when he saw the show, he was watching the show that day, and he told me to tell you. So I figured I'd wait till we were on air to tell you. He did go. And the fact that he did go and that he, feels like he's in better shape. I mean, look, no one questioned his physical shape last year.
No.
So if he's saying that he's noticing he's in better physical shape,
Watch
that's
out.
my biggest takeaway.
Watch out.
The hell out.
Watch out. This guy is primed and ready to possibly reset the wide receiver market. Hell, if I'm him, I actually just hope that he doesn't do it next. Wait a little bit more. There's a couple more names that need to reset so he can
really reset the market.
Yeah, at this point, when his time comes, if they don't get it done in the next year, he's going to be upwards of like $160 million.
God willing, he stays healthy and everything. Absolutely.
And keeps his head together off the field. So lots to discuss there with Puka Nacua and the Rams themselves. It's going to be a very exciting season here in Los Angeles, and we lived a charmed life as LA fans, ladies and gentlemen. Well, taking a quick little break, but coming up, still plenty more to discuss when it comes to football, because tonight, actual football will actually be played. Talk about the Hall of Fame game and, of course, maybe a little final out right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Comedy store a little bit. I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. but it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm gonna hurt his back spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, sure. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
Okay. You keep. Should we do it? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man. Hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. It's live, bro. I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of the
I
two of us.
can't quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but no, I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and, of course, Joe Serralo in for D. Fish today. And we've been talking everything under the sun when it comes to the world of Major League Baseball. And we talked a little bit about the Lakers. But, man, we've had a lot of fun talking about football because yes, is this the most important football game ever? No. But is actual football going to be on our screens today? Yes, and man, I'm excited to even have it on the background in the peripheral. I don't care. Carson Beck is going to get the start, so at least there is something to kind of watch. But at the end of the day, I'm just excited because the Canton game means one thing and one thing only. Football is finally coming very soon.
Football's around the corner. I will say, I don't know, and I don't want to sound like a buzzkill. I know football's back. It's a big deal. I can't wait for the regular season. I don't know if this game is going to crack my TV tonight.
No?
I don't know if I can get there on that. I mean, you're going up against, I got a Red Sox White Sox game that I could be watching. I don't know if I'm going to be watching the Hall of Fame game over the Red Sox, trying to not lose their sixth match in the last
Talk to me, Raj.
Weeks.
No, can I interest you in this? I do want to see Carson Beck just for a hot second, see what he throws about how he looks in uniform. But I am interested in seeing Mike Tomlin, who is going to be a part of the broadcast, and I'm hearing and seeing him tonight. So that kind of gets me going a little bit. I just want to see a little bit. I can invest 20 minutes of my time,
I can invest 20 minutes of my time.
That's selling me. Yeah, I'm more sold on watching to see how Mike Tomlin sounds and looks on TV.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Than Carson Beck.
It is interesting because I've been saying for years I always wondered what Mike Tomlin would be like on television. I bet he's going to be great at
I hope
this.
he lets loose. I mean, I think he's going to let loose.
You think so?
Yeah.
Does he have it in him? Like, does it? Because this guy's been so buttoned up for 20 years.
Right, but to be on TV, you have to. You can't be that buttoned-up guy on TV.
There's a lot of buttoned-up guys on TV.
I mean, but Tomlin, he's played things so close to the vet. You got to give us some personality.
I mean, it would be funny if he continues just being so coy as he's doing this show. It'd be amazing. But yeah, that is actually one reason to tune in. I would love to see more Mike Tomlin.
I'm more into that than Beck. I've seen enough Carson Beck.
I don't care about Carson Beck. I don't care about the Arizona Cardinals even a little.
To me, Carson Beck is going to be like Stetson Bennett. Mm-hmm. He's going to be a non-factor in the NFL. Really good college quarterback, showed glimpses here and there. That's all good and well. Non-factor, irrelevant in the National Football League.
Couldn't agree more. It is just, there's nothing to this for me as far as there's nothing to it for me in the Arizona Cardinals, period. Now,
Jeremiah Love, I'm interested.
You're grasping at straws, man.
I doubt they would play him.
Why would he even be? He. If I'm them, I'm keeping him in a case. He's not going out there. No.
But if
chance.
he did play, I want to watch every second.
I would definitely want to watch that too. But it's a stretch.
Maybe he's a rookie.
It's a stretch. But here's the thing. I am also interested. I am actually interested in the Carolina Panthers this year. They are an interesting team.
Yeah.
We're not going to see much tonight. No Bryce Young tonight.
No, their health is rough. The O-line is banged up. I mean,
it's a winnable division, dude.
Yeah, for anyone.
It's the most winnable division in the NFL.
I think that if you're looking for value, if you're looking for a little sexy futures ticket,
you're a gambling
the Atlanta
person?
Falcons might be.
You think so? They let me down year in, year out.
They do. They let everyone. They're the definition of mediocrity in the last 7 years. But new coach, Kevin Stefanski.
True.
Who is an offensive mastermind. I know Cleveland, they've had their ups and downs, but don't forget what the ups looked like in Cleveland. 11, 12 wins.
How do you feel about the quarterback situation over there? Penix and Tua?
Could Stefanski get as much out of Tua as he got out of Joe Flacco a couple years ago?
Maybe. We saw what Mike McDaniel could get out of him, but Mike McDaniel hasn't been getting that out of Tua for years.
Mike McDaniel, I don't think is worth a damn as a head coach.
Whoa.
I do not like Mike McDaniel at all. Now, as an offensive coordinator, maybe.
We'll see.
As a head coach, not worth a damn. Stefanski is a better head coach than McDaniel, hands down. He's got more weapons in Atlanta with Bijan and Drake London and Kyle Pitts than he had in Cleveland. On a 12-win Cleveland team.
Is he gonna beat out Michael Penix? And what's Michael Penix's health gonna be like?
Also, Atlanta's got a sneaky good defense. Last year, that Falcons pass rush,
it never matters.
Among the best in the league.
Yet somehow it never matters.
Well, because they can't put everything together, all at once. You're right. Everything you're saying about the Falcons is right. I think Stefanski, it's a new culture, it's a new time.
Maybe.
That division's wide open. If this was if this was the NFC East, I wouldn't be talking about the Falcons, but 8 wins can get you there.
True, but I've also seen there's been a lot of growth from Bryce Young ever since Canales kind of took over that program. Like I feel like there's something there in Carolina.
There could be.
I mean,
there could be someone with Baker.
Who else in the division?
Baker's got the moxie.
Saints?
How about Baker?
Baker's
a
pretty
pissed off Baker.
Baker's pretty pissed off. I don't think we've ever seen pissed off Baker.
He might wake up feeling dangerous.
We've seen motivated Baker. We've never seen pissed off
this
Baker.
Disrespected Baker.
Yeah, this is
they just straight disrespect. And now guess what? He's talking about, they've been trying to get me back to the table, talking about how's this look, how's that look. He told him, yo, check this out. I told y'all in the off season, once camps opens, it's all football. I'm not talking contract. So he's going to hit the market, in my opinion.
And if he does, and if he puts up a year that now all of a sudden I'm kind of expecting him to,
yeah, I could be sold on a pissed off Baker.
Pissed off Baker is going to be very, very interesting. So listen, I'm excited for the football season. There's so many different storylines. There's so many different. Who do you think's the most disrespected team preseason going into this year? Because I have a unique take on this that I think you guys might agree with. I honestly think it's the Seahawks. Yeah. Seattle Seahawks just boat raced the entire league, won the league, and right after the game, before the Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald talk started, before that, the Rams were already the shortest odds to win the next Super Bowl.
Yeah, how about the Broncos? 8th on the odds board.
Yeah, that's
to
a good
win the
one.
AFC. 8th in the AFC?
It's a good one.
Should have been the Super Bowl last year. Denver,
yes,
Seattle.
They should have.
If Knicks doesn't get hurt, it's a Denver-Seattle Super Bowl.
Completely, and it might have been a watchable Super Bowl compared to what we actually had, which was, in my opinion, one of the worst Super Bowls I've ever watched.
My bets went 6-0. I'm happy with it.
Congratulations. I'm glad you got some joy.
Because it was so predictable. Because it was such a predictable
The only
game.
thing I liked was the halftime show. Outside of that, everything was just like, this is a boring-ass game.
Halftime show was great.
It was a pretty good halftime show.
Yeah.
No
Bad
question
Bunny
about
looked
it.
healthy.
He looked very healthy. Guys, let's bring in our hype man, Raj, and play a little game we like to call the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Yeah, boys, you know what it is. So fun talking NFL. And, when we're talking NFL, we're kind of talking fantasy football to us. This is fantasy football draft month. But, we're talking in the news, of course. A couple running backs got their money this week. Got some big paper on some big quarterback running backs this year. So got me to thinking, fellas. Can you name me the top 10 NFL rushers from last season? Just yards. Rushing yards. The guys
Only
in the
yards.
10. Yep. So, Joe, you're our guest. You want to take a crack at it, number one?
Last season? Let's start with the guy who just got paid, Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor is on the list. He was third on the list. That's right.
All right, I'll take the guy that also just got paid and is on your beloved Falcons. I'll go Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson, number 4. You're right.
All right, top 10.
That's right.
Trying to make sure. I'm trying to also remember. I'm also trying to remember injuries last year.
How
too.
about a
That's
guy
another
who,
thing.
the injuries of it all is tough. How about a guy who finished the year on a great note? Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry. Oh, he won me my fantasy championship, by the way, with that big game. Second on the list, big Derrick Henry, post 30.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Say it with your chest. What?
Jahmyr Gibbs,
there
baby.
You go. Jahmyr Gibbs is 7th on the list.
Getting a little low there. I like that.
He regressed last year. He took a step back, but Saquon had to be top 10, right?
I was going to chase that next.
Let's see. Hang on.
I hope you're wrong.
Scroll down.
I was going to say it next.
Scroll down. 10th on the list.
Wow, you got lucky. Uh-oh. He was 10th on the list?
Yeah, fam. But you guys still don't have number 1. You don't have number 6. You don't have number 8 or 9.
Is James Cook?
Say it with me.
James Cook.
Oh, man, that's number 1. You get bonus points. He led the league in rushes. So if there's a tie, he is the winner.
Thank God.
Your Uruguay strategy didn't work this time.
Yeah, exactly. I got burned on that last time around. I was saving Cook. What are we at, 4 more?
3 more.
Oh, man.
Carry the 1.
How about a guy who I'm a little concerned about his health this season because he just had the most touches of his career last year, Christian McCaffrey.
I was worried about that one.
Why would you be worried?
I can't remember. He's always hurt. I can't remember. I can't
He
put
was
the years
completely
together.
healthy last year.
thank God.
They ran the crap out of him, and he's at number 8 on the list. 2 more players.
Your favorite numbers, 6 and 9.
Nice.
2 more players.
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall with the Jets.
Yeah.
You know what it is. We have a champion, and it is Joe.
Come on! Where was Brees on the list?
Man, I can't even go down that far. I'm not going to scroll down that far.
He was the only thing the Jets have.
Yeah, but they didn't have much. They had, what's his name? Wilson go out early, the receiver.
Was it Achane?
Achan was on the list. They weren't that bad. Well, they had a mixed season.
I was between
he was number 5, and then a local running back.
Kyron?
Yes, Kyron Williams did well. He was number 6. So
I was between Brees and Achane.
Yeah.
You might have had me too if you got Achan.
All right, guys, quick look. I know the Dodgers don't play today, so the poll said what they got to do to fix it. They said they need to have the healthy Snell and Glasnow coming back, but you and I both don't count on Glasnow. That's one thing with injured pitchers. Even if they do make it all the way back, which Snell will be back on Tuesday versus the Royals, it doesn't mean they come back the same. That's what you just can't. I don't know. I just don't take it for granted.
Listen, I think this next month, it's the dog days of August, and I think the Dodgers are going to be feeling the dog days of August a little bit. There's a lot of guys that are coming back. It's almost like going through it, like you mentioned earlier, another spring training. So I feel very good about, as long as the Dodgers are completely kind of healthy in September and kind of ramping up for the playoffs, I think I'm going to be perfectly fine. Now, is it going to be the dominance? It should be. On paper, it should be. But I'm also trying to be realistic. Everybody is trying to kill the Dodgers right now.
Yeah, they're getting everybody's best shot. They got it from Boston. They got it from Chicago. Maybe a reason that I'm a little cocky when it comes to how these guys are going to come back is because it seems like they do it every year.
Yeah, it is true.
Snell gets hurt every year, comes back, shoves in October. Same with Glasnow. So I guess it's just kind of the expectation at this point.
Yeah, and listen, it's going to be a fun rest of the season. We are going to keep you updated on everything Los Angeles Dodgers. Obviously, the IL is still very, very packed, but so many bodies are coming back. And listen, the panic button is not being hit yet, but we do see a button over there, and if this does continue, we will be starting to hit that panic button.
You know, I will say really quickly, because I know we're running out of time, I just want to say this was a blast. I'm excited to do it again tomorrow.
Can't wait.
And one last time, happy birthday to your mom, Cody.
Happy birthday to Terry Decker, 71 years old.
We love you, Terry.
Wonderful, wonderful woman. Taking her out tonight to a burlesque show, as a good son does.
As you should.
Guys, we're going to be back here live bright and early, 6 a.m. tomorrow for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And until then, stick around for Brock and Alex. And until then, enjoy sports.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you want to watch the live stream, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, Brock, I love that you had a fun little throwback member berries moment this morning.
Uh-oh.
It was the first. No. It was the first time. Not the first time. One of the few times that I was actually in the meeting room before you, which not often. And I was like, wow, rare. You're like, well, actually, after that clip that we posted, when you picked off Matthew Stafford, which you guys talked about on the show last week, and then the Fan put out video of that incredible moment, you had some people reaching back out to you today.
It's awesome. Anytime you get to reconnect with someone, it's special. So first off, anyone in the Southern California area who has a kid that wants to pursue baseball, let's see, he does professional baseball, college baseball, NFL, college football, a lot of volleyball girls. Mike Uden is his name, probably the best trainer, definitely the best trainer in the Valley. There's not a D1 athlete that does not go through him. But yes, I was able to talk to him, and it definitely took me back just to the playing days whenever I'd come back from Minnesota. That's the place that you go. And this is about the time where I would be leaving to go to training camp for college. So I think timing wise, we were both in the you called it member berries, thought process of, oh yeah, this is when we would be having our final workouts before.
Member final workout?
Exactly. But before getting on a plane to Minneapolis and getting ready for the season. So I love when things come full circle like that.
Do you ever think about, obviously with NFL training camp starting, as you're mentioning, this would be around the time you'd be leaving for college training camp. Do you ever get that competitive bug that bites you again?
It comes out in
different ways,
non-competitive things. Meaning, I'll get competitive about video games. I'll get competitive about an argument over which actor is better than that actor, but it doesn't really come out in athletic moments.
Yeah.
I think my competitiveness for anything athletic is always going to be internal.
Yeah.
But I'm never running on the track and someone else is running and I'm thinking I need to finish before them. That part of my brain is just shut down. It only comes out in non-athletic endeavors.
Yeah, I just had a moment this morning, speed walking, racing Shay down the hallway. Moments ago. I did.
You won.
Absolutely crushed. I was walking behind him. He's like, are you I was like, bro, pick up the speed. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm actually an excellent speed walker. And I've learned how I've gotten great at random things is people telling me just out of the blue, oh, I'm the best at this. So I had a friend in high school oh, I'm the best speed walker. I had an ex who was like, oh, I'm the best ping pong player. You can never be as good as me. And I'm the silent assassin. I secretly practice. And then when it comes up again in conversation, I'm like, oh, you want to go? and I got really good at
catching them off guard. Nice.
Speed walking. Well, yeah, don't let them see you coming. Do the work and practice in private.
Yeah.
And then just show up. I'm not a big trash talker. I think we've talked about this. I am I'm just going to beat you.
Yeah.
And so it's let me do my work without you seeing it. Let me go through everything. And then, I'm just going to randomly be really good at it.
I like that. Always lurking.
Have you done speed walking? Weirdest, funniest looking thing that you can do?
It is. The only time I do it is if I
airport?
want to go. Airport, definitely. If you're ever in New York City, you probably have to do it there too. Is if something hurts and I can't run, I say, you know what? I'm going to look like a dork, but I'm going to go speed walk.
You've actually done it seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just do it to race
get
people.
The heart rate up when I can't run.
You know what? That's why I'm hot right now. I was like, why am I so I'm almost sweaty? We did 3 laps of speed walking with Shay. And Shay, how tall are you? Like
6'2".
It's all jet. He has
I'm 5'3".
The stride advantage.
I am 5'3" and smoked you.
Huh?
Smoked. Speed walking.
Oh,
I
yeah,
said I'm
yeah.
5'3" and I absolutely
Come on,
smoked
Shay.
you.
Get it
he's
together.
He's like, what's happening? He was just like, literally, the slowest little giant I've ever seen. But that's okay. You gave me a fun little like, pick me up.
Woke us up.
Yeah.
Woke us up a little bit.
Hook us up?
Woke us up a little
Woke
bit.
us up a little bit. I was like, hook you up with what? Another
it's like a shot of coffee.
Yeah.
Speed walk in the morning.
Right?
Down the hallway.
Oh, man. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And you guys, he's back. I'll still keep it at 99%. But you guys, it's happening. Aaron Donald. Okay, the potential return is now really looking like, okay, when is this announcement going to happen? And the next biggest step forward happened yesterday when the Rams officially brought him in for a workout. And this wasn't his private training that we had been assuming he had been doing up until this point. This was a formal evaluation with the team. Now, remember, Aaron Donald, like, since retirement, hasn't played in a game, what, like 2.5, almost 3 years?
It's going to be 2.5 years by week 1.
Yeah, so he's continued to work out on his own, but because Wednesday's session was an official workout, it appeared on the NFL transaction wire as an official Rams workout, and it's... Sean McVay and everyone made it clear that the decision is still Aaron Donald's, but it's trending in the right direction.
It definitely is. So when someone works out at your facility, but you're not there and they don't use your official stuff, you don't have to report it. So when TMZ caught Aaron Donald working out there with a trainer of some kind and they were doing some drills, everybody knew that he was there because everyone saw the video.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an official workout because the Rams were not technically in session at that time, and he wasn't technically using their stuff.
Okay.
But by using a Rams helmet, by hitting Rams pads, and I'm assuming a coach or two was on staff, that's why they was on site. That's why they had to officially report it and make it an official workout.
Okay.
So the biggest thing there is him knowing that this would be officially reported.
Okay.
And that's what I think is a massive thing. It's giving up some control of the process from Aaron Donald. Of course, it's still his decision, and if he chooses not to, no one's gonna be up in arms about it. It's his choice. But working out with the Rams stuff, with the acknowledgement of ESPN and Fox Sports and the Fan LA and every news network that's sports related is going to see my name on an official transaction of me working out. I think that's a big step because he's saying I'm comfortable with everyone knowing where I'm at in the process, and that's a massive step.
This was like the A block on a lot of national sports talk shows today, meaning this is the biggest news, the biggest topic. And when you think about it, it would be one of the best comeback stories if it all plans out the way this year is projected to plan out. The Rams are coming in as the Super Bowl favorites. They've arguably the best roster in the NFL. They just got the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, the greatest, possibly one of the greatest to ever do it. Yeah. And then Aaron Donald also in that same conversation. And now all these other photos and videos are kind of popping up of Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald switching jerseys, like talking about the respect for one another. And Myles Garrett was actually asked about it at practice yesterday, and this is what he told the Fan LA.
Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to joining you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully, link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off.
Vroom.
I was gonna say, whose truck is that? Got a Hemi.
Yeah. So everyone's kind of tiptoeing around the idea, the way that the Rams have to right now, because they can't get in the mindset of, okay, he's back yet until it's officially official. But you can tell. It's like Myles Garrett's like, he's thinking about it. He's like, okay, I want to break bread with him. So he wants to have like dinner with him. He wants to hang out with him and get to know him, opposed to just like when they had met, when they were both playing and both in that conversation of like the greatest of their position. So right now, as a player, as a teammate, and we had Quentin Lake on the show, and even he was like, come on, Aaron, like let's do it. Take your time, but like we would love to have you back. Yeah. So what dynamic would that do to the Rams locker room the moment that he makes that decision that he's coming back?
It would be massive. Of course, there is a ripple effect of excitement throughout the defensive line, and then the linebackers realizing their job gets easier, the DBs realizing their job gets easier, Chris Shula thinking, okay, how many more things can I implement to this defense now that Aaron Donald's here? And then offensively realizing, oh, our lives just got easier as well. But I do think for Myles Garrett, he knows that he's the reason that Aaron Donald is coming back, right? Like Matthew Stafford was also here for the 2 seasons that Aaron Donald didn't play. Quentin Lake's been here for the 2 years. You know, there are so many familiar faces that were here a year ago that are great players on what will be a great defense. I love that Myles Garrett was asked that question by our team, because he is the reason that Aaron Donald wants to put on pads again. The possibility of playing with another guy who is in competition of being the best defensive player of his generation, and how rare of an opportunity you have to line up next to that guy. Aaron Donald has accomplished everything. He has all the respect in the world. I don't know if there's a more respected player defensively. He gets talked about like he's a monster in the Odyssey. Like there's like a lore about him. Yes. And so for him to come back, it's because he wants to play with Myles Garrett, and he wants to see just how great can a defense be. If I were to guess, if you had to boil down for one reason to Aaron Donald coming back this year when he could have come back in the past 2 seasons now, it's because he wants to know, if me and Myles Garrett are on a defense together with Trent McDuffie and Quentin Lake and Cam Curl and all of these guys and Byron Young, can we potentially be the greatest defense that has ever been assembled in the NFL? Because I would love to be a part of that. And Myles Garrett is the keystone for all that happening.
Well, I'm sure it started, the question and the thought, if it was even there, if the fire was even like simmering, the way last season ended. The Rams were good enough. They were a play away from beating the Seahawks and getting to the Super Bowl. And we all saw what went down in the Super Bowl. And we knew that whoever won that NFC Championship game was most likely going to win the Super Bowl, and that's what went down. It was an absolute beatdown. Like that was it. So that's where it started. And I got to think that everything in hindsight is better. But if the Rams had won that game, I don't know if they would have gone out and got Myles Garrett and got Trent McDuffie and got Jalen and had this opportunity to get Aaron Donald back. The Rams almost needed to lose that NFC Championship game to go absolutely ham this offseason and go, oh no, we got to do everything in our power to be even better than we were last year. So the spark, you would think, maybe started there, and then the fire got lit the moment that they traded for Myles Garrett. How would you, again, as you said, Myles Garrett is the cornerstone piece and the main reason as to when the Aaron Donald conversation really started getting red hot. And it was like, okay, can this happen? I think the world would love to see this. But as Myles Garrett, to know that you were such a polarizing, incredible, once-in-a-lifetime player that you could bring out the only other player that's been in that conversation at a retirement to want to do something special with you, you have to imagine that is a I don't even know if flattering is the right word.
It's flattering. It's motivating. It's another great player signing off on your own greatness.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that he wants to that both of them are willing to share that spotlight of
That's
greatness
so rare, too.
is what makes it special. Yes. I mean, typically, if there is one fantastic edge rusher who has 20-something sacks, it means it's really difficult for another edge rusher to have 20-something sacks because it can be an individualized thing. Because from a defensive coordinator standpoint, you want to scheme opportunities for Myles Garrett to get the least amount of attention, or maybe the more favorable matchup or something like that. By doing that, sometimes you do sacrifice your other pass rushers.
Yeah.
For both of them to be on board with this, it's two guys who would be aligned in sacrificing maybe some of their numbers in trade of being part of what could be the greatest defense that we've ever seen. And both of them are already in the Hall of Fame. Both of them already have all the personal accolades that you could want. So I'm sure that's part of it too. It's now, I just want to, if you're Myles Garrett, I just want to win a Super Bowl, and I want to be able to say I played on the greatest defense ever. And Aaron Donald saying, 20 years from now when they're looking back and they say that 2026 Rams defense was the greatest they've ever seen, well, I want to be part of that because I've been on some great Rams defenses. I've done some great things, but I haven't been part of the greatest. And if there's an opportunity to add that to my legacy, I got to be on board with that.
I think that's really the only reason that this will work is because Myles Garrett is coming off the best individual season, setting the sack record, but he's never been a part of a winning team, a winning franchise, a championship franchise. Sorry, Shay. That just all they know and all the focus is Super Bowl or bust. It's the first time in his career that is the focus. Not like, well, at least Myles Garrett was breaking records and then that's the positive of the season. It's like you already had the individual accolades. You checked off those boxes. Now this is the betterment of the team. It's not about you. Yes, you are going to be a big piece of this winning team and this hopeful Super Bowl favorite team. But for us to get there, we all have to understand it ain't about us.
Yeah, when the Browns played the Patriots last year, Myles Garrett had one of the more impressive defensive performances I've ever seen. He had 5 sacks in a single game, and they lost by 20 points.
That's insane.
You know what I mean?
That's insane.
Doing everything that you can, doing something historic. I'm going to go out and say that's probably the most sacks any Browns player has ever had in a single game. And they lost by 20 points. Now he gets to go out there and say, I don't know if the Rams defense, all of them being so good, if he'll have the opportunity or the need to get 5 sacks a game. But he goes out there and says, now I know my efforts directly lead to winning. For the past couple years, since the Browns lost in the divisional round and we thought they were building something and it turns out that was more of a fluke. Sorry, Shay. We've come to realize him putting forth that effort does not directly lead to winning. And now from this moment forward, as long as he's a Ram, he knows the better I do, the better chance my team has a chance to win. He gets to win football games, and just seeing your effort directly correlate to success as a team instead of individual success, that's just something he hasn't experienced a ton of.
It's just so special, too. And so I definitely think we all know the Myles Garrett is the number one biggest factor for the Aaron Donald return. Super Bowl being back here at SoFi. And this Rams roster just being where it's at right now. And then seeing what Les Snead did during the offseason to make this quite possibly the greatest defense that we've ever seen. And continue to build around their core pieces and core players and really go out and try to win this as a team.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to be there.
It's going to be special.
It's going to be wild, you guys. It's good. Aaron Donald officially had a workout with the Rams yesterday. I'm going to keep saying it. It's 99% sure that it's going down. It's happening, that he's coming back. We're just waiting for the official announcement. Okay, Aaron, we're ready. We're ready when you are. Okay, we've all been waiting for this moment. I have to imagine Chris Shula's already mocking up plays with him coming back. He can't in pencil.
Mentally, he absolutely.
Do you think they actually pen to paper typed them out yet? Anything yet?
He probably hasn't. He hasn't written anything down, but he has mentally definitely been scheming up some stuff.
All right. So much more Rams, Aaron Donald talk throughout the show. We got to take a quick break here, but when we come back, guys. Dodgers are on a bit of a skid. Okay, how do we fix this? We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am. Way more athletic, and I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers story.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as make some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where it's headed.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because this week, we are giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park at Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. Plus, with the expanded food and beverage options, you can make it a full day of fun with the entire family. There's more than 25 attractions for all ages, including kiddie zones, the Aquaconda, the Boomerango, the Lazy River, the Wave Pool, cabanas, and more. So for the lowest ticket prices available, visit wildrivers.com or just keep listening to us, you guys, for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. That's going to be a little later in the show. All you have to do is call 855-975-2326.
I looked up the Aquaconda, by the way.
Oh, wait.
I was mesmerized by the name of that slide, and I looked it up. It looks fun.
Let me look.
It looks fun.
Aquaconda.
You have to put in
Wild
Rivers specifically. Yes.
Okay.
You're in a big old tube. Looks like it seats up to 6.
Oh, one of those.
You're over there spinning, and then there's like a big wall at the end. Big fan of the Aquaconda.
Fun.
Liking what I see from the Aquaconda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys, you're going to want to call in. Okay was me just looking at all the photos of Wild Rivers. I'm like, oh, it's been a minute. But that's so fun. Catch me going down a water slide, then sipping a cold beverage at the cabana.
That's a win.
That's a win-win. You know it wasn't a win? Dodgers extending their losing streak to 6 games. And, it almost felt like they were going to come back yesterday. Like, they started the comeback right as we were coming off the air. They were trailing 7-1 before that Muncy 3-run homer. Ohtani had a home run. They brought the tying run to the plate and in scoring position, and they couldn't finish.
Yeah.
They couldn't finish. End up losing 7-6. Now they've been swept in back-to-back series. But I'll say it again. I ain't worried. I ain't worried one bit.
Yeah, it was frustrating because, I guess it's just the ebbs and flows of baseball, The offense goes cold on games where Yoshi handles business and holds them to a small number of runs, or Scooble handles business and then passes it off to the bullpen, and there's just so many moving pieces from the offense to the starter to the bullpen, and you just need 2 of those 3 to align. Like you never need all 3 to win a game. It would help.
Mm-hmm.
If all 3 show up, you will win. But if you can get 2 out of the 3 to show up, typically you win. And really over the past 6 games, all 2 of the 3 have just not been there. Not last night. They played 11 a.m. yesterday? Yesterday morning for us. The offense had opportunities. On the 3rd inning, there was 2 on with 1 out. They got no runs out of that situation. And then the 4th inning, they had 2 on and did not find their way to get runs. But if you look at the big picture, like you're talking about, the Dodgers are 69-46. Last year, through 115 games, they were 66-49. So there's hope there. They're 2-8 in the last 10. They are now 2.5 games behind Milwaukee, who has the best record in baseball and, of course, the NL. They are half a game behind Atlanta, who is in the NL as well. So in regards to striking and making sure that they get that 1 seed or that 2 seed, yeah, they're technically not in that standing right now, but plenty of baseball left. But the biggest thing is that if we are comparing it to recent seasons, they are actually, even with going 2-8 in the last 10, in a better standing than they were a season ago.
I'll say it again. This is a great time to slump for the Dodgers. It is the perfect time, okay? Get it out of the way before September hits, okay? Because you want a lot of these guys to realize, like, oh, we don't like this feeling. They're going to be just fine. The talent is there. Yes, guys are struggling. Mookie's going through, like, a really tough stretch right now. But the thing that we were worried about started to get fixed late in that game yesterday. Bats were waking up. Yeah. Bullpen was able to kind of keep things settled. So they're trending in the right direction. I also want to remind everybody, like, the Dodgers haven't done well in the postseason anytime they have had 100-win season game. So I'm okay with them racking up a couple losses here and there and a couple sweeps and losing a few series. They haven't won a single World Series title any of their 10 100-win seasons historically. So I've talked about this through those 100-win seasons in the past. You need to find that competitive drive late in the season. And when you clinch too early, when you have too far of a lead, there is no real, like, someone's like right on our tail feeling.
Yeah.
I know you can find that competitive edge as an athlete, but it's just not the same as someone who is fighting to get into the postseason, fighting to keep that first place spot, fighting to get that bye in the National League. And right now, with the situation the Dodgers are in, they're kind of slipping back into that mindset of like, all right, guys, we got to ramp it up again. We got to get it going. And that's the mindset and the attitude that they're going to need come October.
Yeah, they're 8 games ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are second in the NL West. At one point, at last week, I think they were 14 and a half games ahead because Arizona's been playing well. And the Dodgers, of course, are on in 2-8 over the last 10 games skid right now. There is definitely something to having a fire lit under you, having pressure on you with every single at-bat, with every single ground ball, with every single pitch, as opposed to we are 14 and a half games ahead in the NL, and we have the best record in baseball, and nothing can harm us, right? Now, the Dodgers, what they have as a secret weapon, as opposed to all these other teams, is they know how they can handle themselves in the playoffs. Yes, the Phillies have had success, the Brewers had success, and of course the Braves have had success. But in the past 2 years, the Dodgers have shown that when it comes down to it and the playoffs come around, we are at our best and we have been better than all of you. So at the end of the day, it's just a matter of getting into the playoffs, which that is not even nearly being threatened, nor will it be between now and the end of the year. But I do feel that waking up sooner rather than later, just to secure, getting back to securing that 1 seed or that 2 seed sooner rather than later would be ideal. But no, the fact that when it comes down to it, when you need to be at your best, the Dodgers have proven that they will be. And I think that's why 29 other teams would be maybe panicking a little bit in this situation, but Dodgers fans are, we'll worry about when we get to October.
That's okay. And you know what? Dave Roberts actually talked about it after the game yesterday, about what he saw towards the end of the game from this team.
I like the fight. It sucks to lose. It absolutely does. But, we're going to win again. And I did like the fight. I thought, certainly the way Mookie swung the bat today was very encouraging. I thought that, the at-bat quality, not quitting, Muntz 0 for 3 at that point, then hitting a homer. Shohei still hanging in there and homering twice. We had to get Freddie out of the game. He got hit on the hand. But fortunately, x-rays were negative. So that was another positive. But, it's baseball.
Yeah, and that's your leader right there. He ain't worried one bit. And Dodger fans should not be worried one bit. This team is going to be just fine. And they're trending in the right direction. As you heard Dave Roberts say there at the end, I like the fight. You saw Muncy battle back to get that home run, to really give the Dodgers a chance to have a fighting opportunity to come back and take this game. I think our eyes we should be kind of keeping an eye on Mookie Betts because there's been a bit of a struggle there. And I'm not sure if it was Dave Roberts. Do we have that sound where he's talking about Mookie, about guys really going up and talking to him. Let's play that one.
Right now, and he was downtrodden, losing some confidence. His teammates, the coaches, have really picked him up, his spirits up and letting him know how good he is and how valuable he is to our ball club. And I think that helps, but hopefully that, it's something he can keep building on. And, because obviously with him going, it makes us that much better offensively.
So it's hard because it's like when Mookie Betts is struggling, it's still solid for a lot of other players. Mm-hmm. But Mookie and the standard that he holds himself to, the standard that the Dodgers hold themselves to hear that, like, he knows, like, these players know when they're struggling. And for Dave to share that, they're all trying to lift him up, like, it's hard because sometimes when you're in that moment, mm-hmm. it almost just takes, like, one great play or one great hit or one great situation, and that might be the only thing that can take you out of it.
And hopefully that's exactly what yesterday was for him. The previous 4 games he had gone 0 for and not recorded a hit, and then yesterday he goes 4 for 5. So, Dave pointing out that Mookie was not going to give up, and even though it took a while for the rest of the bats to show up late in the game, Mookie showed up with an aggression and hopefully can get things going. I think it's clear that Mookie Betts is trending toward the end of his career, and it is a historic career. But I also wonder, once the playoffs come around, it's hard to not imagine that the youthful puppy just comes back out of him, right? Like, I'm familiar with this. Stakes are high. I'm good. I would imagine that once you reach into your 30s and there are fewer years ahead of you than maybe you've already played, the mundane of the 162 game schedule, the dog days of summer, really affect you more than it affects Dalton Rushing or a Tommy Edman, a guy who's a little younger and maybe have just a little more to give. So I'm expecting Mookie to truly come alive come October, but I'm sure it would benefit a whole lot if he could find more of these 4-hit games or multi-hit games, which he hasn't had a ton of since July started. And hopefully going forward, that'll bring. I mean, Mookie's a guy who I think he has one of the most incredible stories in baseball, being so undersized that the local baseball coach wouldn't even have a spot for him, even though it was like a public league. And so his mom gathered all the kids who were too small, and then they won the championship. Like, how do you not root for that guy? Yeah. And when Mookie's happy, everyone's happy. So I'm glad to see that the team, it sounds like Dave said, is rallying around him, motivating him. Yeah. And a 4 for 5 game is certainly going in the right direction.
Which is fine. Like, he had a hit in 4 straight games. Then, as you mentioned, went 0 for 4, mm-hmm. and then snapped right back with a massive 4 for 5 game yesterday. And as Dave said, he loved the fight. There were positives. They were trending in the right direction. They were coming back. Everything that you want to see from a struggling team, we saw from the Dodgers late in that loss yesterday. And even though it's a loss, you got to take all the positives. Freddie's not injured. He's going to be just fine. Mookie Betts found his bat again. And you could feel the Dodgers, this entire lineup, coming alive. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for Do You Care LA. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
And just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but not about it.
Hey, Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well?
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete, and Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the conversation and the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us anytime at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because this week we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. Wild Rivers has more than 25 attractions for all ages, including kiddie zones, the Aquaconda, the Boomerango, a lazy river, wave pool, cabanas, and so much more. So keep listening for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. But right now, if he's ready, it's time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How we doing, guys? It is the Prince of 97.1 The Fan, producer Shay,
Are you
bringing
crowning
you
yourself?
another segment. Do you care, LA?
Are you
the Prince
crowning
is speaking.
yourself?
The Prince is speaking.
The prince doesn't wear a crown, so technically he's not crowning himself.
The Prince wears a Dodger hat. That's what the Prince wears.
But I don't think you can, announce yourself as royalty. I think someone has to put you there.
On the contrary, that's the most royalty thing you could do is just claim yourself
I'm the
there.
prince.
I don't like taking Shay's side here, but I think he's actually thought well about this. I don't think we have an argument here.
I'd like to compare myself almost to LeBron. How he's
What?
said he's the king.
No, I'm done.
No, absolutely not.
It's
absolutely not.
producer Shay,
Thank
LeBron.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Rich Paul, hit
Welcome
me
back.
up.
Welcome back.
Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective, guys. Let's get into this first one. Football is back, but kind of. So the NFL preseason kicks off tonight with the Cardinals and Panthers in the Hall of Fame game. Carson Beck will make his NFL debut for Arizona, while Panthers rookie quarterback Haynes King is expected to get his first professional action. So it's only an exhibition game, but it's the first NFL we get this year. You guys excited?
No. You know what? I'm happy football's back, but I don't care about either of these teams. And I know how much players don't really like the Hall of Fame game and how early it is. I mean, obviously there's respect to the Hall of Fame and everything, but just the timing of it is ugh.
Yeah. So why players hate the Hall of Fame game is it's because it's an extra game, right? So every team has 3 preseason games unless you play in the Hall of Fame game, in which case you have 4. So that's why you have to get to training camp a week earlier, which means your summer is a week shorter. And because it's an extra preseason game and coaches are already super hesitant about playing their starters because you don't want them to get hurt, no starter will even be dressed, let alone see the field. So I will care about this for the first 2 series of each team, but when the second quarter comes around, I'll probably start dinner. One thing that is maybe sort of kind of cool is if the Arizona Cardinals receive the ball and Carson Beck, who will start because their starting quarterback Jacoby Brissett's not going to play, if he starts with the ball on offense and he throws a pass, to my knowledge, he will be the first quarterback ever to throw the last pass of the college season and the first pass of the NFL season because he threw an interception when Miami was playing Indiana to close the game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone keeps track of that stat. Probably not because it's pretty insignificant. But if you're looking for a reason to watch the game, I guess you could chart that. But all in all, I don't think I care.
What a sad stat, though, because the last throw was an interception and then you lost the natty to then you're playing in a game that no one cares about.
We're all on our own journeys.
So no, I don't care. I don't think, Brock, do you care?
I care about the first 2 drives, so no.
Okay.
I'm excited to see some young guys go at it. That's what I'm excited for.
All right.
Good for you.
On to the next one, guys. Running backs are getting paid again.
Woo.
So Jonathan Taylor agreed to a 2-year, $44 million extension with the Colts that includes $30 million guaranteed and can be worth up to $47 million. The deal comes just 2 days after Bijan Robinson signed his record-breaking deal. And Jahmyr Gibbs is also seeking a new contract that could break that record-breaking deal. Taylor to the NFL with 323 carries and 18 rushing touchdowns last season while finishing with 1,585 yards. Do you, Caroline?
Get that money. Get that bag. I love when guys get paid. And it's so interesting because the position payment method kind of goes up and down, and running backs were on a lull, and they're slowly making their rise again. So I'm happy for these guys.
I do care. It's the ebbs and flows, and timing, which is out of your control, plays such a big factor into it. Like the running backs were the superstars in the early aughts, and then everyone wanted to go out and get a running quarterback, which kind of alleviated the running back a little bit, and then it became a pass-first game. But now, because of the Niners, because of the Rams, there's a pivot now back to running the ball and having tight ends and getting extra offensive linemen on the field is a big thing. So it's good timing. One thing that's interesting, too, is now the two highest-paid running backs are Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Taylor, who both recently got paid. Goes back to the timing thing, because the Atlanta Falcons right now don't really have a starting quarterback. They brought in Tua. Michael Penix is still recovering from injury. So he gets all the leverage saying, I'm the entire offense right now. Jonathan Taylor, they have Daniel Jones, but he's coming off of an Achilles tear and is back practicing, but that's a TBD. So he has all the leverage saying, if this doesn't work out with Daniel Jones, I'm the only thing you got. So timing is everything, and I like seeing running backs get paid.
So timing with teams, but like as you're just kind of explaining it, kind of whatever the trend is in the NFL that season is who's going to get paid the following season, is what you're saying.
Yes, everyone now is pivoting to running the football because everyone was pivoting to throwing the football as many times as you could. And then I would say about 2 years ago, people realized, there's a ton of Saquon Barkley season, massive year. And there's so many defensive backs on the field because defenses have grown accustomed to teams trying to throw the ball 50-something times a game. We should run the ball because there's not a lot of light bodies that are on that roster. And now everyone wants a running back and a tight end to be able to do that. You'll see the tight end market boom next. It won't. It'll probably actually reach running back numbers. But
you think?
I actually think so. I do, because having a key tight end is going to be the next gem that an offense is built around. So like 2-3 years from now, if you are a sophomore tight end in college, you are going to be in for a big payday because the tight end will be the next thing that everyone wants.
All right, we care.
Yeah, we do care.
We both care. Get that money. Get that money.
Sweet, guys. I'm loving all these NFL headlines. It's just around the corner.
It's here.
And we are getting more and more.
It's not around the corner. It is here.
No, literally.
Kicks off tonight.
It's tonight.
Yeah.
So a Philly van goes viral in the broadcast booth, guys. So the Phillies auctioning off a chance for one fan to call an inning on 94 WIP. And Lewis called. Sounded so natural that listeners immediately started calling for him to get hired. Let me give you guys a little listen of it.
Okay.
It's a thrill to be here. It's a lifelong dream to be in the Phillies broadcast booth. So here we go. Painter with the first pitch to Ortiz. It's in there for strike one call. Phils with 2 in the bottom of the second to take the lead. As we start the top of the third now, Painter delivers. It's bounced foul.
It sounds like a movie, but like also for him to like open up with, this is a lifelong dream. Like, that makes me want to cry. Like, he sounds older. Like, definitely an older gentleman. So
yes, Colv is a substitute teacher who's experienced calling youth sports, and he makes strong play-by-play with enough personality to make that moment so viral and make people feel the way you were feeling, Alex.
I know.
Do you care,
cry.
LA?
Yes, I love this. Like,
that is cool.
Helping make dreams come true is like one of my favorite things to witness, especially like you said, substitute teacher who calls youth sports and wins. Was it a raffle or like you pay
some kind of auction?
It was an auction almost. Like,
wins an auction to be able to do this and like at whatever age he is, but it sounded like he's like on the back
Sounds
end.
like he's older, yeah. This is awesome, and if the Phillies are smart about this, I think you give him like a spring training game next year. Like you have to make a moment out of this
thing.
Because people are going to latch on. This is the first I've heard of it. This will continue to go viral. Everyone's going to fall in love with this, and give Lewis a spring training game next year.
Did either of you guys watch Brockmire? Did anyone here watch Brockmire?
No.
People loved it, but I never saw. Was it Hank Azaria? Was
It's hilarious. It's he's a baseball commentator, but like has that great voice, and it just kind of goes into everything. And so like this voice kind of reminded, but he's like think about like the most insane, alcoholic, off the rails, inappropriate. Joe Buck's also in the TV show because that's like his like nemesis and best friend. Really funny watch. Really easy, great, funny watch for anyone who loves baseball and just comedy. But Brockmire is an easy like background binge.
I remember when it was on because the guy who plays Brockmire
he does stand up.
He does a lot of voices for The Simpsons.
Yes.
And
like,
I remember
like
that,
a chunk of them.
Yes, I remember that show being a big deal and thinking, oh, I should watch that.
I just found it.
I just forgot about it.
Like
for
literally
years.
this year, we just watched it. Like I'm fresh and new to it, but it was so funny.
I'm adding it to the list.
Add it to the list, you guys. Brockmire is like Brockmire. I hear it in my head all the time. All right, guys. Hour number 2 coming up next.
Amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach. Yeah. I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, you know, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, you know, Coach Shula as, you know, what can Q do the best? You know, can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush 4? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment, but, you know, we got a great guy.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Brock, one of the things I love about sports is just people's crazy, outrageous ideas of turning things into sport. So we just had producer Shay come in during the commercial break, and there's a new possible... I don't want to give away too much because I want it to be a surprise for tomorrow if we get this guest on. But there's a funny new league that he brought to our attention. And it made me think of the other night because when the Dodgers are on the road, games are earlier. So when the games are over, like I'll switch over and I'll go to SportsCenter to see kind of what I missed. And ESPN had professional pillow fighting. That's a thing, you guys, on TV. They're in like a boxing, wrestling style rink. Yep. It is like the announcers like boxing, like in the corner, in our duvet corner is what one of the corners was.
Duvet corner.
You guys, with straight up like pillows, and it's pillow fighting. It's a thing, and it's a sport that was on TV. Professional pillow fighting.
I'm assuming it was on the Ocho. You said it was on ESPN?
Yes.
It was probably on the Ocho. I love that the Ocho started as a joke in the movie Dodgeball, and now it's a real thing.
Is that what it was?
To my knowledge, that's how it started. It started as a joke, like as a fictional television channel, and then they realized, you know what? There's enough odd sports out there, and let's just put them on this channel. Because I've seen professional tag. Have you seen that?
Yes.
I've seen professional tag.
The professional bubblegum blowing.
You did bring that up.
That was also when I tuned over and I was like, no.
It can't be.
Also, like the way you're describing everything here is not appropriate for television.
I know that cornhole started off on the Ocho, then it kind of got a following and has now graduated to ESPN2.
Whoa.
So there are sports for anyone who is creative enough. There will never be an end to what can be considered a sport.
The tag was funny too. I remember every time we tune over, I like look at my husband. I'm like, this is real and on national TV. What? Let this be a reminder, kids. Like, you can do anything you put your mind to. Pillow fighting? Yeah, let's make it a league. Let's make some money. We're going to get it on ESPN. Like, that is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
So this started, I'm trying to think, you said Dodgeball?
The movie Dodgeball with Vince Vaughn and Ben Stiller.
I love that movie.
Jason Bateman and I forget who the other actor is. Are
the announcers?
Are the announcers when they go to Vegas for the championship, and they're ESPN 8, the Ocho. And then my understanding is it became a real channel only after that movie came out.
So good.
Yeah.
That's so good. I was with Vince Vaughn last weekend. He was at our Soho party celebration.
He's really tall, right? He play volleyball?
He's very tall. No, he just comes and he hangs out. Like a couple years ago when we were in the championship a couple years ago as well, he came down and just came in the huddle, like out of nowhere. Vince Vaughn just pops into the huddle and gives the most insane pump-up speech. Like, it felt like it was, like, from a movie. He just, like, emerged into the huddle and was like, all right, guys, this is it. This is our time. And it was the funniest, coolest. He's a South Bay guy. So you'll see him just kind of cruising around
Vince Vaughn
all the time.
Is 6'5".
Yeah, no, he's tall.
Jesus Christ.
He's tall. My husband is 6'2". And I'm like, I have a photo. And...
Vince
like I don't even reach the bottom of his chin.
You know, he's always looked tall in movies, but you know, if you realize like how tall anyone is, because sometimes they stand on apple boxes and stuff like that. But actually seeing it
like
listed,
I'm below his
like,
shoulder.
Oh my God, Vince Vaughn is 6'5". Good for him. He needs to be hooping.
Yeah, no.
Lakers need to stretch 4.
No. He's just chilling these days. But okay, that's a really fun fact. Again, Brock here with the fun facts of how things come to be and the Ocho. So thank you for that fun fact today.
Happy to assist.
Class is in session with Brock Vereen and all of his random fun facts. I love it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So we've talked a little Dodgers. getting swept. But you know what? At the end of the day, they looked good towards the end of the game. That almost comeback that was happening as we were getting off the air yesterday. Max Muncy, 3-run home run, Ohtani home run, having the tying run in scoring position, seeing Mookie go 4 for 5 yesterday. This is it's a great time to slump if you are a top tier baseball team, knowing that okay, we can get back on track. That's not an issue. But the dog days of summer where there's enough time to have the back end of August and all of September to get back in that championship style Dodgers baseball. Yeah, we're going for a three-peat style run that they're on. I am not worried about anything because they started to fix everything that we were worried about. They started to fix those things late in the game yesterday.
I think that's a fair statement. And I expect them to show up to Arizona against a Diamondbacks team that always puts up a fight, that has gotten the better of them quite a few times this season already, and an Arizona team that is saying, hey, the Dodgers are vulnerable right now. If we can win this series against them, we become closer to striking distance. So I am motivated that the bats got hot there toward the end. I'm also motivated by how the bullpen ended. Again, Eric Lauer gave up 6 runs before handing over the baseball in what was really the most brutal showing of him as a Dodger, and it's the first game that the Dodgers lost that he ended up started as the pitcher. But when that baseball was handed off to Edgardo Enriquez in the 5th inning, he gave up a single, but he struck out 3. Cal Hurt comes in for the 6th and early 7th inning, only gives up 1 run, 2 strikeouts, and one of those hits, he gave up 2 hits. One of those hits was due to Max Muncy just lifting his glove too early and kind of missing the baseball there. It was a tough play, but it's one that we know Muncy can make as an all-star this year. And the 7th inning, Jonathan Hernandez comes in. He was down in Oklahoma City. They brought him back up recently. This was his 2nd appearance, I believe. He was solid, and then Evan Phillips came in the 8th inning, and Jack Dreyer came in to finish out the game. Of course, there was no bottom of the 9th because the Dodgers were down. But yes, from the bats getting hot and the bullpen showing up when they had been struggling pretty handily going before, I do think there's a lot to hang your hat on, and a silver lining, if you will, alpha of losing 6 in a row.
Yeah, and this is what Dave Roberts had to say about it after the game.
I like the fight. It sucks to lose. It absolutely does. But, we're going to win again. And I did like the fight. I thought, certainly the way Mookie swung the bat today was very encouraging. I thought that, the at-bat quality, not quitting, Muntz 0 for 3 at that point, then hitting a homer. Shohei still hanging in there and homering twice. We had to get Freddie out of the game. He got hit on the hand, but fortunately X-rays were negative, so that was another positive. But it's baseball.
Yeah. So you're hearing the vibe and the tone of Dave Roberts. He's not worried, okay? They're trending in the right direction. They now get a much-needed day off today, then pick things back up in Arizona tomorrow against the D-backs. They still have an 8-game lead over the D-backs. You got Roki Sasaki taking the mound, who has finally hit that consistent stride. And Dave Roberts kind of mentioned it in that soundbite. I think the most important thing out of yesterday is that Freddie Freeman is going to be okay. He elaborated a little more on that as well.
Even after that hit by pitch, he took the at-bat, flew out to deep left center field. He was in some pain, never wants to come out of a game, but I just felt it was prudent to get him out, to get a scan on it, to see where we're at. And, it happens that, his spot came up with 2 outs, but, you just don't know how the game's going to play out if things were to go the way they were going. So we gave ourselves a chance to win, and that's all you can hope for.
And most importantly, Freddie Freeman's going to be okay because he has been red hot. He's on a 14-game hit streak. We have
14 game now,
14-game hit streak. And this situation happened when we were on the air as well, where it looked like it maybe hit the bottom of the bat.
15-game hit streak now, sorry.
15-game hit streak.
Yes.
Hit the bottom of the bat. And I thought it might have hit his hand, but he was obviously, he didn't get hit by the pitch, so he was still in the batter's box. But you could tell that like he made a motion with his hand. He kind of looked down at his hand, and you better believe Dave Roberts was watching every single moment and situation that was happening there. Like he could have, I think he said he could have stayed in the game, but they just wanted to be extra careful, and that's exactly what they should have done.
And it's the right call. If you can get an x-ray on that hand immediately, that's exactly what you do. The Dodgers were down 1-6 at that moment with no offensive resurgence in sight. No one could have guessed that they would have a 5-run inning a couple minutes later. But that's the right call by Dave Roberts. You're not throwing away the game, but you are sitting there saying, if Freddie Freeman continues to play and something is wrong with his hand, how foolish would it be for him to make things significantly worse in a game that we're currently losing by 5 runs? So that was the right call, and that's why you have guys like Kike or Alex Call who can fill in really any position whenever they need to. Kike ends up taking over first base for the remainder of the game. So that's the right call. You get the x-ray, and as we understand it right now, we will see Freddie back in the lineup tomorrow night.
Yeah, they're expecting him to be back on Friday. But let's go back to that game yesterday in Chicago and take a moment to talk about Eric Lauer, because he's kind of been in the conversation even around the trade deadline. I thought, like, if they were going to have to give up an MLB active player, I thought Eric Lauer was going to be in the conversation of getting traded for Tarek Skubal. Instead, they just gave up the 3 prospects. But Eric Lauer, what he had going for him is that the team had won every single game that he had started. Yesterday was not the case, and it was brutal. 4 innings. He gave up 11 hits, 6 earned runs. And where the Dodgers are at right now and where their pitching staff is at right now, and knowing that guys are on the horizon coming back, Blake Snell, the first one, it's looking like during their next homestand, you can't really have performances like that right now.
Not right now. It's a reminder of how fortunate the Dodgers have been in Robleski and Eric Lauer having seasons that really no one expected. Because if Eric Lauer had been pitching at the level that he pitched at yesterday for the entirety of the season, the Dodgers would be in a difficult situation. If Robleski didn't emerge as an all-star, then the Dodgers would really be in a brutal situation. So I don't see the recent struggles of Robleski and the recent game of Eric Lauer necessarily as the worst thing in the world. I do see it as kind of a reminder of, you know what, they have been pitching out of their mind, and what would this team look like? What would the record be if they had pitched to expectation instead of both of them exceeding expectation? So Sheehan was sent down. Eric Lauer is likely the next one
on the chopping block.
Yeah, it's on the chopping block once Blake Snell is ready to rock, but that doesn't. What's up?
He becomes kind of like that long relief because we haven't seen Blake Snell get stretched out. Now I know they have kind of like a bullpen game slotted in to this 6-man rotation, but when you have a guy like Blake Snell who did not get as stretched as long as they wanted him to down in his rehab assignment, it could be kind of like a 1-2 punch situation.
Yeah, and I mean, it bears mentioning that Snell did not look great in his most recent start down there. Now, how much of that directly translates, only Dave Roberts and pitching coach Mark Pryor can decide that. But no, I see Lauer being sent down more so just being not in the starting rotation. They will, I feel, have a place for him. I think he's been too valuable. But based off of what Snell shows on his resurgence, I'm not mad at the option that you bring up, saying Lauer is now maybe the starter in the bullpen game, and instead of asking him to go 5 or 6 innings, which he rarely has been able to do anyway, it's, can you give us 3 solid ones, then we hand over the ball to Enriquez. You know, that is a fine role to have, and it's a guy who's earned that level of trust for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. They're gonna have a lot of, I don't even know if I would call it like decisions, right? Sheehan went down. Yamamoto's been great. Robleski's going through some struggles. Skubal's gonna be just fine. Just fine. Yeah. And Roki, we have finally started to see turn the corner. So when you see a guy like Roki and the struggles that he was facing throughout the season and what the Dodgers were able to do to really help kind of get him back on track, he is going to be pitching. He is slated right now to pitch tomorrow in Game 1 against Arizona. What are you hoping to see from Roki?
Trust, because right now we're in a place where Snell is coming back, Glass now is ramping up, and these are the most amount of innings that Lauer and Roki, assuming those are the two names that will then be bumped down to the pen once two more pitchers come back. These are the last high inning games that we're probably going to see from both of them as they move to the bullpen. You're not with the current starting rotation, with the expected starting rotation once everyone's healthy. You're not going to ask Roki or Lauer to go out there and give you 5+ innings. So for Roki's final opportunity to really be stretched out, you just want to see confidence going forward, because we know that it's mental with him. We know that the massive glove helped from a tipping pitches standpoint, but obviously there's a confidence factor of I can clear the whole tipping pitches thing from my mind. It wasn't me. It was me showing something, but when I throw this ball, it can still be dangerous as long as those guys aren't being able to anticipate what's coming. Having as many pitches as possible before he is relied upon come playoff time is optimal, so we need to continue to see the Roki that we've seen over the past 3 starts. And going forward, when he comes out of the bullpen, he can come out with as much confidence as possible.
It's so crazy to think about that already. It's like, you're doing great. But when you think about last season in the postseason, like, Roki was our closer.
Yeah.
Without Roki coming out of the pen and without Roki's absolute dominant performance as a closer, Dodgers aren't winning the World Series.
No.
So in the biggest moments, even though we're seeing struggles throughout the regular season, what matters for this Dodgers team, and which is why the slump doesn't give me any concern, okay? Because when the lights are the brightest, when the moment is the biggest, this Dodgers team and almost every single player on this roster has proven that you can rely on them and that they will step up in that biggest moment.
Yeah, and not having to worry about is the moment too big. You just worry about is the time right. Like when we talked about Mookie Betts earlier and the struggles he's had this year fighting through injury and post-injury. Really, pre-injury was struggling a bit, but post-injury just has those moments but hasn't quite looked like himself. Well, when it's October and the moment matters more than anything, you have trust in Mookie Betts, right? Roki Sasaki, as you said, was pivotal to winning the World Series last year. And at that moment, it was a big moment because we didn't know if we could trust him at that moment.
Yeah.
But being able to throw out anyone in an at-bat or throw out anyone to go out there and pitch regardless of the moment, to not have to worry about if the moment is too big and just be able to rely on, is this the right guy? That goes a long way. It's hard enough to be Dave Roberts and decide what the rotation should be, who should be warming up, who should be pinch hitting, to not have to question, well, is that guy ready for the moment? You know, to not have to even factor that in, I'm sure will bring him a ton of peace of mind. It's just a matter of who can go out there and make a play.
Okay, so I have been saying, I'm not worried, right? Right time to slump. But tomorrow starts a divisional series, and I don't think you do not want to drop 3 series in a row. You don't want to get swept 3 series in a row. So what would be considered, not necessarily a successful series, but like, okay, I'm still not worried series?
I want to see the bullpen that we saw yesterday. I would love to see that for the entire series, whether the Dodgers sweep the series or just win the series. I want every single game, the bullpen to hold it down and say, if they lose, it's not because of the bullpen. Similar to Roki and Lauer kind of having their final moments, getting high inning games. I think the bullpen, because starting pitchers are going to get bumped down as we go along, the bullpen needs to figure out, okay, who is going to be here for the long haul and who's going to Oklahoma. So I think that there is a massive, massive competition right now in the bullpen, as very few spots are going to be remaining come playoff time, and only 4 starting pitchers are really in the rotation. So bullpen for me. What about you?
The bats.
Yeah.
I want to see Mookie continue, build off this 4 for 5 game that he had, snapping that 0 for 4 or like the 4-game no-hit streak. So if Mookie can keep it going, I'm still going to be on Kyle Tucker. Like Kyle Tucker's got to find his just to be that dominant consistency that the Dodgers were hoping that he would be this season. And then I want to see Roki go out there. And again, it's finding that consistency. I think that's my biggest word for this series is I want to see the consistency. I want to see it from the bats, a couple guys that I mentioned, and then Roki Sasaki, because when he was earlier in the season and he got on that like small game little stretch where we're like, oh yeah, okay, this is back. You heard Dave Roberts, you heard Freddie Freeman say, like, this is the Roki we heard about and that we knew he could be. And you heard Roki say, I finally feel like I'm pitching like myself. I'm pitching with confidence. Like, I don't have to worry about my pitches. So if he can stay in that mindset, and I think tomorrow will be a good sample size because he's had a 4-game sample size. If we can get to 5 and just kind of continue that on into September, and then whatever his role is going to be come October, I think he's going to be golden, and the Dodgers are going to be sitting in a great spot.
Yeah, we'll definitely jump into it more tomorrow with our official series preview. But I love the D-backs matchup. They always fight hard.
Always.
They always come alive. And Roki with that opportunity to set the tone is going to be a big deal.
It's going to be fun, you guys. We're going to continue this baseball talks. I'm so excited. We have ESPN's MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez joining us next. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
The amount of games they've played and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? And I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But right now, I am so excited to bring in our friend, ESPN MLB reporter, Alden Gonzalez. Thanks for joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. I just wanted to hear more of that Sublime, though. I was rocking out to Santeria before I got in, so I like that.
We're just getting you in the vibe. Here, there you go. Ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive.
Love it.
We need the good vibes right now, Alden, because the Dodgers are currently in a 6-game skid, back-to-back series sweeps. Is there any concern right now within this clubhouse?
Probably not within the clubhouse. I will say every year the Dodgers seem to have a stretch like this where it looks like they forget how to win games. They went through it last year around August, I think. They went through it the year before. They won the World Series both years. But I'm not going to completely dismiss it either. I mean, it's not just getting swept in back-to-back series against the Red Sox and Cubs. You look since July 1st, and I just looked this up before going on with you guys. Since July 1st, they are 3 games below 500. They are 25th in ERA, and they are 19th in OPS.
Oof.
It's kind of stunning for a team that's like this talented. Now, I will say the Dodgers are still going to be really, really good. They have still have one of the best records in baseball. I think they're still second to Milwaukee overall. They have an 8-game lead in the division. All that matters to them is October because they're that confident that they're going to not only make the playoffs but get a bye. And I still believe that. But it is notable, though, that it's been like 5 or 6 weeks where they just haven't been bad. That's a pretty long stretch.
And Alden, whether it's for the Dodgers specifically or just slumps in general from any team that you follow, when do you decide it's time to worry? Is it a number of losses, or is it something that you see on the actual baseball diamond that you wish you weren't seeing?
I think a lot of it is context. If it were a team that didn't have, for example, like the talent on this roster or the depth on the roster that the Dodgers have, I would be more worried. If it were a team that didn't have like the pedigree that the Dodgers have, I'd be more worried. Also, it's the way teams lose. There've been a lot of really close losses along the way for the Dodgers. I'm not trying to make any excuses, but like the Dodgers have built up like a lot of cachet because we've seen them struggle like this, and then we've seen them rebound. And just look at their lineup and consider the fact that Edwin Diaz just got back. Their bullpen should be good. They're going to get Blake Snell back next week. Tarek Skubal has made just one start for them, and he was okay. He wasn't great, but he was fine, and he'll be better. Tyler Glasnow is going to come back as well. Those are all reasons I would think to not be as concerned. The main concern for the Dodgers right now, I think, is the catching situation. They seem confident that Will Smith is going to get back, and it's a good sign that he has started ramping up baseball activities. But he still has several steps to clear. And Dalton Rushing doesn't look like he's going to catch for the rest of this year, or at least there's a slim chance. So you have this, like, one of the most historically good starting rotations, like, throughout history, and two catchers who literally just got here are going to catch that. That's definitely something to watch.
Yeah, it was wild because in Tarek Skubal's debut, I had heard that him and Ben Rortvedt met like 20 minutes before BP happened. And the fact that they were able to have that solid of an outing just speaks volumes to Skubal. But I want to talk about Skubal joining this Dodgers team. Obviously, it's a new organization, new city, new everything. What has it been like, and what was the teammate reaction in the clubhouse once he kind of joined the club on Sunday?
I feel like a lot of guys probably weren't surprised. The Dodgers have been linked to Tarek Skubal for a while. Executives on other teams, a lot of them, continue to point to them as the favorites. Like, for as much as the Dodgers wanted to downplay it, the reality is they have the money, they have more importantly in this case the prospects, and they have the desire to get somebody like Tarek Skubal. They have shown that they are not afraid to part with premium prospects to get a guy, even if he is about to become a free agent. But you brought it up about like new city, new team, all that stuff. I don't think that stuff can be dismissed. This is the first time in Tarek Skubal's career that he has been traded. You saw him and how emotional he got that night in Sacramento when he was it was his last night as a Detroit Tiger. This is hard. And I'm sure that if he had his druthers and he knew he was going to be traded, his preference would have been the Dodgers. I'm almost certain of that. But I think his overall preference would have been to remain a Tiger. And he wanted to finish this out with them. And he thought going into the year that team was going to win a division, and they just came out flat in May. And now he's got to absorb the reality that he's not there anymore. The only franchise he's ever known. Those are like real life things. These are human beings. Like, that stuff affects guys. Now, he is still Tarek Skubal. He might be the best pitcher in the world. And I think he's going to beat Tarek Skubal down the stretch and in October.
Kyle Tucker has been with the Dodgers the entirety of the season, but LA hasn't quite felt like home to him so far, I would imagine. What do you make of the strong series that he had in a familiar ballpark in Wrigley?
Yeah, maybe that wakes him up. I remember when, and it was earlier in the year, but when Freddie Freeman first got here, he was kind of scuffling, and like the emotions were all over the place for Freddie Freeman. And then he went back to Atlanta, and it's almost like he got it all out, like quite literally, tears and everything going back there. But then once he left, and he talked about this in retrospect, he was able to close the chapter and move on. And I'm not saying like Kyle Tucker is not emotional about Chicago like Freddie was about Atlanta. Don't get me wrong. Like, he was only there for a few months. But like maybe going there, getting booed, maybe it lit a fire under him because he had a great series.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe, who knows? Like, sometimes it's things that you'll never expect that could just sort of wake somebody up and get them going. We talked on the show before that, like, the issue with Kyle Tucker is that his swing is just not in sync. Like, he just hasn't been able to find his usual swing, and it's a very unconventional swing. So these are, like, technical issues that are going on with Kyle Tucker. But, again, like, sometimes things like this can trigger something in somebody. The Kyle Tucker that you saw in Wrigley, even though the Dodgers got swept in that series, like, that's the Kyle Tucker that they were expecting. So maybe that's the Kyle Tucker that they'll get. You figure at some point it was going to come.
Right.
He's young enough and he's healthy. Maybe now's the time. I mean, what better time than now with the team struggling the way it is?
I mean, it would be perfect for him and Dodger fans to then finally jump on that Kyle Tucker bandwagon. But I want to go back to, you mentioned the Dodgers losing both Will Smith and Dalton Rushing, and both their catchers they picked up at the trade deadline in Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, and we're just tossed into the fire. Like, Rortvedt joining the team and then immediately catching for Skubal. So there's such a special relationship between pitchers and catchers. What are the Dodgers doing to make sure that these two new guys are in sync with their pitching staff?
Yeah, they're just going to have to be quick studies. I will say, though, Alex, one major benefit, though, Ben Rortvedt has been there.
Yes.
Like, he was just there And I actually heard from somebody in the Dodgers, and he said this jokingly, but that Dodgers players might be more excited about Ben Rortvedt than they are about Tarek Skubal.
Wait.
And that's how. Well, and that's just a testament to like how much their pitchers like throwing to him.
Oh, that's great.
Obviously, like Tarek Skubal has never thrown to him, but a lot of those other Dodgers pitchers have. And he was there for a brief time last year. But if you remember, and I hope I have the details of this right, but I think Will Smith was out. They didn't have. It was like a very similar situation.
Yeah.
And Ben Rortvedt was their catcher, like when they clinched a playoff spot. And like when they hit all these important milestones, and he was there down the stretch, and they loved him. They really did. So I think that's going to be a major benefit. I think the Tarek Skubal aspect is more relevant here. Getting up to speed with catchers, getting up to speed with Mark Pryor and Connor McGinnis, their two pitching coaches. That's the bigger one. Ben Rortvedt has been there. He has solidified himself, and I think that's why they wanted to get him, because at this point in the season, like, it's hard. You don't see a lot of catchers traded in season because of what you brought up, like how difficult it is to learn a pitching staff on the fly like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what drew them to Ben Rortvedt.
Spoke about Freddie Freeman just a moment ago. One story that was kind of being discussed at the start of the season was Freddie approached the Dodgers wanting a couple more years on his contract, and the Dodgers not really wanting to put as many years on there as he wanted, but he has had a phenomenal season, currently on a 15-game hit streak. While we're all here expecting a lockout, do we also expect some kind of conversation about Freddie going forward this offseason?
I would expect so. I don't know this, but I know he's a free agent after 2027, and it makes all the sense in the world to me. I think it's going to be really hard for teams to conduct business before the new CBA is agreed to, just because of the uncertainty of what lies ahead. And really, like, when you really think about it, like, the offseason is going to be 1 month, okay? It's going to start in November, and then the lockout's going to come December 1st. And once the lockout comes, there's no communication allowed. So that's going to be a lot of stuff to conduct before then. I don't think a Freddie, I mean, maybe I'd be surprised, but like, I don't think a Freddie Freeman extension would happen then. But I do think, and this is just me guessing on this one, that like that's going to be something that the front office wants to pursue. I know Freddie Freeman wants it. He loves it here. When he first got here, I heard from a lot of Braves people that like he'll probably come back and play his last season in Atlanta. That might still be on the table. But I know that he loves being in LA. He loves being a Dodger. He really appreciates it here. And to me, that given like what he means in the clubhouse and the way that he's still producing, I think that's a no-brainer.
Now, you mentioned kind of the uncertainty of next season, and I know Tarek Skubal just got here, but do you see the Dodgers looking at him as a rental, or are they going to try to retain him because he's also a free agent after the season?
I mean, sure. I mean, I guess the Dodgers can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Facts.
Nothing's going to happen until the offseason. I guarantee you that. Like, he's a Scott Boras client. Those guys become free agents. But Scott Boras did say to the California Post recently that, and I thought that was notable, that like it's a good thing that he became a Dodger because he could learn sort of like the inner workings of this place and all that. It's going to be interesting. Who knows if a salary cap is going to come or not? But there's two ways you could think about this if you're the Dodgers, I believe. One is, well, we don't know what restrictions there are going to be, so like we can't sign this guy to a $300 million contract without knowing what it's going to look like. The other school of thought is, well, now is the time to sign this guy because then we could be grandfathered into this thing.
Exactly.
And we don't have to like, so I don't know. I feel like it could go both ways. It's the Dodgers. They sign everybody, so why not, right?
So much has happened with the Dodgers since the trade deadline and the current 6-game losing streak that Shohei Ohtani has kind of fallen to the wayside in regards to discussing about him. How have you seen Shohei Ohtani perform in these past 2 series, and what is your current concern over the health issues?
I think offensively he's been good. He's been one of their few really productive hitters, I think, in recent days. So I don't have any concern there. It looks like he's been running the bases good. And I wasn't with the team in Chicago. I didn't see an update on whether or not he's played catch. It's been 2 weeks now since he picked up a baseball and threw it. So, you know, the good thing about Shohei Ohtani, and it's something that's worth keeping in mind, because he doesn't count as a pitcher toward their roster, and we saw this when he was coming back from elbow surgery last summer, he can come back and be in their rotation, even though he's only throwing like one inning, right? So, like, I expect that to happen, and he's going to have to slowly build up to be a traditional starter. The more time passes, the less time he's going to have to be able to do that before the playoffs. But, like I said, he could theoretically go into a playoff series and throw the first 2 or 3 innings or whatever, and then somebody else comes in because they're not burning a pitcher. It's like house money with him. Like, it's just another added benefit. But still, they thought he was going to play catch here pretty soon, and he hasn't yet, or at least not to my knowledge. So that's worth watching.
Okay, so your crystal ball, he's pitching in October, but like very limited is what you're saying?
I think there's a good chance of that because we're now getting into, like, we're going to be in mid-August soon. And one thing we know about the Dodgers and how they treat pitchers, it's like it's super conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they take their time because they want to make sure they don't suffer re-injury. That's why Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow have taken so long to come back. And I got to think, given Ohtani's importance to the lineup, they're going to be even more careful with him.
Alden, we appreciate your inside information always. Thank you so much for coming on. Can't wait to talk to you next.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Appreciate you.
Interesting. There's always a good little nugget that he tosses in there.
Always.
And the Scott Boras note that he said, that's Tarek Skubal's agent, of, it's a good thing he got traded to the Dodgers so he gets to know the inner workings of this place. Mm-hmm. I'm just, that's a very subtle positive comment right there.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're heading to college.
All right.
We're going to Brock's College Corner. What's that? You're just going to have to find out and tune in next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
I've just finished my 14th season. I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have and not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not. I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion, and I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky, so I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor? So
they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel.
Uh-huh.
But the reality is you're the crazy one if you think you should be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
it's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks. You got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years. It's a copycat league. You know, people have seen OKC do it, and you know, you start marking your roster after them. You look at San Antonio; it's a lot of length, and so the roster construction has definitely changed. And it's been interesting to be in it and watch kind of the shift.
So I want to talk about the face of their team, Jalen Brunson. And you had a moment with him after that historic Game 4 comeback. You were in the building and you apologized to What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, and you're going to want to save this number because we have a giveaway coming up at the top of the next hour. This week, we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. So at the top of next hour, all you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. So we'll get to that in about 15 minutes, but right now we're heading over to Brock's College Corner, and that's because the preseason coaches poll came out where they ranked the top college teams. And we kind of breezed over this a little bit earlier in the week. I'm just going to run through the top 14 real quick. You got at 1, Ohio State. At 2, Oregon. At 3, Georgia. At 4, Texas. At 5, Notre Dame. At 6, the defending champs, Indiana. At 7, Miami. At 8, Texas A&M. At 9, Sooners. At 10, Ole Miss. At 11, Alabama. At 12, Texas Tech. 13, LSU. 14, USC.
Well, let's dive into this. So Ohio State being at number 1, I personally find it shocking because they only return 3 guys defensively, but Ohio State recruits better than anyone, and they're always going to be in the top 3. So it's not too shocking, but the shocking aspect of it is when we get to number 2, which is Oregon. The Oregon Ducks have the best quarterback in college football. If Dante Moore left college last year, there's an argument he would have been taken over Fernando Mendoza. So the fact that he's there and that not being enough for them to be number 1 is kind of shocking. However, the reason likely that they are not number 1 is because they have 2 new coordinators. Both of their coordinators last year are now head coaches elsewhere, whereas Ohio State retained their defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia, and added offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, who spent the previous 5 or 6 years as an has 5 or 6 of the previous 10 years as an NFL head coach. 3, Georgia has the worst QB in the top 15. Georgia is not going to have some magical year. I expect them to be fairly disappointing. However, I have a cousin who is a freshman cornerback there, so I'm rooting for his success. But I do not expect.
We have a family connection.
I do
so
not
you're happy
expect
for
Georgia
them.
to do a ton. You're looking at Texas at number 4. Have we not learned our lesson with Arch Manning and all that we are placing on his shoulders? It is so unrealistic.
He's still getting the hype, though.
And it is so
still getting all the
unfair
hype.
because he has not shown anything worthy of the hype that he is receiving. But his last name is Manning, and this is one of the rare cases that I'm a fan of nepotism because, yeah, your dad and your uncle worked their butt off and are Hall of Famers, so you should be able to reap the benefits of that. Go Arch Manning, but I do not expect Texas to be a factor in the national championship. They are a CFP team, I think, though. Notre Dame is at 5, and I am not a believer in Notre Dame.
Nah.
However, a recent tweet came up that explains why I think Notre Dame is at number 5, other than the brand needing to be recognizable. Great nugget from Brett McMurphy, a college football insider. Only 12 teams in college football return their head coach, their offensive coordinator, their defensive coordinator, and quarterback.
Dang.
Notre Dame, of course, being among them. Other notables, Oklahoma, Boise State, Arizona, Georgia, and Minnesota. Row the boat, Sky-U-Ma, go Gophers. So that is the top 5. 6 at Indiana. I feel Indiana should be number 1. I don't understand how you are the reigning national champion who return not your quarterback, but your head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and they bring in a transfer quarterback in Josh Hoover from TCU, who, yes, Fernando Mendoza was the number 1 overall draft pick, Heisman winner, and national champion. On day 1 of arrival at Indiana, Josh Hoover is a significantly better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza was. So if you bring the same coaching staff around him and the same atmosphere, and you place that same similar trajectory on him, I don't understand how this is all of a sudden Indiana sitting outside the top 5. That's the biggest shock for me in the top 10.
Do you think it's because before last season it was like, well, you're not for real. You're not a for real football program. This could have been just a one-off situation.
College football loves tradition more than anything. Really, the whole point of the preseason poll is to get people excited and ready for war based off tradition. This is based off of absolutely nothing. I fall for it every time because I love college football.
Yeah.
These polls are based off of nothing. These polls are based off of brands and who has the best.
You're like, this is trash, but we're going to talk about it anyway.
Rounding out the top 10, Miami at 7 is way too low. Oklahoma at 9 should be decent. Ole Miss at 10, not a chance. Ole Miss is going to fight to win 8 games. They lost their entire coaching staff. Lane Kiffin left and took some decent players with him. Alabama at number 11 is also shocking. I ask any casual or even diehard college football fan this. Do you know the name of Alabama's quarterback? No, you don't. Which leads to my second question. When's the last time you didn't know the name of Alabama's quarterback? The Alabama era is over, and they'll always be relevant because, similar to Notre Dame, they are just a staple and a blue blood of college football. But the era of them being expected to compete for national championships every year is long gone, and they're in for quite a brutal year. Texas Tech at 12, fine. LSU at 13. Lane Kiffin will be fun. I don't see a world where they're competing for a championship, but they should make the CFP. USC at 14. Jada Maiava, I think, wins the Heisman.
Dang.
But I don't know if USC can make the college football playoff, and that puts Lincoln Riley in a very tough spot because you know a lot of USC people, and the fact that they have yet to make the college football playoff is a massive disappointment.
Well, it's just when you're in LA and when USC used to be the powerhouse football team before we had the NFL teams here, we were the best, and that was the standard. And like LA sports teams all have, it's championship or bust. And USC hasn't been in that conversation or in that mindset for a while. And bringing over Lincoln Riley, that was what was supposed to shift USC back to those conversations. And we just have not seen that success yet.
No. Jade Maiava is an all-star quarterback. He is the real deal. Expect him to continue to climb the quarterback draft talk. He's not quite in there yet. He's considered like the 5th or 6th best quarterback. I do think he ends up winning the Heisman. I can't wait to look back on this come December because I think it's going to happen. He plays in the perfect offensive system, and they're going to be able to put up points, but they've always been able to put up points. What limits him winning the Heisman is the same thing that could limit USC from making the CFP, and it comes down to the defensive side of the football. They bring in longtime TCU head coach Gary Patterson, who has tons of head coach experience, of course, and kind of revitalize how teams play defensive football with getting all these DBs on the field. So that's exciting. Rounding out the rest of the top 5, just a couple notables. Washington at number 19. I know we have a couple Seattle natives here in LA. Washington, do not sleep on them. They are a dark horse to make the CFP for me, and they have the most exciting player in football, in my opinion, Damon Williams Jr. at the quarterback spot. He is phenomenal. And lastly, we will point out, let's show love to Iowa at number 22 because they play the most boring style of football, but you can't beat them.
Dude, I gotta say, though, Iowa on game day, I was there for Iowa State.
Oh, yeah.
And they shut down the entire city. I've talked about this before, but it is a religion.
Yeah.
Saturday football, college football in these Big Ten schools, especially in Iowa, when it's the interstate rivalry, like that was one of the more wild experiences. And I was at Michigan State, but Iowa was
It is a special
next
place.
level.
It is.
Like next level.
Corn and football, that's what
Dude,
they do.
and they partied. Like they party hard.
Corn football and parties. You're
Corn football. Like it was like I was like, you guys, it's 9 a.m. I'm going to work. What's going on here? Oh, that was a fun one. College football just around the corner. NFL kicking off tonight with the Hall of Fame game. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you
my back,
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back, spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm gonna hurt his back, spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
Okay. You keep. Should we do it? Say what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is.
Big secrets.
Oh man.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Don't tell anyone. Cut. It's live, bro. I'm gonna give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit
that,
you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of us.
can't quit you.
We're going to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses, too.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1, it turns out.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us, and you're going to want to save this number, because it's time for us to give away a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine right now. Call us at 855-975-2326. Be caller number 5, and you could be heading to Wild Rivers for more than 25 attractions, including the crazy rides, kiddie zones, lazy river, wave pool, and more. Call us right now at 855-975-2326. Good luck, everybody.
Let the games begin.
Let the games begin. I also want to give, obviously she's not listening to this, but a shout out to my daughter who turned 1 today.
She's listening.
I know, Jaxie Rose. We did it. We did it. Like, best and wildest year of my life. I have to say, first birthdays are for the parents. 100%. We did it. We kept each other alive and survived. This is birthday month, Brock, because it's also your birthday coming up.
Allegedly.
I know. Why? Okay, so I know you don't, you're not a big celebration birthday person. And I think a lot of it always has to do like what you're doing when your birthday comes around.
Yes.
Because like growing up, my birthday was Memorial Weekend. So it was always like
it's built in.
Big celebration. So we did things. Mm-hmm. And then once I started working, I was always working over my birthday because I was working in baseball, and you just work every single day when you're covering baseball. And then I felt like it was more of a like, I talked about it when I was working because it was just like, that's a thing.
Yeah.
But you, Brock.
Uh-oh.
So that we're right around training camp, football time, because it's in a couple of weeks here, and that's why. But I think we're on the air. Well, you're going to be on the air. We're going to be on the air on your birthday.
Allegedly.
No, come on.
I cannot confirm or
Come
deny the
on.
birthday allegations.
Come on.
Can't confirm or deny them.
Have you ever done any sort of like big birthday bash? Like, what about when you turn 30, right? That was kind of like a big one.
My family surprised me out here.
So that's the only way that they could get you.
They did get me. Credit to my in-laws and my wife for being able to pull that off. I'm trying to think of the next biggest birthday. I mean, like, I would typically go out or maybe do like a
dinner,
Airbnb somewhere near the beach or something like that. But it was
you're
typically
not a beach person.
Nah, I'm not at all. But it was typically just an excuse to barbecue and just have people hang out. Like the actual birthday aspect wasn't actually celebrated. Like I would never get a cake or anything. It was just an excuse to have people together. But yeah, I think just growing up, once I got to high school and training camp carried on, and then after that covering football, you're still around training camps.
Yeah.
It just always fell right in the middle of it, and it kind of just
falls by the wayside.
Yeah, that ain't happening now, though. Nah. You're going to be here. You're going to be on the air. You don't like cakes. You don't like singing happy birthday. Is everyone listening taking notes? Because this is what we're going to do for Brock on his birthday. Cake, singing, attention, all about you. So wait, are you a Leo or are you after Leo?
I am a lion.
Yeah.
I am the lion, yes.
So is my daughter. I love that.
Shout out to Jax.
I know. Shout out to birthdays. All right. And at Rams camp, you guys. Lot to celebrate there. Okay. It was a party yesterday. We were boots on the ground, the Fan LA. Clayton Kershaw was there with his kids, which, like, I love the crossover of LA legends, like, going to other, like, franchises, practices, games, things like that. Big fan of all of that. But the big news from yesterday, Aaron Donald, baby. I'm just going to say he is so back. He is 99% back, okay? And why are we so sure that we're saying this is happening? Because this has been the conversation since the Myles Garrett trade. The moment the trade went down, an hour later, all of LA went, well, what about Aaron Donald? Think he'll come out of retirement? Could you imagine Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald on the same line, on the same team? Like, this would be the greatest defense of all time. And it was, could you imagine? But now the reality is setting in. And now it really is looking like not if, but when. Because the Rams officially brought him in for a workout yesterday. This is not him doing like training behind closed doors anymore. This was a former evaluation with the team. And because of that, it appeared on the NFL transaction wire as an official Rams workout. Now, the Rams are still being very honest on the fact that this is all coming down to Aaron Donald and his decision. We're not putting any pressure on you, but we are. We're not, but like, we would love to have you back. Everything is pointing towards we're going to see Aaron Donald's back in a Rams uniform.
Yeah, him deciding to do an official workout for the Rams and why that's a big deal. Yes, we saw a couple weeks ago he was at the Rams facility and TMZ caught him, but they didn't have to officially report that because he was there when the Rams were technically not practicing. So they don't have to report anything because they're not there. For him to do an official workout with a Rams helmet on, using Rams gear, and presumably there was a Rams coach or a Rams trainer that was there to take him through said workout, why this is a big step is not just because it's a step toward him seeing the field, it's a step toward him relinquishing some control to the media. Right now, everything that we know about Aaron Donald is just what he says to Sean McVay or Les Snead or someone else on the team, but it's all been hush-hush. By him doing this, it now opens the floodgates because every single news outlet, every single sports site gets to see on the official Rams daily transaction wire of Aaron Donald worked out at our facility. It is official. So Aaron Donald, if he was not convinced, in my opinion, that he was willing and ready to do this, would not open the floodgates and make it official to the rest of the world.
I think one of the coolest things about the Aaron Donald, just when the rumors started or the plea for him to come out of retirement and join the Rams again, was Myles Garrett and his reaction, because that was the blockbuster trade of the summer. But everyone's attention an hour after that trade was on Aaron Donald, and Myles Garrett has been fielding questions about Aaron Donald the moment that he became a Ram. And the way that Myles Garrett has handled it has just been so reassuring to the fact that if this and when this actually happens, it's going to work. And yesterday, once again, he was asked about Aaron Donald, and this is what he had to say.
Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully, link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off.
So yeah, everyone's been talking about the process. He's got to get that fire back. He's got to get hungry again because he was full, is what I think Sean McVay or Les Snead said as to the reason of him retiring. But we're looking, and it really feels like that fire is back to have an official workout and to have Myles Garrett even say, like, I can't wait to break bread with him soon, meaning that, once he nears that 99, 100% sure of coming back, that's going to be one of the first people he's probably going to have a conversation with.
Yeah, I think the situation Myles Garrett is in is a unique one because of how strict salary cap rules are in the NFL, it's very rare that two superstars of this caliber can end up on the same team, and it's rare. Why I think Myles Garrett is probably the best equipped guy mentally to handle the return of Aaron Donald is because he was the man in Cleveland for a very long time and did not see a ton of success. Typically, if I said there is a football player who has had historic numbers, who will wear a Hall of Fame jacket, and now that guy is going to share a room and a team with maybe the only person who would get more attention than him, you would say that's not going to work out very well. But why Myles Garrett is so suited is he already got to scratch the itch of being the big man in town.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it was him in Cleveland for a long time. Post LeBron, the Cavs were struggling, and the Guardians had some good years. But it was Myles Garrett, and it was Ohio State football for like the entire state of Ohio. It's like he already got that itch scratched of being the big man on campus and being the big man in the city. You go to the Rams not to be the man because you already have your head coach is a celebrity, your starting quarterback is a celebrity, your receivers are celebrity. Like, you don't go to the Rams to fulfill your ego. You go there to be part of something great. And Myles Garrett, even coming off a historic year, getting more sacks than anyone else in the NFL has in an individual year, is already such a humble guy. But because he doesn't need to scratch that itch, it is perfect for him to sit there and say something that a lot of edge rushers wouldn't be able to say. A lot of edge rushers would sit there and say, well, no, I want the Rams to remember me better than they remember Aaron Donald. I want to break all of his records. I want to be the best defensive player that ever wore a Rams jersey. Whereas Myles Garrett, because of those reasons, saying, no, I want to share this room with him. I want to share the spotlight with him. I want to share this defense with him. We both have all the individual accolades. I want the team accolades. And if bringing maybe the best defensive player that's ever played sports comes back to this team, that actually makes my job easier. So credit to Myles for handling this in a way a lot of guys would not be able to.
But that's why it's going to work. And that's why Myles Garrett in LA is going to work, because I've covered a lot of different championship teams across a bunch of different sports, and all these championship groups all have that same mentality. We see it very much with the Dodgers, that it's an us mentality, not a me mentality. We're all in it for the betterment of the team to win the championship. It's not about those personal accolades. And obviously, Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald have both hit their personal accolades, and the goal now is to win a Super Bowl. But it's kind of been that mindset for this whole Rams team. Like, Matthew Stafford doesn't have an ego. Like, Puka has his issues, but like
right.
Puka and Devontae Adams, like, from what we've seen, we haven't heard any outside noise of any sort of egos. And then to have a guy like Myles Garrett, who is the best of the best, to then come on a team that is considered the best of the best and have these kind of responses and have this kind of outlook and have this kind of mindset.
Yeah.
This is why it's going to work.
It is such a selfless organization. And I can tell you firsthand, it sounds nuts in a team sport like football to have people worried about stats when, if you play basketball and Luka Doncic goes out there and drops 65 points, which he's capable of doing every now and then, it really doesn't matter what the rest of the team does, because this is just Luka's night and he's going to ball out, right? Whereas if you play baseball and there's a pitcher who just goes out there and says, I got the juice today, and nobody's hitting anything, and he throws a no-hitter, the offense doesn't really have to do much, and the defense literally doesn't have to do anything. Football is unique in that a quarterback can go out there and have the best day of his life, but if the receivers aren't having a good day, they're not going to catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
A running back can be ready to go, but if the offensive line isn't having a good day, it doesn't matter. Like, individual success is indirectly team success in football. And so why, as you said, this is so slated to work is because you have to be unselfish in the Rams organization. It is what separates them. you rarely ever, if ever, hear somebody complaining about yards or sacks or numbers or attention. You see that pop up across the league all the time. So-and-so isn't getting the ball enough and they're upset about it. So-and-so thinks they should be starting. I mean, look at the whole A.J. Brown thing. Like, that would never happen in the Rams building. So it is the perfect guy to return in Aaron Donald, who, again, already has accomplished everything and remains selfless throughout it. It's the perfect trade piece in Myles Garrett, who, despite accomplishing everything, is super unselfish. And it's the perfect organization to handle this because historically throughout the Rams, since Leslie and Sean McVay have been there, we don't really do egos here. And it's just the perfect concoction for what can be a miraculous season.
And we've heard the term iron sharpens iron. Every part of this Rams team roster, top to bottom, is stacked. And I mentioned 97.1 The Fan. We were at Rams camp yesterday and had a chance to catch up with one of the stars in Puka Nacua, who was talking about what it's been like here at Rams camp.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up. So it takes me back to our days up at UW.
So he's talking about Jalen or McDuffie there.
So Trent McDuffie is number 22, and there was a beautiful throw from Matthew Stafford, and it lands right in Puka's hands on it. It looked like a seam route. It was deep. Yeah. And Trent, he doesn't let Puka catch the ball, but he lets the ball get close to his hands. And the second that he touches it, he just punches it out. But that goes to the point of having great players on both sides of the ball. You get a good look every single day. We were talking about the Dodgers earlier and having the pressure of not having a massive lead in your division or in the NL, and you kind of lose that sense of pressure. The beauty about the Rams is they could be 10-0 to start the season. If I'm the left tackle, I still have to block Myles Garrett today at practice. I still have to guard Devontae Adams today if I'm Jalen Watson. You know, like it eliminates any sense of comfort because every day in practice you are going up against one of the best.
And one of the newest Rams faces actually went one-on-one with our Lindsay, Jalen Watson, and she had an opportunity to talk to him about a viral moment that happened recently.
Basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
Yeah, I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. And I turn my head, and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. And it's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
So yeah, Jalen, you actually brought this up on the show the other day, the viral tweet from Jalen. It got a lot of heat on both sides in terms of like, okay, so what, Patrick Mahomes like chop liver? But he set the record straight there. It's like, no, Mahomes is the GOAT, but kind of explain the difference that he's talking about between Mahomes and Stafford.
Yeah, you think of quarterback as a monolith, as you just get the ball to the receiver, and it's that simple. It isn't that simple. There are different ways to throw the ball. There are different ways for a receiver to be able to track that ball. If a guy is 15 yards downfield, if there's a window, some guys may put it on a line. Some guys may want to lead you. Some guys may want to put it on your back shoulder so that you're protected from the safety. There's a million ways to throw a ball, just like there's a million ways to run a route. And all Jalen Watson was saying is, I've never seen somebody approach throwing the football the way that Matthew Stafford does. Now, if you are a Kansas City fan and you're really worried about your defense, because you should be this year, because two of your best players are currently with the Rams, I see that as enough of an excuse to lash out at Jalen Watson. So I understand why they took it that way.
Okay.
But he was speaking to the nuance of where Stafford places the ball and how Jalen had never seen anything like that. So Jalen is vindicated. I'm glad he got a chance to clean it up. And thank you to BTS Nick and Lindsay for being out there and getting fantastic audio throughout training camp.
Yeah, so that full interview is going to drop tonight at the Fan LA across all of our socials. Yeah, they got to go one-on-one with new Ram Jalen Watson, how he settling into LA, as you just heard, talking about that viral tweet in that moment and what it's like being around this Rams camp. But I can't even imagine Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson go from kind of the former dynasty in the Chiefs, and they were a part of that winning culture, to both end up now on like the new winning culture and like what is considered to be the top of the pecking order and the best of the best. They got lucky. They got lucky.
And it's why
we got lucky.
Yeah, we
got really lucky.
We are the luckiest. And it's why guys like Myles Garrett, who from an individual standpoint have accomplished more than Jalen Watson, but even guys like Jalen Watson can teach things to Myles Garrett because he's been somewhere, and him and Trent McDuffie have been somewhere that Myles Garrett hasn't. Like, just how perfectly the personalities and the histories of these guys on this defense is. It is magic how this whole thing has came together, and Aaron Donald will be the last and final piece.
It's going to be so much fun. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break. But first, a huge congratulations to Rachel and El Segundo. You won a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. I hope you have the best time ever. We're going to step away for a moment, but when we come back, Freddie Freeman, you guys, thank goodness he's okay. But what is his future going to look like as a Dodger? How are you going to remember Freddie? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago.
And that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right, that was my fault." That was on me. That's my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face-to-face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers story.
No, they want to get better.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Now, no Dodgers baseball today, which is a rare day. However, they're having a much-needed day off after their 6-game losing streak, getting swept in back-to-back series. Yeesh. However, I will say, things that we were worried about started to get fixed late in that game yesterday. The bats woke up. The bullpen kept with it. Things are trending in the right direction. And the most important thing out of yesterday's game is that Freddie Freeman is going to be okay. We heard from Dave Roberts after the game, and this was the update that he gave everybody on Freddie Freeman. Oh, we'll have it in just a moment. If you missed it, what happened was we were on air, but it looked like the ball maybe hit the bottom of his bat.
Yes. So bottom of his bat, but I think slightly grazed that pinky lower hand area as
and
well.
you saw the shake. You saw him looking at it. He got pulled from the game. Kike Hernandez came into play first base. But this is what Dave Roberts had to say post game.
Even after that hit by pitch, he took the at bat, flew out to deep left center field. He was in some pain, never wants to come out of a game, but I just felt it was prudent to get him out, to get a scan on it, to see where we're at. And, it happens that, his spot came up with 2 outs, but, you just don't know how the game's going to play out if things were to go the way they were going. So we gave ourselves a chance to win, and that's all you can hope for.
They did. And the x-rays came back negative. Dave Roberts and Freddie expect for Freddie Freeman to be back in the lineup tomorrow against Arizona. So I think all LA and Dodger fans can take a collective deep breath. We can't afford any more injuries right now.
That was the first thing that went through our minds when we were watching the game. It was the 5th inning, so it was kind of toward the end of our show, and just the thought of, are you kidding me? Eric Lauer's lost his juice, and now we have another injury, and thankfully the x-rays were negative, and it sounds like he could have went back out there if he wanted to. Glad that Dave Roberts played it smart. They were down 1-6 at the time. Of course, you're going to get one of your superstars out there and get him some x-rays, but breathing a sigh of relief all across LA for sure.
Okay, so we had Alden Gonzalez on last hour, a couple hours ago, and the Freddie Freeman conversation came up. Not just about, the fact that he's going to be okay, he's going to be back in the lineup, but the future of Freddie Freeman with the Dodgers, because he becomes a free agent
after next season.
So with the looming lockout and CBA and nobody knows what's going to go down there, Alden made a very interesting point where he's like, well, nothing's going to happen. He does not believe that any deals are going to get made until after that, where I was under like the mindset and impression of like, well, why don't you get it done so you're grandfathered in and then you don't have to think about it. But again, I'm not a GM. I am not the Dodgers. But it was a very interesting perspective. And he also mentioned that when Freddie had that first game back in Atlanta, it kind of was like a closing of a chapter, but it was also mentioned that he might finish his career back in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm thinking about now is like, how is Freddie Freeman going? I mean, obviously he is very much still in the thick of it, and he is such an important piece for this Dodgers franchise and organization. But how will Freddie Freeman be remembered? Like, when you think about Freddie Freeman right now, I think just because we're in the midst of the Dodgers dynasty and he's been a part of 2 of those, do you remember him? Do you think of Freddie as a Brave or a Dodger?
It's such a good question, because if the Dodgers are able to three-peat, I feel anyone outside of the state of Georgia would say Dodger. But I do think Freddie Freeman, no matter what he does as a Dodger, will always see himself as an Atlanta Brave. The way that those two split clearly affected him, and as a quick recap, Freddie Freeman wanted an extension, which he rightfully deserved.
Yeah.
He wanted 6 years on the extension, where Atlanta only wanted to give 5. That was not, they were not able to come to terms there. He said, "Are you sure? I'm going to the Dodgers if you do not do this." And he gave them a final ultimatum. And he said, "You have 1 hour to choose. Are you going to give me my 6th year, or am I going to the Dodgers?" And an hour later, Freddie Freeman signs with the Dodgers, and immediately after, the Atlanta Braves trade for first baseman Matt Olson, who was slightly younger than Freddie Freeman. So the heartbreak that Freddie felt was palpable and deep. Now, Matt Olson, to his credit, you could argue that the Braves at the time made the right call, and Matt Olson has since becoming an Atlanta Brave, has been a 3-time All-Star, Golden Glove, NL home run leader, Silver Slugger. He has been phenomenal. Yeah. But one thing that always stuck out to me is, I don't know if you remember, but there was this rumor that came out shortly after that the Braves matched the Dodgers offer, but his agent did not tell him. That was proven untrue. However, Freddie made it very clear that there was some weird things going on among the communication. Most notably, the giveaway was Freddie's first return to Atlanta since becoming a Dodger. He's crying out there. It's an emotional moment. They give him his World Series ring. The very next day, he fires his agent. So something about going back there made him realize.
Well, he got the truth. He probably got the truth.
Which is a completely fair point. So, because of that, because it is completely clear, and this is not coming from a bitter stance. This is not coming from a jealousy stance. I don't think that kind of split is what Freddie wanted. And when I say Freddie wanted to be an Atlanta Brave for his whole life, that doesn't mean he doesn't put the Dodgers as a priority. But I do think with that ugly of a split, Freddie will always see himself as an Atlanta Brave.
You know what's hard too, and it's crazy to think about. Both Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman traded to, or like landing with the Dodgers post World Series wins.
Yeah.
And because when you look at Freddie's time with the Braves, 12 seasons, like 12
That's
years
a long
anywhere
time,
is like, it's hard. That is a part of your life. That is your life. That is your identity. And to not feel wanted on a place where you just help them win the World Series. You were an MVP the year before. Like, you did everything right to the best of your ability and to the highest level. And you still don't want me?
And I think to immediately be replaced immediately by the younger version of you, which people see Matt Olson as, is just the younger Freddie Freeman. That hurts. That really, really hurts. So I firmly believe that Freddie Freeman will finish his career as a member of the Atlanta Braves. And even if he's not the standout all-star, he's hitting .310 right now as a 36-year-old man. 869 OPS at 36 years old, turning 37 September 12th, by the way. Even if he's a shell of himself, it is only right for him to finish his career there. Hopefully that opportunity is provided to him. But I have come to terms that no matter how we see Freddie, if he wins 5 consecutive World Series, I think we're at a point where he will always see himself as an Atlanta Brave.
It's hard, though. So if they three-peat, I think any player that was involved in this three-peat, because it's historic, this is where you get remembered.
Yeah.
This is who, like, this is a moment in your career that not many players can say they accomplished. And Freddie Freeman is one of those players. 2-time World Series MVP. He had that iconic moment that really entered the lore, the Freddie Freeman baseball lore in 2024 World Series against the Yankees when he hit that walk-off grand slam. Like, it's like, I still get chills. Like, I just said it. My body is like, yeah, that was one of the coolest moments we ever watched and witnessed. And he continued that top-tier play that he did in Atlanta. He was a 5-time All-Star in Atlanta, a 5-time All-Star in LA, obviously won World Series and 1 MVP in Atlanta. He already has 2 World Series and a World Series MVP here in LA, and they are on that road to the three-peat. And as much as fans and us as media and people who grew up in LA and talk about LA sports teams want to force Freddie Freeman to be always remembered as a Dodger, and he will be remembered as an LA legend no matter what he decides to do at the end of his career. As you mentioned, because there is such a deep emotional connection, and if he does end his career in Atlanta, which is going to be, I think that will be kind of the final tipping point to how the world kind of remembers Freddie.
Yeah, it's tough because only Freddie knows how much he's hurt by the Braves situation. Like, it's
but then
very
again, would
clear.
you want to go back if
That's
you
what
got
makes
done
it so-
dirty like that?
See, that's
like,
what
okay,
makes
I'll
it
get
so
like
strange.
you want like okay, so you got the younger version of me, and now you want me back?
That's what makes it so
I
weird.
don't
Like,
think it feels right.
I don't think it feels right, but I do think if you are Freddie, it feels unfinished. Like, they loved him. He was the face of their team. He was the leader of the clubhouse. He was there for well over a decade. He accomplished incredible things individually, and they made it to the mountaintop as a team. And to call the Braves multiple times and tell them, this is the offer, are you going to match it? This is the offer, are you going to match it? And then even 1 hour before you sign saying, hey, like, can you guys please match it? Like, I actually really want to be a Brave. And them saying no. Like, that while my initial instinct is to say I would be bitter for the rest of my life, I just, now that we're talking about it, I just keep reliving his first time back in Atlanta and just seeing a guy who is just sad. Like, he's just sad. I don't think I didn't see spite. I didn't even see anger. He just looks sad every time that he's there. And I do think he ends up going back there, even though I would be much more petty and never step foot in that organization.
Yeah, no, I don't think I could do that again either. However, we don't know how the conversation went, and maybe the Braves just put all the blame on his agent, and
it's possible.
That's also a side of things. Where his agent's like, "No, they're lying to you," and he's like, "No, I love them. I believe them. Now that I'm here." And the way that I think everyone would kind of be okay with that is if the Dodgers decide, like, "Hey, we're not gonna give you what you want." And so it's like the Dodgers not giving him what he wants, so then he gets to choose where he goes next. And that's where I think it would be accepted. If the Dodgers give him a great offer and then he decides to go back, that's where it would be a little like bitter taste. But again, you guys, this is all just like us looking into the crystal ball. And this became a part of the conversation today when we had ESPN MLB reporter on Alden Gonzalez, and we were talking about possible contracts that are coming up, whether it is Tarek Skubal and the Dodgers trying to extend him before he becomes a free agent after the season. Is it a rental? And then Freddie Freeman is right in that conversation because his contract is looming.
And they have had conversations, and they are very far apart regarding how many years are on that contract. So that's why the floodgates are officially open on what do things look like after 2027.
It's just so wild because right now, you guys, let's just focus on three-peat. Championship.
He's hitting 310 with 15 home runs. So he's definitely doing his part.
He's doing his part. I'm doing my part. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for Brock to spill the tea. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
About living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun to, and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and then just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much, because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, or if you want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But guys, right now, it is time for Brock Vereen to spill the tea.
You hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
It is time to spill the tea, because there is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee. But before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill our tea. So, Tuesday, Notre Dame football releases a video to get people excited about their new fancy facility. It was over $100 million. Everything is state-of-the-art. It is a thing of beauty. 24 hours later, very conveniently, USC announces the opening of their new $200+ million facility. Rumors are reporting upwards of $225 million facility that literally opened yesterday. So that brings me to today's point, because I think it's something that a lot of people don't really consider regarding football facilities. So why college football has always put so much money into state-of-the-art weight rooms and locker rooms and showers and all these things and indoor facilities is because they have to recruit kids. I am trying to convince a 17-year-old to come spend the next 4 years here as opposed to somewhere else. And the better conditions that this place is in, the more fancy stuff I can show off to him and his parents, the more impressed he's going to be. And tons of studies show it is those things that kids commit to more so than the education aspect, or really how many wins or losses a team is going to have. Why this makes no sense now is because college football is essentially an NFL minor league. I'll let you in on probably a poorly kept secret, but still something that a lot of people may not realize. NFL facilities are significantly worse than college football facilities, because college football, you have to convince a kid to commit to your school. In the NFL, no, I drafted you and we're paying you. This is where you work. I would say of the 32 NFL teams, 5 of them have facilities that could compete with the top tier of college football. The vast majority of them are bad. I would also argue that not only is every college football facility, D1 college football facility, better than most of the NFL, there are some high schools in Orange County, plenty high schools in Texas that have better facilities than an NFL team does. So why I bring that up, because they don't have to recruit you. Why I bring that up is because now that you can pay players in college football, now that there is a crisis regarding college enrollment dropping, college becoming impossibly unaffordable, and money being tighter and budgets being tighter around college campuses more than ever, I think the fancy college football facility is actually a waste of money at this point. You don't need to convince a kid to commit to your school. This is now a minor league NFL. Just pay him more money than the other schools. So you sit here at USC, you spent $225 million on a facility. I get it. There's egos involved. It's also very hilarious that USC waited for Notre Dame to release their video and then stomped all over it 24 hours later. Now that their rivalry is renewed starting in 2030, I totally get that aspect of it. But wouldn't you rather just keep your facility and have $225 million to get the best players in the country for the next couple of years? So I'm saying this to say the $225 million USC facility, I expect to be one of the last major upgrades to on-campus facilities for college football, because going forward, unless there is a drastic change in NIL and the ability to pay players and how much you can pay players, which is in the works but not official just yet, the Senate still has to pass it. I think these are now a waste of money. Cool to look at, but a waste of money. And that is the tea for today.
It's giving, like, anything you can do, I can do better.
That's exactly what it is.
24 hours later, oh, you said you're doing a new facility? Let me get an AI renderation of like what we can do better. Like that's what this was. Like,
that's
are you
exactly
are you
what it
kidding
was.
me, USC? You are not that person. You are like you lead by example. Like you don't need to try to one up a facility.
And you used to have to do that because, again, kids care about those things. Oregon having really cool jerseys was their biggest recruiting tool.
Because they're Nike. They're right there.
Because they're Nike. And
it is Nike.
Phil Knight supporting Oregon was the great advantage because wearing a different jersey every single game over your 4 years was a major recruiting
tool. Do you
tool.
get to keep all of those jerseys?
You do not get to keep the jerseys,
but
here's
do they have names on them?
Here's yes. Here's one thing that Oregon did do that was really cool. So back in my day when you couldn't get paid to play college football, what Oregon did was fascinating.
Oh, let's go.
So Phil Knight loves Oregon. Nike's headquarters are there. He supports Oregon. The Air Jordans and rare Nikes that would be released. Shoe culture's kind of taken a hit, but it used to be a massive thing. And there's a limited number of.
Has it taken a hit?
Oh, it's taken a massive hit. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So shoe collection used to be though, like you wait in line at 2 a.m. and you get your shoe, and then you can sell it online for $5,000. What Oregon would do is we can't pay you, but we can give you every single pair of limited edition Jordans. And if you just so happen to sell them for thousands of dollars,
that's on you.
That's on you. You can sell anything that you did. So credit to Oregon for kind of finding the loophole. But my point is, you used to have to do petty things like that. So the University of, I believe it was Tennessee, had the biggest scoreboard in college football. Texas built a new stadium, and it had a bigger scoreboard. You know what Tennessee did the next year? They expanded their scoreboard so that they could have the biggest one. Things like that actually used to matter, believe it or not.
So silly.
But to put up $225 million on a facility when no one is committing to your school because of the facility, they're committing to your school because you paid them the most money.
Yeah.
Like, if this is the NFL, you can start treating it like the NFL. So these facilities take years to build, and I'm sure right now there's multiple schools who have already broke ground. But expect a significant decrease on the input, the money, and the number of schools that that actually dive into putting hundreds of $1 million into something new, because you just don't have to do that
So
anymore.
I'm curious here because USC doesn't have a lot of
Space?
real estate to be working with. BTS Nick, who went to USC, I mean, where could they even put this facility? Like, is that even like? That's why like none of this feels real, because it's like they just threw out a number and like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. But is there even space for something like this?
I believe they knocked down the old one and they were practicing somewhere temporary, because the new one just opened yesterday.
Yeah, Nick, we can hear you.
So nice, first off, but
out there
no, it was
recruiting.
needed for USC. It's a blue chip, like it's one of the best programs in the history of college sports. Come on now, but now now their practice facilities actually match that.
Okay. Well, see, it does still work, but I do think. Okay, Nick, if you are committing to play somewhere and one school is giving you $800,000 and has mediocre facilities, the other school will give you $300,000 but has a state-of-the-art facility, which one are you going to?
Well, you know this as a player. It depends on the vibes with the coaches, first off. But secondly, probably the facilities, just because you're going to
take a $500,000 pay cut.
I forgot about the money part.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Nick, that was the whole point.
I don't know, but it's attractive to players too, though. You want to have the
No,
facilities.
what's attractive
you wanna,
is that money.
Yes,
Getting
but you
that
also
bag.
want to. Yeah, you're not wrong. But you want to have the facilities. You want to have the trainers. You want to know you're taken care of and be around the best of the best. And also, the best of the best facilities like that attract the best players.
Okay,
usually.
so what new facility just opened that you were talking about? That's really nice.
The SC one.
The SC one opened yesterday.
I know, but what SC one? Like the one you're talking
practice
about?
facility,
Yeah.
The $250 million one? Okay.
And Notre Dame's opened earlier, but they have made like a PR release about it earlier this week. The thing is, it's not like the old facilities were bad.
Okay,
they were always state
you guys,
of the
I thought we were talking about a new one. I was why are we doing a new one when you just did all this? Where are they going to put that? Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, you guys are like
They just
talking crazy
they just
talk.
elevated the old.
So they gave it a
one.
facelift. It's the Power Hour. We're heading back to Rams camp. Don't go anywhere.
Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's
Yeah.
really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The Force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
you don't say.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think
we
it's
are
pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that,
can tell
Rob?
you the answer to that. No, he's not good. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing takes me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please like, for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all
in.
celebrate there, though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. And then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
No, they want to get better.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. Thank you for tuning in, whether it's on the radio, the Odyssey app, or you're watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you check in. So if you want to watch the live stream, if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Shay, how's the chat been going off today? How's everybody feeling? How are you feeling? Oh, I always catch you off guard. Oh my God, look how off guard he is. He's so flustered.
I can't. I hate this thing.
What do you mean?
I can never put it on correctly.
What do
I don't
you
know
mean?
why. You saw me yesterday too with it. This headset. It's because it wants
we
to like.
all wear them.
I know. I can't figure it out for the
You
life
also
of me.
say like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Like you come to me and I got to think of something on the spot, and I'm like, yeah, what do you think we do for 4 hours over here?
But no, the chat is getting lit. They were very happy to hear BTS Nick, so the recent comments are excited to hear BTS. But they've been speaking a lot of college football. It seems like a lot of people are excited about college football. Again, worries about the bullpen. Freddie, they're very happy that Freddie's X-rays went negative. And then, no tan lines, Rob. He's a regular. He's
I know,
he's
but
the man.
I just love the name every time.
It's so
He's
good.
the man. He
It's so
says
good.
nice recap. Fangelino's where you at? So yeah, shout out to all the boys in the chat.
23 days away from San Jose State.
Damn.
USC.
Okay, so we went through, you guys. There was the top 25 team college football preseason rankings that came out, and we kind of went through the top. Yeah. You hit probably 22 because Iowa at 22 was the last one you talked about. So we spent a lot of the time going over who you think is placed right. I think the biggest snub is the defending champs being at 6.
I believe so, yeah.
Possibly. Notre Dame at 5, Ohio State at 1. But who are you most excited to see this season that might not be getting as much hype as they should, or maybe they are getting the right amount of hype?
I go back to Washington.
Really?
Washington has a quarterback in Damon Williams Jr. who is fantastic. He's a slightly taller Kyler Murray, but more athletic, just with his natural ability to throw the football.
Kyler Murray when he first
at
came
Oklahoma.
in. Okay.
At Oklahoma, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's an important distinction. Yeah.
Yes.
I think Washington's going to catch tons of people off guard. I feel they have an opportunity to knock off some really big schools. If I could point out another one,
yeah, please.
BYU
right below USC, ranked
Yes.
at 15, and Washington currently ranked at 19, which I like these. When you're below the top 10, not a ton of pressure unless you're overranked.
Yeah.
But for teams that you're like, oh, I think there's a lot of potential here, and you're not cracking the top 10, great place to be.
BYU overachieved tremendously last year, and Penn State tried to poach their head coach, but he decided to come back.
Spicy.
That motivates a team a ton, knowing our coach really wants to be here. He turned down Penn State. They had a young quarterback last year who had tons of experience. People don't respect the Big 12 or ACC anymore because the SEC and Big 10 have kind of separated themselves. BYU. And third, I'm just going to keep going back to UCLA. They're not ranked, but they're going to a bowl game this year, and Bob Chesney is building something special. They have a very favorable schedule, which, man for man, USC is the better team, but they play Oregon, they play Washington, they play Indiana, they play Ohio State, and the schedule is just not doing them a lot of favors.
Are these for UCLA? Are these the viral videos that we saw of when he came in and joined the team, the new head coach, where he was talking about the respect and how you have to kind of pay attention to everything?
That sounds familiar.
Okay.
That does
and
sound
like
familiar.
I remember seeing
Yeah.
a video and it was like, oh, we're changing the culture. We're changing the mindset. It
Yes.
starts from the ground up. Whoever, like, if someone's helping clean the locker room, they get just as much respect as a person in the training staff and in the coaching room. Like, from top to bottom, pay attention and treat everybody with the exact same respect, which I love that.
What Bob Chesney is doing a great job of is, for the first time in recent memory, he's not trying to brand UCLA as an LA school, which I think they, from a football standpoint, they historically have tried to do. The problem is when USC has had a heyday more recently than UCLA had their heyday, when you think LA school, you're going to think USC. So at best,
football.
From a football standpoint, yes.
football
I'm strictly talking
standpoint.
from a football standpoint. So at best, you're competing to be the younger brother. And what Bob Chesney is doing right now across UCLA is saying, leaning into being the younger brother, leaning into being the underdog, leaning into let USC be the glitz and the glamour and the Hollywood. We are hard hat and lunch pail, and finally trying to separate himself, which I think a lot of UCLA coaches have failed to do that. And I think it's going to work. It is working. They're recruiting like crazy.
Yeah.
And he is building something special there. It's really exciting to see.
So it's so funny, kind of like opposite perspectives here, where UCLA fans get excited. Like, this is the up and up. Where USC, it's like pressure's on.
Tons.
And if Lincoln Riley doesn't figure this out, like, how much more of a cushion are they going to give him of, like, when is his program getting back to that, like, winning culture and in the college football playoff conversation?
If they do not make the CFP this year, then my guess is they will be looking for someone else to run the show going forward. There's just too much money involved, and Lincoln Riley, to his credit, will be a head coach as long as he wants to. It's not like he will be unemployed for a very long time, but I think it would have run its course if you go 5 seasons without reaching the CFP at USC.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yikes.
Pressure on.
But pressure's on, and then, like, dog mentality, let us prove everyone wrong, like, completely different mindset situation, USC, UCLA. Very defining year for both programs, but opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. How many days away did you say we are?
We are 23. Actually.
Oh.
We are 23 hours and 50 minutes away.
Did you just Google that and it came up for you?
Well, I know that they kick off at noon. So, yes.
Damn.
It's
quick math.
It's quick math. It may be incorrect math, but it's quick math.
I don't know.
As long as it was quick.
That was great.
As long as it was quick. Boom, boom, boom.
I like, especially live, like, do not ask me to math on air. Okay? Give me my calculator, then I'll tell you what's up. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Now, the big news, you guys, that came out of Rams camp yesterday. Aaron Donald. Oh, he is so back. He is so back. So, and the reason we're saying that, you guys, he had an official workout at the Rams facility on Wednesday. This is not like private training anymore to see if the fire's there. This was a former evaluation with the team. Now, remember, Donald has been retired since the end of the 2023 season. So we're looking at like 2.5 years, almost 3 years since he's played in a game. Mm-hmm. He's continued to work out on his own. We've seen it. We've seen those videos. We've seen those photos. He is jacked. But Wednesday's session is different and a step in the direction of, okay, when are we going to see Aaron Donald back in a Rams uniform? Is because it was an official workout. It appeared on the NFL transaction wire as an official Rams workout. And like now it's real. Mm-hmm. Like it's really happening.
It is. And a big, massively huge, absolutely gigantic sign that it's going to happen is because he is rumored to be making a documentary.
Oh, let's go.
So
okay,
this is super duper rumored, but he got new management off the field. So not the people that are going to negotiate his contract or anything numbers wise, off the field. And if you are Aaron Donald and you have not been in the limelight for 2 years and you are going to make a resurgence, yeah, you want to get your ducks in the row so that you can benefit from the off-the-field stuff
The
as
Last
well.
Dance.
Exactly.
Vibe.
So whether that's a documentary, whether that's being in commercials and billboards, I'm sure there's a bunch of corporations who would love for him to come speak at their lunch events. You know, things off the field. You get new management when you have something big, right? Like when an actor signs on for a big movie, it's I need to get management to help me parlay this into a book deal, and maybe I want to record an album. I need, that's essentially what this is. Like Aaron Donald's joining the Marvel universe, so he wants to make sure he can maximize off the field. So I think this is as big a sign as any, if not the biggest, that he's coming back and just getting his ducks in a row and making sure everything's aligned. Because once he officially announces it, signs on the dotted line, and takes the photo from Les Snead's office with his thumb up, he's going to hit the ground running with people kicking down his door to get him to do things.
It's going to be insane. So it's like you had 2 years off. If and when he comes back, he's going to hit the ground running. He's going to be booked and busy. But yeah, it's so interesting because when I saw those headlines of like, okay, like maybe he's just keeping his options open in that sense. I didn't even go to the mindset of like, oh no, this is just getting everything ready to then now have this start. Like because we heard about the, he's reportedly developing a docuseries. For sure. What else would that docuseries be about?
Right.
Unless it's like he's filming this entire decision right now. That's what's going down. He's filming this entire decision. There's going to be clips of us talking about it. There's going to be clips of the TMZ thing, like him sitting in his like crazy workout room, just like, is it going to happen? His wife jokingly putting out the tweet of him sleeping on the couch, like, really, guys, come on. Like everyone fed into it so beautifully and so perfectly that, like when and if this happens, even just like the Aaron Donald, Myles Garrett combo, like that media frenzy is going to absolutely be insane. Like teams, like you've seen all the viral moments of like Myles Garrett coming after, was it Jordan Love and Green Bay?
Oh,
and one of his own linemen was just like, "Run, Jordan, run!" Because he couldn't block Myles Garrett, and he was just coming straight for him. Like to now have, when it happens, Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald both coming at you.
Yeah, it's scary. And the docuseries, if it comes together, which I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah,
it's going to be fascinating on two fronts. One, we know very little about Aaron Donald. To be one of the best defensive players that have ever played football, we know so little about. We know a ton about Ray Lewis. We know a ton about Ed Reed. We know a ton about Deion Sanders. You know, defensively, you are always aware as a defensive player that offense gets the limelight. So
Yeah.
when you are a great defensive player, there's kind of more of a push to make yourself a brand and a celebrity because it's rare for you to be on the big stage and be
Okay.
a big personality. Aaron Donald's unique because he was far and away the best defensive player, really, honestly, you could say since like his third year in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he was super reserved, super quiet. He did all of his talking on the field, very short-winded when it came to media things. We don't know anything about his personal life, what he's into. You didn't see him out at fancy restaurants or driving fast cars, even though I'm sure he does those things. So I think this documentary is fascinating because how unique is it to have a documentary at the end of your career and that being the first time people are really let in, whereas typically a guy does a documentary at the end of his career to prove why he's actually not the athlete or the person that you thought he is. Like this is our introduction to Aaron Donald, essentially, in what will be a resurgence, but also a retirement tour. So even from a documentary standpoint, it really will be one of a kind in a really unique way.
But think about it also, like it's so on brand for a Rams star.
Yeah.
Because the Rams do such an incredible job of, we are in LA. You are in Hollywood, where the light shines the brightest on you. We've already seen Puka Nacua slip up a bit and get caught up in all of it, which is a very rare thing for Rams stars. But to now have Aaron Donald be away from the game for a couple years, and almost we were seeing this now with LeBron James and him deciding that he's going to do a docuseries, whatever it ends up being, for this last little bit of his career. Aaron Donald's taking a page out of the LeBron book, and that's what LA does to you. It sees, like, you don't need to see what's happening right now. Let me work in silence. Let me be that silent assassin.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end, when it's done, then you're going to be able to kind of get an inside look and understand everything that I was going through, whether it was the decision, whether it was the work to be doing what I'm doing at such a high level at this point in my career, whether it is LeBron James or now Aaron Donald when he comes out of retirement and goes to do this, quote, last dance with the Rams, and the Super Bowl is here in LA. And it was the fans, really, and everybody in LA who was like begging him to come back. Like,
Yeah.
have we ever seen a situation like that? I'm trying to think.
No.
I can't remember a situation where an entire city fan base literally put out a plea, like, please come out of retirement, and to see that it worked.
Yeah, and why I say this is to your point, why that's unique, sometimes a player is mulling retirement and fans put together momentum saying, no, stay one more year, one more
run.
Yeah, like there's definitely moments where a basketball player is taking free throws at in what's the last game of the year and the fans chant one more year, or when a quarterback's walking up the field. But what makes it unique is to be retired for this long and for all of a sudden to have everything ramp up. And also to the documentary standpoint, why it'll be so one of a kind is, as far as retiring and then coming back, that isn't necessarily a unique thing. But to retire, sit out multiple seasons, and then return, that is unique across all sports, especially football. Deion Sanders is the only Hall of Fame player to be retired for multiple years and then return. And Aaron Donald,
how did he do?
His first year was great. He came back with Baltimore.
Yeah.
First year was great. His second year, he kind of lost his spot and then was kind of cancerous in the locker room.
So that's why it's just the one. The
so
one and
it's
done.
just the one.
The one and done. The one and done.
But it'll be such a unique perspective of how life as a retired guy is, how if you are great at something and you leave at the top, the downside of knowing you have more to give instead of being 40-something years old wishing you had more to give. Like, I would be fascinated, and I hope this comes together, and I'm not saying anything he doesn't know as he's signing new deals with new management companies.
Yeah.
This would, of all the sports documentaries that we have seen over the years, you can genuinely say this would be one of a kind in its making, and I would love to see it, because if we see it, it means he's playing this year.
And then also just the talent that he's going to be surrounded by, too.
Yeah.
And coming back with the Super Bowl being here in LA and having arguably one of the best rosters we've seen in the NFL, quite possibly the best defense we've ever seen, pending, the level that he's at when he comes back. It's just going to be wild. And you were speaking about deals, and we had Cynthia Freeland on this week. And when we were asking about the Puka Nacua contract and everything else that the Rams are looking at, she mentioned, she's like, well, the reason nothing's getting done right now is they got to see like what they're going to need for Aaron Donald. And it was like, I completely forgot about that. Yeah. That like, yeah, okay, he'll come back, but he still had years left on his contract, meaning there was still money left on his contract. And they have to figure out through some sort of creative accounting what they have available and then what they can give for those next big contracts.
Yes. So when you retire in the NFL and there are still years on your contract, that team still retains your rights. Like if Aaron Donald 10 years from now came out of retirement, like the Rams still have him under contract. Now, when he retired, he was at the top of his game. So I believe he's on the books for $30 million or something like that. And one thing that may also be delaying this is if you're Aaron Donald, you're sitting there saying, I want as much of that $30 million as I possibly can. And the Rams are saying, we want to give you maybe something closer to 15 because we know it's only going to be 1 year, so we don't have to keep you happy to re-sign you. We know that's only 1 year, and here's what the books look like. We have to pay a bunch of people, so I'm sure it'll take a while to negotiate that as well. But yes, the Puka Nacua situation and the 3 or 4 defensive young guys who are up for contracts at the end of this year, all that's on hold because Aaron Donald may be coming back.
Yeah, now, the money matters, but this is not a money situation for Aaron Donald coming back.
Right. Correct.
And plus, if this docuseries is getting made and this documentary, like...
Talk about a bidding war.
Yeah, he's going to be getting mills for that. And, like, all the campaigns he's going to get, like, he is going to be made... He's going to be a busy man. This comeback, yeah, he's going to be booked and busy, okay? He is going to be booked and busy. It's just crazy that... When did the Myles Garrett trade go down?
At this point, it feels like a year ago. What was
like
that announced?
month and a half ago, 2 months ago?
It was on June 1st, 2026.
Okay.
Just over 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Like, wild that we are here now. 2 months later, and it's like, okay, we had the official workout.
We're doing this.
It's actually happening.
We're doing it.
You guys, this is so cool. It's so cool. Your football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We're going to step away for a quick moment. When we come back, a lot of movement in the Dodgers lineup, rotation, trade deadline, and we've got some new roles. We're going to dive into that when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Really funny moment during the commercial break. So we have like a 3-minute switchover, 3.5-minute switchover between shows. So things got to go fast. And when we get close, like the last hour, you see everyone kind of getting ready for the next show. And Sam from DMAC and Reiter came in, who works behind the scenes with them, and put these little green tape marks behind our desk. You guys can't see them, but we can see them. I'm like, oh, what's this for? She goes, we got movers. DMAC and Reiter do not stay in one place. I haven't seen a mark. I can remember, like, because we do TV. You've done TV. Majority of my entire career has been on TV. And you have to very specific, like, you can't move from certain spots once you're there. So you just get used to staying here, which is why we're probably, that's never an issue for us. Like, when we move, I move side to side because I know, like, my head's still in the same spot.
I like a nice swivel.
Right?
Sometimes you gotta
swivel chairs are like dangerous. I also have like a little bit of like ADD OCD, so like I need to be like moving in like little moments like throughout the hour show, like every situation. But this just made me giggle. Like that's DMAC and Reiter, you guys. Come on. That's funny. You're getting put in place. That's good. That's good. You know what else is good?
What's that?
I'm hoping it's good. The Dodgers' final series of this road trip, okay? They got a much-needed day off today. After dropping 6 in a row, Dodgers have now been swept in back-to-back series. But now they're headed to Arizona. You got Roki Sasaki on the mound tomorrow. And I feel like now, okay, you got that out of their system. Time and ready to turn things around. Yes. And we had Alden Gonzalez on, ESPN MLB reporter, earlier on in the show. And I asked him, is there any concern in the dugout? And then you asked, like, when do you start to get concerned? And he's like, you don't. Yeah. You don't really with this team because all that matters is that they win in October. Like, and this is something that the Dodgers do every single year around this time of the season.
Yeah, it's something that I've started to rely on because you get caught in the weeds of a season and you know every single minor detail, you watch every single game. You forget that you really only need to compare the Dodgers to previous seasons.
To themselves.
Exactly. So last year through 115 games, the Dodgers were 66-49. This year through 115 games, they are 69-46. So they have a better record than they did last year. And like you said, when you are going for a three-peat, really the only team you are competing against is yourself. So yes, they are 2-8 over the last 10. Yes, they are now 2.5 games behind Milwaukee and a half of a game. Yeah, and a half of a game behind Atlanta in regards to best records in the MLB, but of course also the NL. They are now only 3 games ahead of the Cubs. Of course, the Cubs closed 3 games off of them in a sweep, and they are still 8 games ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks, which series starts tomorrow. When you look ahead at the Dodgers schedule, we have a series against the Diamondbacks, series against the Royals, series against the Brewers. Thankfully, that one is at home. That's a 4-game series as well, so I would imagine we will see Mizorowski there at some point.
Yeah.
Then it's off to Colorado for the Rockies, then the Pirates, then 2 I'm excited about, the Braves. So you get 2 potential NLCS previews and DS previews, honestly, with Brewers and Braves. And then after the Braves, the Dodgers go to Detroit, and I wonder if Mr. Scooble will be taking them out. So
if it lines up nicely, that's going to be heartbreaking.
So that is the rest of the month of August. So the slumping needs to come to an end because we are going to hit the ground running tomorrow. This is a massive month for the Dodgers.
But you know why I think it's great? And again, I've said this throughout the show. I think this is the perfect time to slump. Does everybody forget like the curse, the Dodgers curse, the 100-win season
100-win
curse? Anytime they have had a 100-win season, they have never actually won a World Series. Okay, so when you win that many games, you clinch too soon, and then there's just this drive. It's hard to. I've obviously not experienced it because I wasn't playing, but I've covered it and I've watched it for multiple teams and multiple different seasons with the Dodgers. But when you clinch early, like, yeah, okay, you're like, hey, great, this is awesome. But you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. And I'm not saying that they can't get that competitive drive back, but it's just not the same when you're not fighting for something down the stretch. So the fact that the Brewers are a couple games ahead of the Dodgers, good. Give the Dodgers something to fight for, to get back in that like grit of, I need to be better. Even with Mookie Betts struggling recently, he had that 4-game like hitless stretch, then goes 4 for 5 yesterday. Like, good. Like, this is the right time. Like, let this happen now. Kind of get that out of your system. And there's so much new right now with this Dodgers team. Obviously, a lot of moves that went down at the trade deadline. Tarek Skubal being the biggest one. But then I think the surprising one was we knew Will Smith wasn't going to be back until later, but then losing Dalton Rushing. So the two catchers that the Dodgers are carrying on their roster right now, and Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, are brand new. They came at the trade deadline. Now, Rortvedt, this is like deja vu. They picked him up at the trade deadline last year, and he was such a pivotal piece for this Dodgers roster down the stretch to then clinch and into the beginning part of the postseason, which was also really funny because when we asked Alden Gonzalez, what was the vibe with the team on Sunday when Skubal, showed up, and he goes, you know what? I think pitchers were actually like, no shade, but they were more excited about Rortvedt because they love him. And hearing that gave me such ease and so much faith in what to look forward to these next few weeks from the Dodgers.
Yeah, the trade deadline is always fascinating in any sport, but especially baseball, because you sit there and say, okay, we got good players, and if we are adding new players, that means things are going to be better because these guys are good, but the chemistry aspect is really just a shot in the dark. Now, thankfully, we brought in people who have a familiarity with the clubhouse, but it's why trade deadlines, acquisitions are always tough to project, because what comes with that is change. You look at the Phillies, and based off their trade deadline acquisitions, Bryce Harper's going to move back to right field. Like that is a massive shift in the whole dynamic of their team. So,
did I miss that? That's happening?
He said he's willing to do it, and then he had a press conference afterwards where he said he's like, yeah, let's do this. I knew it was a possibility.
Dang.
That's right. Like that's
well, the reason it was
a massive
injury,
shift.
right? It was an injury, which is why he moved to first base
in the first place.
Yeah,
correct. Yes. So trade deadline, he's on the move. So it's a lot more complicated than just saying, we brought in good players, we're definitely going to be better. There is a chemistry that comes with it. So there is a grace period, I would say, of when you add on a catcher, and we were talking with Alden, and Bob Nightingale also brought this up earlier this week regarding trade. That's why trade deadline catcher movement is so rare, because as a catcher, you are the heartbeat of that team. You are the only person other than the pitcher who is going to touch that baseball
that
every
you're
single
involved
play.
in every play.
And with most pitchers, you are instrumental in what pitch is being thrown. So there will be a grace period, but I would say just through 2 appearances for both of them, Rortvedt and Fiducia have looked phenomenal. It's been great.
It's just so crazy. And again, just hearing Alden say, oh no, Dodgers pitchers were so excited to get Rortvedt back. And what a story for him too, where, the Dodgers traded for him last year at the deadline, got the opportunity because Will Smith was injured, and then spent this entire season in the Mets AAA system. Hears that he's getting traded again to the Dodgers. Like, hey, same time next year, let's figure this out. He thinks he's going to the AAA affiliate, and then 2 hours later, he's like, oh no, I'm going to Wrigley, and I'm catching for who? Excuse me, what? They met 20 minutes before batting practice. And the fact that they had as solid, I mean, it wasn't like, obviously it wasn't Scooble's best outing, but like to have as solid of an outing that they did with what they were, I guess, given when they met, and just the crazy change and the emotion that comes along with that crazy change. Like, we even heard from Scooble after his outing. He's like, yeah, the night before, like, it felt like my major league debut. He spent his entire career in Detroit. I didn't even realize, as you were listing it off, they're going back to Detroit
to
this
end out
month.
August. Massive month of August for the Dodgers. You get looks at multiple playoff teams. You get looks on 2 playoff teams that you will face at least one, if not both of them, in the Brewers and the Braves. And that is a massive, massive deal. And you try to downplay certain things during the regular season because there's 162, but those series, similar to the Phillies series, similar to a Yankees series, are no, this is high stakes. The atmosphere is going to be electric, and we want to make sure that the seed is planted for when we see you down the road when things matter more. We got the best of you the last time that we saw one another. Cannot wait for the rest of this month for Dodger baseball.
Okay, so if you are Tarek Skubal and end of the month, you end the series back in Detroit, the team that you had to fight through arbitration to even get like a decent salary this year, you were the face of the franchise. They didn't want to keep you, traded you away. Do you want to be pitching in those games against your former team?
Yes. And the reason is the sooner I can... The sooner it happens, the sooner I can put it behind me.
Okay, so then this is actually pretty good.
It's a good thing.
1, 2, 3, like, essentially a month, little shorter than a month after.
Yeah, the organization did wrong by him in regards to not paying him, but there is still a sense of closure, I'm sure, and you want to go back to that stadium with your new jersey, similar. You go back to your local bar with your new girlfriend, and your ex may be there, and you
spicy.
Yeah, just the feeling of, hey, we're both doing fine.
Look at me now.
I've moved on. I'm looking
Are we
great.
both doing fine though? Is he going to get cheered or booed? Cheered, right? Standing
I think
O?
he'll get cheered. Yeah,
like you got to
because
get even.
Right? Yes, it's widely considered that the organization let him down. Will there be some drunk boos? Of course. If he gives up a home run and lead off, will there be some extra oomph behind the cheers? Yes, but I think widely, far and wide, Detroit understands that he really had no choice. They were not going to pay him.
Dude, we got to have a camera on him for that entire, like, arriving back in Detroit. Like, that's fresh. We were just talking about Freddie Freeman, his first time going back to Atlanta, and him wanting to stay there. We knew Scooble wanted to stay in Detroit. Like, that's emotional.
Ideally,
it's all he's ever known.
Yeah, ideally, he is pitching that first game. The sooner that he can just put the moment behind him, the better. I would hate for him to just be in the dugout as a distraction, hanging in the pen, just looking around, getting heckled left and right, but also having people cheering him on, saying that they miss him. You know, I don't want any of that in his head days leading up. I just want him to pitch the first day and get it over with.
I don't know. If we're looking at, like, so he pitched in Chicago on Tuesday, and the way the Dodgers rotation lines up, there are some off days in there that it might work.
Snell may be back. That's going to mess it up.
I don't know.
It's hard to project. I just hope that he's out there the first day. I don't think it's
going to line up, but we'll see. You know, it would be, again, a good closing of the chapter. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, should we head back to Rams camp, continue with the Dodgers? Yeah, okay, we'll head back to Rams camp. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. It has been a packed week of Rams camp. Clayton Kershaw was out there yesterday. Today, the Aaron Donald comeback talk just absolutely took over the sports world. The Fan LA was out at camp yesterday. Lindsay, our field reporter, got a one-on-one with new Ram Jalen Watson, how he's settling into LA, the viral tweet moment. That full interview is going to drop tonight on the Fan LA across all of our socials at the Fan LA, so make sure you check that out. But the big conversation piece is Aaron Donald, baby. He is so back in the Rams training facility. We'll say that much. So the Rams had an official workout with him on Wednesday. It was a formal evaluation with the team. Because it was an official workout, it appeared on the NFL transaction wire as an official Ram workout. So this is not just the rumor mill situation anymore. This is becoming more and more a reality. And we've heard from Sean McVay throughout this entire process. But again, he was recently asked about it. And Shay, this is what he had to say.
Out with the Rams today, which I guess...
Did it come across as a tryout?
It did come across as
Best
a tryout.
that we've ever had.
Okay. You think he could make the team?
Phenomenal.
I think he could make the
The
team.
kid's got a shot.
Yeah, no, that was honestly our way of being able to get a workout with him within the parameters of what's necessary. But Giff Smith said it's the greatest tryout he's ever had.
Like, how funny is that? Like, because technically that's what it goes under.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
that was a tryout.
Yep. So from a legal standpoint,
explain.
once the season has started, that's the only way he can work out under the Rams' roof and
That's
using
so silly.
their stuff. Because okay, we'll use Stephon Diggs because he just signed with the Commanders yesterday.
Yes.
If you don't report it, you could have a rule where, or you could have a situation where, Stephon Diggs is working out at the Rams facility and learning all of their plays and sitting in meetings. Well, what do you mean? He's not on the team. Oh, he just happened to be in the area. You can start getting a little tricky with your acquisitions that way. So they have to report it. And I see that as a huge sign because, of course, Aaron Donald knows they have to report it. And Aaron Donald knows once this release goes out and everyone who talks about football for a living gets their hands on this, they're going to go crazy.
And they did.
And as you mentioned, this was the A block in a couple shows that you saw or were listening to this morning.
across like the national sports talk world, this was an A block.
Exactly. And he knew that would be the case, and I do not feel he would be willing to take that all on, and Sean McVay and Les Snead would not be willing to take that all on unless they were really, 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 really close to getting these contract details worked out.
It's so funny because we were talking about how he just made a deal with a new management company, and you were saying that's the biggest, I think, tell that this is happening. Because why would you sign with a new management company if you weren't getting ready for an influx of opportunities, situations? We heard he's doing a documentary. Now when I'm like hearing everything that's happening, my brain is thinking about it in the documentary series. I'm like, you're going to see him like, this was a tryout. This is like the weirdest, coolest tryout I've ever done. What has that? And they're going to like run through everything. They're going to joke about it. And it's going to be like, I see the episodes now. I see it unfolding.
It's perfect. And I'm sure there has been footage of some kind just from being a dad and a husband of behind the scenes of what he's been doing over the last 2 years. Like it is perfectly crafted of the story of a guy who left on top. And what gets me so excited about it is so often with documentaries, you get a guy who reflected on his final years instead of a guy who went out on top, which every athlete wishes that they did when they played too long. And we actually get to see the downsides of that and what itch still remains left unscratched. And whatever money, Aaron, that the Rams may not be able to pay you if they can't pay the full $30 million, I'm sure Netflix or HBO Max or Amazon Prime will happily cover the other end of that bill.
And all the brands. If you want to do endorsement deals, you want to be a face of the comeback. Like, you want to be the face of, like, I still got it. Like, there's so many opportunities, like, and being here in LA and being an LA legend and the Super Bowl being here in LA. Like, it's endless, the opportunities. Yeah. So it was really interesting the moment you pointed out. It's like, well, that's the tell. I'm like, yeah, that is the tell. But this all started, you guys, when the Rams traded for Myles Garrett. There was about an hour, and we were live on air when this broke. And then about an hour after that, it was, so when is Aaron Donald coming out of retirement? So Myles Garrett has spent his entire Rams tenure over the last 2 months fielding Aaron Donald questions, and it still continues because he was asked again about it yesterday.
Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off.
Myles Garrett is such a humble great.
Yeah, just a giant, friendly giant.
Yeah, a giant, friendly giant.
A giant, friendly giant.
Yeah. Like, I haven't been around him yet, but even just watching and listening to him, he has this aura to him where you're just like, oh, he just gets it. And he's a good guy. And we talked about this earlier. He is the reason that Aaron Donald is coming back.
Yeah, and I'm sure he understands the weight of that, right? Like, Aaron Donald's been out of football for 2 years. Matthew Stafford's been there the whole time. Sean McVay's been there the whole time. Les Snead's been there the whole time. Devontae Adams just got there. But Puka Nakua's been there. Nate Landman's been, he is the missing piece. All the credit in the world to Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson, but it's Myles Garrett's arrival that was the final straw to where Aaron Donald said, you know what, I want to be a part of it. Like, he's been around the Rams team in the past couple years.
And he has an open door workout policy too, right? You want to come work out with me? Come on over.
Yep. He's been in full communication. So it is the arrival of Myles Garrett where a switch in Aaron Donald's brain flipped from, I have to be a part of this. I want to say, along with my resume of a Super Bowl and all the individual accolades that someone can ever achieve, I have to say that the best Rams defense, maybe the best NFL defense that ever took the field, that I was part of it, because that is an accolade that all the stars have to perfectly align to be part of, and I can't miss out on that.
No, and it's so crazy when you think about all the leaders on that Rams defense and really how humble everybody is. That's so rare to be at the top of your game in a sport and to be open to that, whether it is Myles Garrett, whether it is Trent McDuffie or Jalen Watson, who we heard kind of just talking about the greatness of everybody that's involved within this Rams team. And then Quentin Lake, who we had on our show, and just how composed and happy he was sounding that, if we can get him back, like
done deal.
What are
you going to do with us?
You don't get better than that. You do not get better than that. Like, arguably the best, scariest defense anyone has ever seen. Those quarterbacks,
far and away, good luck. And I'm sitting here saying Aaron Donald probably he'll have at least 10 days to ramp up. So maybe somewhere after that first preseason game, he'll come back. Personally, if I'm Aaron Donald, I come back week 2 because I don't want to go to Australia. But I think he'll do the Rams a service and come back a little earlier.
Wild.
Yeah.
Also, like, we didn't even really talk about that yet, but like the Rams and 49ers, like, complete opposite mentality for Australia is hilarious. Rams are landing the day before the game, leaving right after, which I think is the call, while the 49ers are getting there the week before, trying to get acclimated in Australia, and then you're coming back. That's going to screw you so hard on the back end of things.
I think they're going to regret that. And all the credit in the world to Australia. I'm sure it's a lovely place. I'll never find out. I'm never going there. But I just don't know what to do for that time.
Thanks for hanging out, D-Mac and Reiter. Coming up next.